Every year, thousands of Brits head to Europe for a dream new life.
I feel relaxed already.
And breathe.
But sunshine and scenery and a great lifestyle need to be paid for.
We have to get going, because that's what we're here for, to run a B&B.
So to fund their fairy tale,
Champagne tastes and lemonade money.
brave Brits are taking the plunge and going into business.
What could go wrong?
On this series, we follow those expats, setting up anything from bars and boat charters in Spain
Suddenly, all hell breaks loose.
to vineyards and B&Bs in France.
We're in trouble.
But will they flourish? Or will they fail?
We have no money.
Oh, la la.
And can they really make a life in the sun pay?
If we don't give it a go now, there's always going to be that what if.
No pain, no gain.
On today's show, this British-run holiday centre in Spain welcomes its first clients.
How you doing? Very well.
But will their waterworks let them down?
I'm worried it's got a leak. I'm just going to monitor that it's evaporation or a very expensive leak.
All right.
Family settle into their new dream French life.
Day is 37. You can't work at pace in that kind of heat.
But face an uphill struggle to open their new business.
Here's to a good day, right?
Two best friends plan to cash in on the start of the tourist season.
380 in 20s, 120 in 10s.
But will a blackout cost them dearly?
Obviously, it's affected business this evening because we've got to turn people away. Panic sets in a little bit because you don't know how long it's going to be off.
Almeria, southern Spain. This is the driest region in Europe, with sweltering hot temperatures all year round. 3 million tonnes of fruit and veg are sent from this region to Northern Europe every year.
Tiene menu or see?
18 months ago, caterer Lee Bradford and his partner, marketing executive Peter Thompson, gave up their jobs in Watford to come and live in the tiny desert village of El Puertecico.
The other side of the mountains over there, you've then got the sea.
Got the sea.
So we're sort of 35 minutes from the beach.
It's a big contrast to what we're used to in the UK.
Living in Watford.
Yeah.
Peter and Lee bought 4 traditional country houses for just £175,000. They spent another £40,000 and 18 months renovating them, and now they're about to start renting them out.
We've been keeping a list of things that they've not thought of because they're men.
2 weeks ago, Peter and Lee had a dry run in preparation for their first commercial booking, courtesy of Peter's Aunt Sharon.
Melamine crockery for children. Coasters, because I don't want your furniture marked. Ironing board, the foot's missing off the ironing board, Lee.
It's been a learning curve.
You've upgraded it.
It's now time to work through the snag list left over by Peter's aunt.
The thing about the plastic crockery for children, I can fully understand that. But then again, I've never been to a rental that's had plastic crockery. But things like the kettle where one of the stoppers had come out of the foot so it wasn't flat. But the bit out of all of them I don't understand is toast rack.
Despite the 2-page list, Peter thinks they didn't do too badly for first-timers.
I think we were quite pleased because if that's all you could find, then great. I think that's good.
It's 9 a.m. With the imminent arrival of their first guests, there are some big jobs still to do for Peter and Lee.
We made a bit of a mistake when we had the swimming pool. Painted the pool, didn't read the instructions properly by saying it needs to be left for 2 weeks to set and to cure. And because we'd never had a swimming pool before, we left it 2 days, but unfortunately then started peeling. So we transferred all the water over and then got someone in to paint it professionally. So now we've got the water delivery coming.
Right, I think I know how to do it, I think.
Among the guests coming to stay at Peter and Lee's next week will be an 18-month-old baby.
Push that down, and it goes down. Then you go up.
Time to build a cot bed for Peter and Lee's youngest guest.
Bother. I I'm an instructions man. I will open the instructions, I will take out all the pieces and then follow the instructions. Give me that bottom bit.
Please, thank you. Every time he doesn't say please, thank you, I say it. And I say, right, you wait till your mother comes, I'll have words. Your son wasn't brought up properly.
After half an hour of work in the sweltering Spanish heat,
Please, thank you.
Peter and Lee can now cater for the baby guest too.
That's it.
Go and have a cup of tea. Get any lip and you're spending the night in there.
That's one job ticked off the list. Finally, Peter and Lee's pool is filled with water, and it seems like they may be ready to welcome their guests. Or maybe not.
The pool normally loses, what, 5 centimetres a day in just evaporation, but this one seems to have been losing quite a lot. And I'm worried that it's got a leak. I would imagine if there's a leak, we're going to have to drain the water. And then they'll reconcrete the bottom.
Water is expensive in the Spanish desert. To fill the pool, which contains 44,000 litres, they need 4 lorry loads costing €60 each.
It'd be like a sinkhole here somewhere. Be walking along, all of a sudden it just collapsed into a sinkhole.
That's not funny. That's not funny.
With a possible major leak just days before the arrival of their first guests, Peter and Lee have their work cut out. The Costa del Sol in Andalusia, southern Spain. An area where sunshine is guaranteed 300 days of the year, and the cost of living is 30% lower than the UK. The town of Fuengirola was a traditional fishing port, which has now become one of southern Spain's main tourist destinations, thanks to its many attractions, including parasailing and a marine park. It's also now home to best friends Gary Adamson and Karen Hiles, owners of recently opened Sam's Bar.
We've got sunshine,
Sea
sand.
and sangria. Life is good.
Gary and Karen have put all their money into the bar, situated on the Los Boliches seafront.
This for us, it has to work.
I think it's a risk, but it's a risk that I think we can pull off.
Well, you know, we're going to give it a right good go, aren't we? You know, we're going to give it everything. We'll have a laugh along the way, won't we? You know, won't we? Well, I laugh at you anyway.
I'll be crying on the way. I don't know about laughing.
You will be. No, you will be, to be honest.
After a successful opening night 6 weeks ago,
And now the bar is open. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
they've been hit by a costly setback.
Okay, it's just ridiculous, isn't it?
The council objected to the bar's colour scheme.
And down.
A replacement awning would cost €3,500.
No, it's not that bad.
So Gary and Karen have decided to appeal against the council's decision.
We spent a lot of money out on our terrace, didn't we? Because it's our shop window, so we knew we had to spend money on it. Money that you haven't really got. What reserve you have for your first couple of months can easily get eaten up.
But after an anxious wait, there's good news. They've now discovered they've won their appeal.
We had this beige issue going on, but now they've had their meeting and they told us that we can actually keep our total, keep our colour. So, because it's not a million miles away from their beige colour, so our beige now is kind of like their beige, which is an accepted beige.
But just when they thought their problems were over, the building behind has embarked on some major work on its facade.
For us here, it's probably going to be about 3 to 4 weeks before they're all finished. And where they're working up above me, here, all the dust and everything is just coming right into the sides here.
But Gary and Karen need to keep the cash coming in. A big credit card bill is due at the end of the week. It's 8 a.m. on Easter Sunday, and the seafront is already filling up. It's the unofficial start to the tourist season. It's just a short walk to work for Gary and Karen, who are hoping today will help turn their fortunes around.
It's now time for Gary to do his normal little ritual every morning.
I'll always go through the kitchen and then out through the front door. I think it's bad luck to go out of the different door that you came into previously.
I'm superstitious, but not that superstitious.
Thankfully, it's not just superstition Gary's relying on to succeed.
You always take my back. We've spent a lot of money so far, and with one thing or another, with the Toldo issues and everything else that's gone on, today, this is where we start reaping a bit of the money in. We're expecting our best day so far today, but today we're hoping, fingers crossed, that this is going to be the first day that we actually break the €1,000 barrier as well. Well, personally, I like to make 1,200, but if we can beat the 1,000, then I'll be more than happy with that.
With those credit card bills to pay, Gary and Karen are hoping a fresh food menu will give Sam's Bar the edge on what's promising to be a busy day in Fuengirola.
It's all home-cooked food. It's not frozen vegetables, it's proper vegetables. And well, what I would call, coming from Somerset, proper food. It's proper food. One small, one large. I'm never going to assume, so is that what?
It's just a worry because obviously we haven't got our regular chef in because of illness this week, so we've got some people helping us, we're absolutely fantastic and really, really professional, but it's obviously that worry. We always have a routine on a Sunday where you know things are done, things are done at certain times, and you don't have to worry, but there's that little extra worry today, and it's a really busy day today. We've got the most pre-books that we've ever had.
Cheese and bacon quarter pounder. Okay, it comes with fries and everything, okay. We've got our table plan in place, we know when everyone's coming. Karen stresses, and you can't do anything about that.
As they brace themselves for the Easter Sunday service, will they hit Gary's ambitious €1,000 target?
Right, now get out there and start clearing some tables up, Karen. Don't forget you're the boss, off you go. Lead by example.
The Dordogne. This is one of the prettiest areas in France, surrounded by many medieval chateaux. The region also produces more truffles than anywhere else in Europe.
Cow cheese.
It's 7 months since Mark Young and his French wife Sylvie left Kent to settle in the town of Rouffignac, where they are renovating these holiday cottages.
C'est bon, hein? Work, money, wasn't it? But we've come here. We watch much less TV, don't we? We spend a lot of time talking and being a family unit.
Work has just restarted after Mark's recovery from a painful hernia operation 4 weeks ago. To ease the pain, apprentice builder Sylvie is working hard to meet experienced builder Mark's high expectations.
Come on.
The pair met online whilst living in the UK, and ex-builder Mark was clear from the start.
Okay.
Your profile was like, if you like DIY, if you know about painting.
I always remember I put, if you're any good at designing kitchens, please get in contact.
Yes. And I was doing up my flat in Stratford at that moment, and and I liked your face.
Allez, hop up.
It's now the beginning of June. To balance the books, Mark and Sylvie need to start renting out the house by next spring.
Starting to get hot up here.
So Mark is trying to make up for the 4 weeks he lost because of his hernia.
As you can see, the confidence in my right leg now is much, much better. I can walk around with loads of confidence, which just a couple of weeks ago I couldn't do that. I was too nervous, but it's great.
Floorboards shifted. It's time to screw them to the beams. So Sylvie's been summoned upstairs to help. But there's just one small hitch.
Oh, la, 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 la.
Oh, Sylvie can't stand up.
She's afraid of heights.
Come on, honey, up you come. Come on. Right, I'll just run 3 boards along here because this is quite a straightforward run.
I'm all right now. I'm holding on.
It's a floor. You can't fall off the floor. Do you know?
There's a gap in your floor.
This is the beam we're screwing on, OK? Not this one. This beam stops about here.
No.
Try and make it perfectly level with the surface, yeah?
Yeah, it's level, isn't it?
It's about 0.5 millimetre too far down.
I did think way back in England, like, ooh, can we work together? Because he's I was going to say a control freak, but it's not really a control. Yeah, perfectionist.
A more polite word.
Going the right way.
It's not long before ex-coffee shop manager Sylvie gets to grips with the power drill.
Hey, there we go. Now we're moving.
If they're to catch up with their 4-week delay, Sylvie has to learn how to cope with the more difficult tasks on her own.
I'm not peeping on her, honestly. I'm trying to concentrate on my own work.
It's a bit too much.
We can't have a gap like that.
No.
Sylvie's wonky floorboard means that Mark will now have to do the job himself.
Oh, it's terrible, isn't it?
It's another setback that prevents Mark from catching up with the schedule, and more hard work for this expat family. Almeria, southern Spain. One of the regions with the highest number of expats in Europe, and a market that rookie hoteliers Peter Thompson and Lee Bradford are keen to exploit.
Neighbours the other side of the hill to us, their daughter got married probably a couple of weeks ago in the UK. They're having a blessing at the house next Wednesday. So the groom, all his family is staying here. This is the full, proper, very first paying guest, so yeah, it'd be interesting.
The arrival of Peter and Lee's first guests is in just 24 hours. So they need to sort the pool.
Let's do a trial run here to see if it is still leaking.
Last week it seemed to be leaking. But there's good news. The leak seems to have stopped.
We're still monitoring it, so we're watching it very closely every day.
It's marked with a pencil.
With a pencil now. It's there.
This means a costly repair has been avoided and the pool is ready to be used once it's been cleaned.
Like sort of 38 degrees, nearly 90% humidity, and you're thinking, oh, this stuff we've got to do, we've got to clean the pool, we've got to do this. And at that point you think, oh, I've cleaned the pool. You just take your top off and your shorts off and just jump in. You think, now I know why we've got the pool.
With their guests' arrival imminent, all that's left for Peter and Lee to do is to stock up every self-catering unit with the essential items, which means a 40-mile round trip to the nearest supermarket. For one of them.
You haven't done shopping for ages.
Oh, no, it's good, isn't it? Well, no, normally you're the one doing the cooking. If you've got people coming over for dinner or anything, then you know what you want. You do it so well.
It'll be me, on my little own, trying to walk around the supermarket with a huge trolley.
Well, you're younger than I am, so there you go. Next.
So today, it's Lee's turn to leave the house and do the shopping. Over to you, Peter.
We need to get some light bulbs, because when we had our guests in last week, we realised we hadn't got enough light bulbs, so we nicked them out of other houses. So as other people were staying in those houses, I think they may appreciate a light bulb now in the odd room now and again.
Just 3 hours later, Lee's back.
Hugely exciting things. Brushes, buckets,
light bulbs.
Now Peter and Lee have to get all the bedrooms ready.
Right, OK, fun begins.
As well as stock up the fridges in the 4 kitchens with breakfast items.
What's missing?
Marmalade.
I bought jam.
Where is it then?
Huh? There's jam. Have you looked in all the bags?
I'll go and have another look. That's empty, that's empty. Now, unless I'm going blind...
I bought jam. I know I bought jam.
Yes, but you didn't buy marmalade?
No, I bought jam.
When I came to you and said, we have no marmalade, which bit did you not understand?
I said I bought jam. And you said I can't find the jam.
No, I said I can't find the marmalade. We don't have marmalade.
There you go.
There you go. Well, why didn't you say that? We wouldn't have wasted all this time as usual. It's not my fault you don't follow the list.
Oops. So jam it is then.
Oh, I can't get staff. Sorry? I heard the word off. I didn't quite catch the first bit.
Who eats marmalade? No one eats marmalade.
Who eats marmalade? Obviously, I'll cross marmalade off now because I don't have any.
The simple answer to the shopping issue is that if someone doesn't like it, someone can go and do the shopping themselves, can't they? Can't they, dearest?
Yes, beloved. Careful you don't fall down those stairs. I'd hate to injure yourself. It's going to be strange having other people here because we're so used to just two. And then when people do come, they normally stay in with us. So having someone... I can hear movement over there. Who's over there? Oh, yeah, we've got people staying. That's going to be the bit to get used to, I think.
Weeks of preparations and meticulous planning to match all the guests to each of their 12 bedrooms.
Sorry, Ruth, you'll have to wait. Hi, Peter.
Jill, hello.
As Peter and Lee's first guests finally approach, what can possibly go wrong?
Who's in the one? You're in the one. OK, well, we need to move the cot for you, but that's all right.
Oops. It seems like the baby's mother has chosen a different room.
Let's find out where this cot's got to go. Because if it's got to go upstairs, it'll have to go in another way and out. It won't go up the staircase. Upstairs or downstairs?
I'll stick it downstairs.
You sure?
Yeah.
You sure?
Have a think about it.
OK. Everyone's got what they need.
I think they've all decided where they're staying.
For the next 7 days, Peter and Lee will be put to the test.
Even though people tell you it's nice and it's lovely, there's still that bit of doubt that you think, oh, maybe it's not, maybe people won't like it.
Will the newest hoteliers in town make a success of their business? Rouffignac in the French Dordogne, and after 3 months of grafting through the pain barrier to kickstart the family's holiday let business, work has hit a speed bump, and Mark Young has a confession.
I very easily settled into the French way of life, where I'd sort of start work at 9, have a break at 10:30, 2-hour lunch break, and goûter 4 o'clock, call it a day.
There's a good reason for the slump in pace, a heat wave.
Beautiful holiday weather, but to work in, no. Quite a lot of the French people start really early and just call it a day at lunchtime, and I can see why.
It's just so hot.
Today is 37. You can't work at pace in that kind of heat.
The kids can't sleep upstairs, so one sleep with me, the other one sleep in the spare bedroom, and Mark sleep on the sofa.
But they have to battle through the heat as they need to finish the outside for publicity pictures so they can market the villa and get badly needed bookings. And today they have stumbled on a little bonus.
We got friendly with the neighbours, and he said he had all this stone in his barn, which is worth about €150. And he said, would I like it? Well, of course, I said yes.
The freestone has delivered a much-needed saving of €150.
Be careful.
Be careful.
How are you going to carry all this?
My hernia's repaired.
You're so stubborn. Huh? He did more and more and more, and bang, you know. He said to me, I will never go again through this hernia operation and stuff. So I know he won't push himself to the point where he did before. But things needs to be done, so we still have to carry on.
Time for Sylvie to have a go. But it only takes a 3-metre journey to work out this job is not for her. So it's back to normal operations.
I still not miss his muscle.
1.5 hours and 25 wheelbarrow journeys later, the stones are finally shifted, so Mark and Sylvie can concentrate on fixing the stonework on the upstairs bedroom.
Sylvie, we're mixing cement. I'll mix the first batch.
Okay.
I'm just going to build up along here.
He makes the first batch. so I can see how it's done.
Doing heavy building work has been a steep learning curve for Sylvie.
I do use Sylvie as quite a lot of manual labouring. I use her as a labourer. But you have to start somewhere. Right. I would like a 4-to-1 mix, OK?
So quoi? 4 cement, 1 sand?
No, 4 sand, 1 cement. Well, it would be very strong.
Ouais.
So I'm after quite a stiff mix, OK?
I'm getting it all in.
OK, so that's the kind of texture I'm looking for, yeah?
Okay.
It's just knowing why you're making the mix in a particular way for a particular job.
Okay.
Then you understand it.
Yes. You took the mixing trout.
Catch.
Trout, not a trout.
Trout? Trowel? No big difference.
Put some more water in it.
All right.
Just need a touch.
So has the apprentice made the grade?
Lovely. Smooth, perfect consistency. I'm impressed.
Probably a good job that Mark's happy, as he is facing the threat of mutiny.
You know, I'm French. Obviously, I want to go on strike.
There's lots of work still to do.
I'm shattered. I'm sweating. I need some fluids.
Will this Anglo-French partnership overcome their inexperience and the searing heat to catch up with their building schedule?
Sylvie's in the pool. I don't believe it.
Back in Fuengirola at Sam's Bar, where best friends Gary and Karen have invested €40,000 to build their new life in the sun.
You have, I don't know, a dream, a goal of what you want to do in life, and I know about living the dream where this is pretty damn close to it, like, you know?
It's Easter time, when spectacular processions take place all over this part of Spain. Faithfuls reenact the ancient Catholic tradition of wearing a mask around town in sign of repentance. These processions attract tourists who flock to this region for the unofficial start of the summer season. And Gary and Karen are hoping that their Easter Sunday service will not only break records,
€6, thank you. Thank you.
but also their run of bad luck.
Well, we're hoping to resurrect our fortunes, we most definitely are, you know. We spent a lot of money so far, so yeah, we're all geared up for a long, busy day. So this is going to be Sam's Bar's resurrection, basically.
In spite of the unsightly scaffolding, the lure of the home-cooked food is pulling in the punters.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Come on in now.
And despite being run by a substitute chef, the bar's kitchen is working at full speed.
It's doing great, absolutely great. It's like clockwork in here today.
But Gary needs to pull in more business if he wants to reach his target.
Small beer? Yeah, absolutely.
And the ex-Pontin's blue coat knows a trick or two.
An ordinary small one, Mary.
Oh, look at you trying to be good. Don't believe
The usual there, Mary, yeah? Just the usual for you.
the usual small one.
We've got a small beer, and we've got a small white, and we've got a jug, a white, a large white. It's just a bit of fun. It's what it's all about, isn't it? You know, have a good banter with the customers, and they come back, hopefully, like, you know. As long as you don't upset them too much. We try our best not to. 50 pre-orders, and they're all coming in, plus walk-ins off the street, and it's coming out lovely. Absolutely fantastic. Mary, did you want a dessert at all? No. You might do in a bit, no problem. I'll get you drinks for now, then, all right?
As the last of the meals go out...
That's it, finished it. Lovely, thank you.
It's been their busiest day to date.
This is absolutely fantastic for us. Like, yeah, they're coming in from all angles at the moment. We can't put them on tables at the moment. We're asking them to come back. It's exactly what we wanted. Couldn't ask for no more. It's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
So have they managed to reach their €1,000 target?
Put a lot of money into the business. It's time to try and get some back now as well. So obviously it's really, really important that we reach our figures.
Okay. 400, 380 in 20s, 120 in 10s, 30 in 5s, 60 in 2s, 54 in 1s, and 12 in 50 cents. Give it to us, Gar.
you think? What's your estimate?
I think it's touch and go. Go on. Come on!
You've done it!
Get it! 1056.
Amazing.
This is great news for Gary and Karen, who can now pay their credit card bill.
Game on, girlfriend.
The Spanish region of Almeria, home to Peter Thompson and his partner Lee Bradford, who 4 days ago welcomed their first paying guests to their newly renovated holiday let.
This is the old scenario, isn't it? So do you spend all of your life wishing, oh, I wish we'd done that, I wish we'd done that, or do you just go ahead and do it? And what's the worst thing that happens is you have to go back to the cold, wet, expensive UK.
Their first guests, a party of 12, have come from the UK to celebrate a wedding.
Jill, hello.
Hi.
Baby's in the car.
How you doing?
They decided to book all of Peter and Lee's rooms after driving past the house during the renovations.
Newlywed, yeah. I used to live out here for about 2 years, so we wanted my Spanish friends out here to come and enjoy the wedding as well, so we thought, why not have two? We had a look round, and they hadn't done everything, but they were in the middle of it, really, and covered in paint and stuff like that, literally at that time.
After 18 months living alone during the renovation,
Shouldn't you be doing something as well? We should give new jobs, shouldn't we?
they're now adapting to looking after the guests on the complex.
But it was good when you see people walking around with a beer, you just think, you obviously feel at home. Or have we not bought enough alcohol?
It's crucial for Peter and Lee that their guests enjoy their stay.
I see it as a good opportunity, because if they like it, they'll go and talk to other people about it. Well, they'll either like it because it's nice and peaceful and tranquil, or they'll go, ooh, it's very quiet here, isn't it? Toilet flushed, we have toilet paper, hot water, lights, hand wash. Right.
Even though their accommodation is self-catering, Peter and Lee have planned a surprise meal to impress their first guests tonight.
See, Lee's trained as a chef, so he's one of these people who opens cupboard doors and does this and puts together a fantastic meal. And I just can't, I'm not at that stage.
The perfect place for food shopping is the town of Huercarovera, 20 miles down the road, where there is a local weekly market.
I want some pimenton.
It's very relaxed and very sort of informal, like, you know, if you want to stop and have a coffee, and there's no urgency, there's no rush. It's a bit like Spain altogether, really. It's all a bit mañana and...
A big draw for Chef Lee is the array of fresh fruit and veg on offer.
In the UK, you'll get produce picked unripe and then shipped in refrigerated lorries to the UK. Here you buy everything and it's ripe. There's a lot more flavour in because it's allowed to ripen on the plant. The only downside is it doesn't last, you have to use it straight away.
Back home, it's 4 hours to go until the big meal.
They're going to let us know what time they want to do.
Oh, I've told the ones in the one bed 7:30.
OK.
But ex-chef Lee is unflappable.
So I've got things like fresh anchovy, some prawns, some squid, meatballs and some fried chicken, tortilla. So I hope they eat all those sort of things.
Lee used to feed 13,000 students a day as a university caterer in England, but he knows the success of this meal might help to bring in more customers, so satisfying tonight's guests is a must.
Well, we need to make enough to live on, so it is quite important. We need to make enough money to keep us here without one of us having to go back and work in the UK. Which a lot of people do. There's a lot of people that have to go back and work in the UK. Because unless you work for yourself, there's very little work over here.
With 12 guests about to sit down for dinner, will the meal be a hit and generate the good reviews Peter and Lee's business desperately need? It's summer in the French town of Rouffignac in the central Dordogne. Hundreds of thousands of tourists have arrived in the area to enjoy its traditional markets and the many local attractions. But there's no rest for husband and wife, Mark and Sylvie Young.
Today is just like so hot, close to the 40s.
It's now August, and after completing the floor in the loft, they're braving the summer heat to complete the outside of the holiday home.
So I come in every half an hour and we'll see how he's doing, if he hasn't melted yet.
Melted? I'm like fried like a piece of bacon.
Oh yeah, fried.
I need some more than that. I need more than that. All on my back.
All right.
Exterior work has to be finished by the end of summer so they can start advertising for next year.
I can't really help, we only have one scraper. So...
With time running out, they can't afford any mistakes.
I'm paying the price for being so stupid yesterday. I rendered this wall yesterday, and then you've got to scrape it down 3 to 5 hours afterwards. So I thought what I do, I just spray it all with water, keep it moist, and come out and do it today. Well, it's set like stone. But it's become quite personal now, and it's sort of like me against the wall.
Honey, refreshment. What do you want me to scrap?
Let me have a scrape. It's not scrap, it's scrape. I'm still teaching her English, because she so often corrects me on my French. You scrap away.
Constant difficulties and delays mean that Sylvie is still being roped in for the hard work, despite her inexperience.
When I work with you and then you get really grumpy because my work is not to your standard.
It's the wind. I'm just keeping the wall wet.
She just walks offside.
Just walk off,
She'd be sacked for that.
Where are you off to?
Once Mark has put his wall right, he will tackle the big cosmetic refurbishment of the gîtes outside area.
The main job's a patio. We've got 5,500 little tiny tiles. I'm hoping to lay 500 a day. You know, I just don't know. But no regrets about coming to France and doing this. I'm absolutely loving it. Sylvie and me always had a good relationship, but it's even better now. You know, when a couple spend a lot of time together, sometimes it's not so good, but in actual fact, it's even better. I really enjoy Sylvie's company, so it's good. Bon, fini. Well, thank you all. It's been a pleasure. I feel exhausted, but I'm pleased with that. Let's go. I'm going to go have a shower. I'm going for a drink. Ali, lock up. Come on, Jess.
But for the rest of today, Mark and Sylvie have put work to one side. They're having a housewarming party with their neighbours and some of their friends who've come over from England.
Reminds me of 1977 Jubilee party in the streets.
Living in France has made Mark a warmer host.
Lots and lots of kissing, which is quite a nice thing. I'm quite used to it now. I feel very comfortable even kissing men, which is quite nice. When all the friends came over from England, they all went, oh my God, Mark's changed. He's so much warmer and sociable now. Not so standoff English. It's nice to show our friends and family sort of the reality of living in France. You know, they're here enjoying a sample of our lifestyle, and that's nice.
Yes, it's
true. You know, and
yeah.
it's going to be sad to see them go.
I didn't want to say that because I'm going to cry.
Yeah, okay.
It's hard, you know, because, yeah, you realise they are friends for life, but they've got to go away.
That's one of the only downsides of moving to France, isn't it?
Yeah.
If the Youngs are to stand a chance of carrying on living here, they have to stick to their work schedule. And 5,000 tiny patio tiles are the next big challenge. In Fuengirola, southern Spain, Sam's bar, run by best friends Gary and Karen, has enjoyed a successful start to the summer season.
The bar exceeded our expectations, in all fairness.
The amount of customers through the door is more than expected.
Gary and Karen's Easter service was a hit, but now they're back down to earth with a bump. It's now June, and halfway through Saturday afternoon opening, they've suffered a power cut.
It was literally, we were just in full operation. We were looking down the Paseo just to see how many people were out and about. We come back in, the one telly was off, so we thought, oh, that's a bit strange. Then the slush machine was off, and then when we investigated further, everything down this one back line of the bar, it was all off. Panic sets in a little bit because you don't know how long it's going to be off. Or in the past, if we have little cuts and things, it rectifies itself within minutes. But obviously, it's been going on for 5 hours trying to sort something out now. So it's a process over here in Spain.
Gary is back in the UK visiting his son, so Chef Steve has been put in charge of solving the problem.
All I've done is just rigged up an extension lead to the one existing plug socket that works.
Very technical.
What a chef always saves the day.
The repair may be ingenious, but as night falls, it's not enough to keep Sam's open.
Obviously, it's affected business this evening because we've got to turn people away. It's easier to close the bar than not give the proper service that we always would like to give.
If an electrician can't get them up and running by tomorrow, they stand to lose another lucrative service.
Obviously, it's our busy day tomorrow again, so we have all our prep for Sunday lunch and everything ready. That's what we've been busy doing again, and then this happens.
After closing the bar down, Karen needs to break the bad news to her business partner.
2 phases are working, 1 phase isn't, and basically we can't do anything until the janitor comes out tomorrow to open up this box. I'm totally confusing you, I know I am. I'm not an electrician, Gary.
All Karen can do now is cross her fingers, and with a firm promise from the electrician to be there in the morning, Karen better hope that his mañana does really mean tomorrow. Next time.
These are beef skewers.
Peter and Lee struggle with their first ever dinner service.
There's nowhere on the table
I'm
to
sure
put it.
there's a space to put that.
You really want me to show you where that space is?
As they near the end of their gîtes renovation project,
I'm just mentally exhausted. I've just decided that I've had enough.
will Mark and Sylvie manage to finish the job?
When he's like that, I just don't talk to him.
And a new family moves to Spain to open their dream bar.
Well, kids, this is ours. We've got to make it.
But are they in for a bumpy ride?
My bank is empty. We've got nothing left. We need to open the bar.
It's a dream chased by thousands of Brits each year.
It's a wonderful way of life.
Heading to Europe to set up new lives and businesses in the sun.
Get it!
They're seduced by gorgeous scenery.
It's a beautiful place to live, it really, really is.
Year-round sun and a better, cheaper way of life.
I wonder what the temperature is chocolate today.
But how easy is it to turn the dream into a reality?
This is like the final frontier.
In this series, we follow the expats as they say goodbye Blighty.
There's no reason for me to go back to the UK. I have nothing there.
And begin their new lives.
What could possibly go wrong now?
Setting up bars and restaurants in Spain.
I know, it ain't rocket science.
Gîtes and B&Bs in France.
Voila.
When nothing is ever as simple as it sounds.
We're starting to get sleepless nights because you're starting to get worried.
It's great. What more could I want?
On today's show,
These are beef skewers.
in Spain, 2 rookie hoteliers struggle with their first ever dinner service.
There's nowhere on the table
I'm
to
sure
put it.
there's a space to put that.
You really want me to show you where that space is?
As they near the end of their gîtes renovation project,
I'm just mentally exhausted. I've just decided that I've had enough.
will this couple manage to finish the job?
When he's like that, I just don't talk to him.
And a new family moves to Spain to open their dream bar.
Well, kids, this is ours. We've got to make it.
But are they in for a bumpy ride?
My bank is empty. We've got nothing left. We need to open the bar.
Almeria, southern Spain. One of the most sought-after destinations for English expats. This is the third cheapest place to holiday in Europe. A day's vacation costs on average £36, as opposed to $64 you would spend in the USA and the $80 you would spend in Italy.
Come on.
It's been 18 months since partners Peter Thompson and Lee Bradford came here to live.
It's been a good move, definitely. I don't say I desperately miss Watford.
We enough money to live, and we spend most of the day in the sunshine.
That will do. Sold. Come on.
They gave up their jobs as a marketing manager and caterer in Watford to move to the desert village of El Puertecico, where they've turned 4 country houses into a holiday complex.
There's 37 rooms in total, 13 bedrooms, 9 bathrooms, 4 kitchens, 2 swimming pools.
Cuddly toy and a fondue set. There we go.
This week, their first ever guests arrived.
I'll stick it downstairs.
Sure.
It was a tricky start as they had to rearrange the furniture.
I think my words would be, I told you so.
I know.
If they've rented the houses, they decide where they want to go.
Well, they'll all have a rummage through the kitchen, so they'll all find out where the stuff is.
Just relax. So you need to...
Now it's their guests' final day and Peter and Lee are hoping for some good reviews. So they're organising a farewell dinner.
Chicken with smoked paprika, meatballs, albondigas, beef pinchos.
It doesn't mean anything.
What? Beef skewers.
Thank you.
Preparing the food should be a doddle for caterer Lee. He used to oversee a team feeding 13,000 people every day at his job at the University of Hertfordshire.
I'm more practical, so I tend to do the more practical things.
Yeah, whatever.
And Peter's more admin-based.
Oh, God. It's wrong in so many ways. So why do you do it thicker bits like that and not like you get in a restaurant where they're like a onion ring?
I don't know, I'll just do it this way.
OK. You know, I don't know if it was the Bradford Catering School.
Oops.
I think if we open a restaurant, that'd be quite good, because then you can get staff in and I don't have to be here.
The guests will turn up in an hour.
I'm sorry, I haven't got anything to knock, have I? Are you aware we're doing dinner this evening?
Yes.
So about 7:30?
Yeah. Where do we find you guys?
We're in the next house to you.
Time for this couple to shine.
We said about 7:30, so they'd better. If not, we're going around knocking on doors. Your dinner's on the table, it's getting cold. Oh, stand by your beds. Hi.
Come in.
Yeah, please do, please do. Please sit wherever you like. So what would everyone like to drink? We've got red wine, white wine.
But it looks like when it comes to serving at the table,
These are beef skewers.
former marketeer Lee isn't exactly a natural.
You've got fish out there with no lemon.
Right, and where am I balancing that? On my head? There's nowhere on the table.
I'm
to
sure
put it.
there's a space to put that.
You really want me to show you where that space is?
Just you can't eat fish without lemon.
They're tucking into everything, Lee. They're more shocked at how much food keeps coming out than on anything. I think as the chef, should take the last 2 out and say, are you enjoying it? I think it would be a nice touch if you took the stuff out.
Okay.
I'm just saying. Don't get so stressed.
I'm not stressed.
But what do the guests think of the food?
I don't eat fish. I just about eat cod.
That was
Sunday
really
to go
nice.
down.
Lovely.
It was cooked by Lee, served by Peter, and it was wonderful.
Perfect. And obviously I did too much food.
As the guests turn in for the night, will Peter and Lee get the good reviews they need? The Dordogne, southwest France. This picturesque region is the chosen holiday destination of hundreds of thousands of people each year. They are attracted by the region's beautiful surroundings, its gourmet food and cheap, plentiful wine.
Eh bien, merci, madame.
A bottle of red costs on average just £2.50. Mark and Sylvie Young have swapped the hustle and bustle of London to set up a gîte business in the village of Rouffignac.
There was always a question mark, how would I fit in France? I love it here. Our deal is that Jean-Baptiste speaks English to me and I speak French to him. Oui?
Yes.
Oui, voilà.
Like this.
Mark and his French wife Sylvie gave up their jobs in England 6 months ago to restore these 3 houses. They spent all their money on buying the properties, which means they now have to do all the renovation work themselves.
I should be knocking these down and laying them in so fast. Everything is taking so much longer. No, that's not good, is it? Yeah, I'm struggling.
So far, Mark and Sylvie have completely stripped the interior of this old farmhouse, which they want to convert into a 3-bedroom self-catering gîte. They have built a loft with stunning views over the countryside, despite Mark's crippling hernia, which forced him to stop working for a month. Mark has now started to tackle the trickiest job of all. He has 5,000 tiny tiles to lay on the front patio.
This has taken over a week longer than I thought it would have taken.
Replicating the original French paving will make the villa look more authentic, but builder Mark has drastically underestimated the amount of work needed.
I'm just mentally exhausted. I don't know whether it is the patio. I've just thanks, Jess. I've just decided that I've had enough.
When he's like that, it's just best to just leave him to it.
Yeah.
I just do this meal. I just don't talk to him.
My heart's not in it. It's not good.
And it seems like no one can do anything right.
Ah, Panda, no! Off! Go on, go away, go away! Oh.
Least of all, his wife.
Can I just point something out? Because you know you're going to be out. This area here, there's about 15 stones with no red.
But then you told me you don't like to have, you like to have the reds that touch each other.
No, they don't all have to touch each other. If you look, there's lots and lots of single ones about. I just said no more than 3.
Ah.
Mark and Sylvie originally hoped to finish the first gîte this summer. Delays now mean they won't reach their goal.
So sadly, I think the objective of completion of the summer is now gone. The actual light at the end of the tunnel, somebody's just put a shutter over the top of it, and we're not going to be able to get there. I failed. Doesn't sit easy with me, failure.
But the couple need to complete the exterior of this gîte so they can take photos and advertise the complex in time for next season.
If I was doing it for a customer in England, I would complete it. So I failed because of lack of effort.
It's a real low point for Mark.
A bit disappointed and a bit drained. I feel like I've sort of let Sylvie down a bit, but anyway.
Will he pick himself up to finish the outside by the end of summer? The Spanish town of Benalmádena, twice voted the best marina in the world. Every year, 1 million tourists come here to soak up the sun and spend their hard-earned cash. Here, bars and pubs provide great value for money, a pint of beer can cost as little as €1.50. So after their pub lease in the UK expired, former landlords Wendy and Carl Jones, daughter Rebecca and boyfriend James came to Spain to open a bar in the sun.
Right, what do you do here? You won't let me have any.
2 days after leaving the business, we're in Spain.
Flippin' heck. We're jobless. And we're everything else less.
Let's.
So why not just jump on the boat, drive over to Spain and see what they've got? Just be careful, dear, you're very close. And it was as simple as that.
Yeah.
The Joneses have just bought the lease for this bar in the popular Bonanza district of Benalmádena. Until last week, they were living in Wigan, Greater Manchester. Now they've taken up temporary residence at Carl's expat mum's house in the Spanish province of Almería.
Well, I've got the keys for the bar. If you've got passports.
I've got the passports in my bag.
We need bin bags.
We need bin bags and we need cloths.
Today they're going to take a look at the bar they've bought in Benalmádena. There's only one snag. It's a long way from their base.
200-mile journey there and 200-mile journey back each time from here. So it's going to be a long day. Every motorway stop, she has to go for a week.
Have we got everything? We've got drink.
Before we set off.
Told you.
After a 5-hour trip, the Joneses arrive in the tourist heart of Benalmádena.
Oh, God. Who put that there?
They are about to take a look at their new bar, the Skiver's Rest, which they plan to open in just 5 days.
Excited. The very first opening. There we go. Hey. And we're in.
The Joneses have budgeted €9,000 to start up their business.
There we go. That's better, isn't it? You can see now.
And they've only $2,000 left after buying the lease.
We're on a big budget shoestring.
By the skin of our teeth.
Yeah, very much so.
As you can see, it needs a lick of paint and cleaning up a little bit.
It's only a lick of paint. I'd say that air conditioning unit.
That's all tiled, so that can just be all cleaned.
As well as renovating the interior, the Joneses will have to reconnect the utilities before they can open for business.
Yeah, definitely no water.
You're not going to try and plug anything in, there's no electric.
There may be lots to do before they can open, but Rebecca is already thinking ahead to this bar's bright future.
Like, if we were going to be having the disco lights, the restaurant next door doesn't want to have laser lights while they're eating.
No. I'm aiming high. I want to really go for it. I want to have a few bars in my own name, and also I want to be able to get a couple of nightclubs where I could have the top DJs in, DJs such as Calvin Harris.
First things first, though.
Work well, lads.
The girls are off to try to get the utilities reconnected while the boys start cleaning up.
Treasures of the universe.
That's dry as a dodo. You don't know how long they've been up there. Oh no, that's good enough. That'll stir up.
Being on a very tight budget, this old pot of paint is a good find, as it's just saved Carl €12. But after just an hour's work...
Yeah, I'm not paying it all with a little brush.
The boys have run out of things to do.
That'll do for that.
We're not getting any further in this though, because we're stuck. We ain't got no electric, we ain't got no water.
We are literally at a standstill.
Brand new chair.
Oh, I'm settled up for the day. You carry on working.
2 hours later, Becca and Wendy are back, empty-handed.
What they've done?
They've not been able to switch the water or electricity back on and have been told to come back mañana.
There are so many blockades that stop you from going to the next stage.
There's only so much you can do.
with no electric, no water, no nothing. You know, you can't do any cleaning down. We've done the best we can do, but we get painting on a lot now, won't we?
With money running out fast, they need to get the water and power sorted so they can open as soon as possible. In the meantime, they have to put up with that tiring 400-mile road trip.
Yeah, they're happy now, they've got toilets.
The village of Rouffignac in the Dordogne, southwest France. Mark and Sylvie Young have been here for nearly 6 months.
We actually came here with the idea of driving up to the Pyrenees because we were looking to move to the Pyrenees. And we drove through the whole of the Pyrenees and spent 2 days away and came back here, didn't we? And I turned to Sylvie and said, I actually really like it here. And now we live just 5 minutes down the road.
Mark may love this place, but at work he has hit a mental wall. Actually, it's a 5,000 tile patio.
You know, I feel like I need a holiday. I need a break.
But after 3 weeks of relentless spirit-sapping work...
Parfait. Très bien.
Mark has finally completed his patio marathon.
I finished. If I can start thinking about something else rather than just thinking about squares, you end up thinking about crosswords and Tetris and Sudoku. I feel at peace.
And with that painstaking task out of the way, Mark is back to his old self, throwing everything into the rest of the exterior renovation.
I look back and I just can't believe how someone could get like that, be such a positive person all the time, and just let something like that, it just got me down. I was a defeated soul, you know, and anyway, I'm back, Mark Young's back, let's crack on.
And that means bossing around wife Sylvie.
You must never rush painting, never ever rush painting. I am very, very opinionated about painting, incredibly opinionated.
Obviously, I'm following my lesson. Don't put too much paint on a paintbrush.
With these 2 windows out here, the bottoms have got to be painted to the sills as well, and you haven't prepped them. Obviously, people are going to walk down here and look up. It's just if a job needs doing, you need to do it properly. I'm quite pleased about painting it, because I can keep an eye on you.
Yeah.
No, I'm just looking at... no, I'm not going to say a word. I'm not going to say a word.
Sometimes, if he tells me, like, you know, you can talk really condescending to me.
We're getting there, aren't we? We're getting there. You'll have the windows finished today, won't you? Yes, Mark. Do the best you can, I'll finish it off.
I prefer that. Yes, Mark, sure.
I think over the summer I have been particularly bad because I have been driving myself so hard.
Yes, you lost your patience,
yeah,
which
I
is
did.
not
I was
good.
just pushing.
As a manager, you should know not to use your patience.
I quite agree. The brush strokes are really showing on that. Brush strokes are not good. You shouldn't see brush strokes when you paint. It should be even a textured finish. Not like that. Just brush it on.
You need to look after your staff if you want them to work.
And also talk to them in a proper fashion.
Exactly. You know, I could have you done for, you know, verbal abused.
Autumn is just around the corner, the time when people start to think about next year's holidays. Mark and Sylvie are going to have to put their skates on if they want to finish the exterior and start advertising their gîtes. They have to repaint the front of the house, finish installing the windows and erect a sign on the driveway.
All right.
He just doesn't like me watching her.
No, allez, go.
the village of El Puertecico in the Spanish region of Almeria. It's 6 a.m. and hoteliers Peter Thompson and Lee Bradford are up early. Their first guests are leaving at dawn and they want to be there to say goodbye.
Just follow the motorway and it's signposted airport after about an hour.
Good online reviews and personal recommendations are vital to Peter and Lee. How do these guests rate the holiday complex after spending a fortnight there?
It's been relaxing. It's been a beautiful environment. It's almost like 4 separate villas in one, and you couldn't better it.
Not quite daylight yet, is it? We've had what I call the grandparents of the family. They've told us they want to come back next year. So that'd be good. Fingers crossed.
That's the bottle of wine. Kindly provided on the first night for my wife.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you very much.
So the older members of the party look like they may be back. How about the younger ones?
Sitting outside in the evening and watching shooting stars was pretty good with the kids. I haven't done that for a long time and that was good. I'm used to having a little bit more. I like having a local bar I can walk to. I'm a bit too English for my own good. Just a pub would be perfect. So if you could put one in.
Fine, no problem. You're not the first to have said that. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Good to see you. That's all right, no problem. Safe journey back. I think it went very well. They were quite happy with what was provided. See you then. Take care. Dominic's main thing was there wasn't a bar we could walk to. So we can do, but it's an hour. I don't know if they'll come back or not. I don't know. We'll see.
So the accommodation is a hit, but the boys know they need to address the lack of local entertainment.
It's a very specific sort of place to go because you don't come here if you want nightlife and raucous partying. It's not really. It's just a very relaxing, quiet, peaceful, hot break.
When you're showing people around, you get the odd, oh, right. And you're thinking, is that a, I don't quite like that, or is that a, that's nice?
To help guests with places to visit, Peter and Lee are searching out local restaurants so they can recommend to their clientele.
The shock here is when people come and stay, they say, oh, where's the nearest McDonald's? It's 40 minutes down the motorway. Oh.
There's a nice tapas bar in town, and you can go there, and the tapas is $1.50, and it's homemade and it's lovely and fresh.
And tonight they've discovered a place where for the price of a Big Mac, you can get a 2-course meal.
Oh, bueno. Wow.
Cooked by a professionally trained chef who worked in several top London restaurants.
This is a cafe on the edge of a motorway opposite a garage, and the food is fantastic. That looks gorgeous, doesn't it? That's one thing we're spoilt for over here is seafood. It's just amazing what you can eat. It's probably different if you go to the Costas. There's probably more there, but here in the sticks.
I wouldn't know where to go for a Thai meal.
No.
Wouldn't have an idea where even to start looking.
Peter and Lee might have found a good eatery within driving distance. But the need for more facilities is underlined by feedback from their first guests on their return home.
Oh, look. Here comes the yummy food.
Oh, this is the tapas.
This is the tapas, yeah. It's delicious. Right clean up, Bella?
The thing that stood out for me was the standard of the accommodation.
Yes.
It was beautiful.
Beautiful.
It's just if you want to be able to walk to a restaurant, a bar, that's the only thing.
Yeah.
There really wasn't...
There was nothing.
No.
It would enhance the place if there was more around.
Yeah.
Even a bar. Yeah, a bar.
There was a bar in the next village.
Yeah, not walking though.
Yeah.
No.
If there was something within walking distance, it would be perfect.
Yes.
Will the lack of restaurants and bars on their doorsteps scupper Peter and Lee's chances? It's been nearly 10 months since Mark and Sylvie Young arrived in the Dordogne in southwest France.
Does that look like it's running down?
Yeah.
And their dream of offering their country house for rent is now inching closer.
We decided to call it Au Volet Bleu at the blue shutters because I always say to the delivery driver, it's the house after the turning on your left with the blue shutters.
Mark and Sylvie will spend the winter working on their interiors so they're ready to open next year.
The positioning of the letters is where I want them to be.
Putting up this sign is the final job before they can take photos to advertise their gîte.
Sylvie's taking full responsibility for this because this is totally her idea. I said I'd give it a go.
But can project manager Mark really let go?
And the O line up with the S. Don't you see, it's just my carton, it's not straight.
Are you sure?
Yes!
No. No, the bubble is nothing to do with this way.
All right, where is the way then?
Ignore the bubble, it's just a straight line. If you do that, the bubble's still straight.
Oh, yeah. So everything is...
Some things, there are moments in life that you treasure. Yes, you can see it straight. Look, because the bubble's in the middle. Quality.
Oh, no. This is my project, so I carry on. And for once, he's the one going and pick up the kids from school. To see the kids, how they've settled here, and to see two kids that were kind of shy to what they are now. You know, it's like two different kids in the past 8 months.
Ready for your muscles? Go on, Denise. Go on. Look at that.
Sunday, we always do roasties. So the meat is often French, and the potatoes and the Yorkshire are from England. Half and half, like our family, half and half. It's amazing how we all changed. Our family unit has changed. We are so much more closer.
Can I have the Yorkshire pudding that looks like a Millennium Falcon, please?
Mark's worries about not finishing on time to take sunny pictures of their new house were ill-founded.
Beautiful day to do it, and it's an achievement day. It's like a tick day.
Just one final touch to go.
Will it fit?
Let
go then.
It's now time to think about attracting their much-needed guests.
And that is Au Volet Bleu.
For me, it's like, okay, how can we make sure that we're booked up the rest of the year? That's already in my head. No, it's good.
It's good.
I love it.
Good. I like that. That is nice. It's subtle.
Yeah, it's
what we
in
are.
your face, you know?
It's wood, it's stone, it's carved. Yes. Perfect. Exactly what we want.
You got one post really tall, one post really small.
It's us, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look, Sylvie, Au Volet Bleu is born.
Yeah.
The beginning of a great adventure.
After months of building work, the village of Rouffignac is edging closer to the opening of its first gîte. And both Mark and Sylvie are finally relaxing and starting to take part in village life.
Je veux un tracteur. I want one.
Sylvie has even joined the local roller derby team.
This is something for me to just be me, not be maman or not be honey, you know, but just be Sylvie.
I should have put my glasses on.
If all goes to plan, the gîte will be open next spring. And hopefully they can welcome their first guests.
Now I can't wait to have people in it. Or like people on that patio, you know, enjoying themselves and, yeah.
I feel good. I feel at peace. I feel relaxed, which is a lovely feeling. I haven't felt relaxed for many, many months. Joyous is a word I'd use.
It's a nice shot. No going back.
No going back.
No. That's one thing we're For sure. And
yeah, both of us absolutely agree. We're not going back.
we're not going back.
We adore it here. People enjoying it would be worth every day we spent working on it. Yeah.
Making people their holidays.
Together, we pulled it off.
Yeah. So we're proud of each other.
Yeah, we are proud of each other. We've done well. Team Young might have had its dark days, but in the end we came through, didn't we? You know?
Yeah. Well done, Oni.
Yeah.
The tourist season is about to start in the southern Spanish town of Benalmádena, and just 8 days ago the Jones family arrived here from Wigan. They've bought a bar on the Costa del Sol which they're hoping to refurbish and open in time for the start of the summer.
Well, kids, this is ours. We've got to make it.
Yeah, we'll make it easy.
To save some money, they've been living with Carl's mum 200 miles away from the bar. In a bid to cut down their 400 miles round-trip commute, today the family have made a sudden decision.
Let's go inside.
They're splashing €1,000 on renting their own house.
I'm excited. Get my house at last. Hola.
Here's your property in Alcalfín, very quiet location.
Wendy and Becca have chosen a 3-bedroom villa in the stunning village of Alcalcín, 40 miles from the pub. The rent is €500 a month, a third of the cost back home in Wigan.
We can actually get away from the hustle and bustle of all the town life and the bar life that we're going to be doing, rather than living above a pub like we did in England.
What you need to pay every month is €500, €1,000 deposit. Okay.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Go find the lads now. We got the keys.
Oh, bloody time, where you been? Sitting here cooking.
Nestled in the hills, it will be the perfect escape after a day's hard graft at the bar.
Home, ashtrays out. Gorgeous, love it. The only noise is the birds. But I can live with that.
During the winter time, when the business winds down a bit, you just sit down and relax. Oh, I'm a hard worker, don't get me wrong when I get going, but when you relax, you have to relax, don't you?
Got a nice kitchen, nice big fridge.
For daughter Rebecca, their new home represents a big step forward in their Spanish adventure.
It's the first milestone of my venture. It's my first home. Eventually, we do want to have a family. It's making it feel real that we're actually moving to Spain, starting a business in Spain. Everything starts from this address, really. There's no plan B. This is it. This is all our money, all our property, everything rides on making this work now.
Right, they're taking the wooden unit, the table and chairs, the microwave.
But after renting the house, the Joneses have only €1,000 left for upgrading their bar.
My bank is empty. Rebecca's bank is empty. We've got nothing left. We need to open the bar so we can start earning money.
But things are going to get a whole lot trickier.
I hope the house is okay. We now have a big problem as we needed your deposit for our
There's been a misunderstanding between the landlord and the estate agent.
Please can you sort it out urgently?
And Wendy's just been asked to pay an extra €500.
I've no money. I've no money spare that I can give as an extra month's rent. You know, money doesn't grow on trees. There might be plenty around here, but it doesn't grow on any of them. I'm sorry, I've just got to breaking point. I can't deal with it.
Push comes to shove, we'll just have to get some Lilos and sleep in the bar.
Me and Gal's got a bad back, we can't sleep on Lilos.
Just 2 hours after moving into their new house, they risk being evicted. Will the Joneses manage to cling on to their Spanish dream? It's mid-November in the southern Spanish region of Almeria, home of partners Peter Thompson and Lee Bradford.
Notice, hands full.
It's the end of the tourist season and time for Peter and Lee to take stock. Since they opened their holiday lets, they've had 28 guests. So despite being based in the middle of the Spanish desert, their business venture has proved a success.
Ta-da! Yeah, turn the heat off.
We had a few
inquiries. People wanted to come, and word has spread, really. Everyone who's been here has said they've never slept so well. So you take that as a good omen that people like it. But yeah, it's trying to explain to guests that there isn't a sports bar and there isn't a bar.
Yet.
But all that may be about to change. To better cater not just for their guests, but also the local population,
right.
Peter and Lee have decided to open a bar and restaurant themselves.
You've done a couple of cooking for people. I think they were impressed with your food. Well, there's nothing else here. The competition's quite a way away. I don't know, go for it.
Over the last 3 weeks, Peter and Lee have been looking around the village of El Puertecico for empty buildings in which to set up their new business.
As you come into the village, there's a bit that says for sale, and that used to be the village bar. So we went up there to have a look to see if it's worth buying the bar.
Get to the point with the price.
Sorry. And so we said, right, so, how much are we talking about? How much are we talking about? And she wanted 120,000 euros for it.
I think
so we went, goodbye.
We thought it would be too complicated.
So Peter and Lee have made a big decision. Just 3 months after finishing the renovations on their holiday complex, they've decided to revolutionise its layout and build a restaurant inside it.
So the restaurant's going to be in the ground floor of the 4-bedroom house and the terrace out by the pool.
This bit of wall here.
Yeah, to open it up.
To open it up. We're presuming the ceiling won't come down with it.
This is not a supporting wall.
We will soon find out if it does.
So this is going to be the kitchen. So we've got a bit of digging out to do.
So basically, we can stand up in it. This would be good. Cracking your head, carrying plates.
The restaurant's going to seat about 30, and we're hoping to open it Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday lunch only. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. All the neighbours seem quite positive about it.
Very.
There's certainly no contest over who will be in the kitchen once the restaurant is up and running.
I'll be in charge, obviously. And
delusional. You've been out in the sun too long.
And Peter will be wiping tables.
And I'll be doing everything else.
The people who are serving might be slow, so you need to keep the food warm, don't you?
Peter and Lee asked an architect to plan the restructuring of their 4-bedroom house.
Because we're making structural changes, you have to have a building licence. So nothing's really going to start until New Year now. They seem to think it would be about 3 or 4 months to do everything. We have a template for the size of the tables, so that we can then go around the rooms and work out how much room we've got. In this room, the architects put in 12 people. Be cosy. So the wall will come down to there.
This project will certainly keep Peter and Lee occupied throughout the winter.
I don't think it's that far, but...
There then.
Yeah.
And they hope to launch their new restaurant in time for the start of the next tourist season.
So after we spent all our time putting all the furniture together in here, you can take it all apart again and move it again. Having only been in here, Spain, this will be the 4th move.
This sofa's travelled the world.
It's been on 4 moves from Watford, hasn't it?
20 months after moving to Spain, Peter and Lee hope they will be able to replicate the success of their first business and look forward to the future with confidence.
I think now that we've been here like 2 years, I think it's become more and more evident how much of a change we have made. But I don't think we'd ever go back.
I don't think we'd be this happy in the UK. You hated your job anyway.
Yeah, thank you.
And so yeah, no, very happy. It's the right thing to do.
Yeah, definitely.
Next time, as they prepare to open their new bar,
How much?
the Joneses try to break through the language barrier.
If there's a sign that says £8.99, you can say that. Done.
It's very good, darling. If I put those on, it actually makes your job look a lot better.
A husband and wife team build their dream house in France.
We've got a hand-picked selection of the best builders available, Helen. Me. Oh, there's your other foot, darling.
One small, one large. I'm never going to assume.
And one tough businessman finally cracks.
You're not scared, are you? Absolutely. Yes, I am. Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's a dream chased by thousands of Brits each year.
Number one's the weather.
Heading to Europe to set up new lives and businesses in the sun.
Are you ready?
They're seduced by gorgeous scenery.
It's just about the space out here. There's so much space.
Year-round sun and a better, cheaper way of life.
Our living room in London, you'd fit in 4 times.
But how easy is it to turn the dream into a reality?
Money's dripping in and flooding out.
In this series, we follow those expats as they say goodbye, Blighty.
I think I'm full.
And begin their new lives, setting up bars and restaurants in Spain.
That's what we're talking about, girlfriend.
Gîtes and B&Bs in France.
Totally and utterly out of my depth.
When nothing is ever as simple as it sounds.
It's probably not good for my blood pressure, this.
It can fail, but it won't fail. Not if I've got anything to do with it.
On today's show, as they prepare to open their new bar in Spain,
How much?
these great escapers try to break through the language barrier.
If there's a sign that says £8.99, you can say that. Done.
It's very good, darling. If I put those on, it actually makes your job look a lot better.
A husband and wife team build their dream house in France.
We've got a hand-picked selection of the best builders available, Helen. And me. Oh, there's your other foot, darling.
One small, one large. I'm never going to assume.
And one tough businessman finally cracks.
You're not scared, are you? Absolutely. Yes, I am.
The Costa del Sol, southern Spain, one of the most laid-back countries in the world. According to a recent report, Spanish people devote on average 16 out of 24 hours a day to relaxation, eating, drinking and sleeping. But the Jones family from Wigan have decided they want a piece of the Spanish action and have just bought the licence for this bar.
Well, kids, this is ours. We've got to make it.
Yeah, we'll make it easy. I've always loved Spain. I've been coming here since I was about 6 and I feel at home here. I've never really felt at home in any of the other countries that I've been to.
Once they're open, they plan to attract customers with their unique mix of British food and dance music.
We're hoping to be that destination pub. Oh, that bar, it's brilliant. Let's go back there.
Well, those old ones are working, you sat there.
About time.
Despite having no water or electricity, last week the Joneses started renovations on the pub. They only have €1,500 left in their budget, so they'll have to spend their money wisely.
We're on a big budget shoestring.
By the skin of our teeth.
Yeah, very much so.
But once we get going and we can open up, the more we spend money, the more we'll be making money. We'll literally be speculating to accumulate.
But the renovations are now on hold. They need to stump up more money for the rent on their new house.
We now have a big problem as we needed your deposit for our deposit.
As there's been a misunderstanding between the English landlord and the Spanish estate agent.
I've no money. I've no money spare that I can give.
If Wendy pays the extra €500, she might not have enough left to open the bar.
What a mess.
But if she doesn't pay, their dream of a life in the sun may come to a sudden end as they face being evicted.
When you've only got so much, you've only got so much. You have to live by your budget.
Within just 3 hours of moving in and not knowing whether they will ever come back to this house, the Joneses return to the estate agent to see if there's any room for negotiation.
Well, we've gone to see if we can sort out what the actual owner of the house wants. So it's either she says, right, give me what you can and pay the rest in instalments, or we can't have the house, simple as. We're stuffed, basically.
You have to pay me now 500 more.
What are our options now? Because obviously
The only option is that you pay the €500 now. Ellos te van a pagar ese otro mes.
You need to learn the language.
One little tiny little misunderstanding.
If you don't cross the T's and dot the I's, you're buggered.
Yeah.
I'm happy to get the 500 to her as soon as I physically can. Because obviously we're coming into the season now and we should be earning.
After 90 minutes of intense haggling by Wendy and Becca, their efforts finally pay off. The landlord agrees to give the Joneses some breathing space.
They are strong women and they've got broad shoulders. I will put my foot in when I'm positive that they need it. Because if I do it prematurely, that's it. All hell breaks loose.
we've got from the 8th to the 13th to come up with €500, pretty much 4 weeks to get that money. I need a drink too.
The new agreement with the landlord means the Joneses won't be homeless and can keep on living the dream.
As far as it goes in the contract, we don't pay that 500 anymore, but if we miss our deadline date of paying every month, we have to vacate the property immediately. I didn't understand. It's so confusing.
So now they can get on with buying fittings for the bar.
Will we take credit card?
Do you take card? Credit card? See? Right.
And James is keen to avoid any further misunderstandings about money today.
If you don't know $8.99 in their language, if there's a sign that says $8.99, you can say that. Done. You know, language barrier broken, done.
If only you could have done that with the landlord. Back at the villa, the relieved family can unpack. Again.
All I want is a cold drink.
I was frightened we were going to be homeless tonight. We've got no choice now, we've got to make it home.
As soon as them stuff come out of the car, they ain't going back in, I'm sorry.
No, okay.
Agreed?
Yes, son-in-law. Next big challenge, the bar.
Yeah.
But we'll deal with that tomorrow. I don't want to think about the bar tonight.
90 kilometres down the road on the Costa del Sol, the town of Fuengirola was a traditional fishing port, which has now become one of southern Spain's main tourist destinations. This country has the second highest number of bars per inhabitant, the first being Cyprus.
You are so rude.
It's now home to best friends of 15 years, Gary Adamson and Karen Hiles, who've ploughed all their savings into opening Sam's Bar.
€6, thank you. Thank you. I'm very happy at this moment in time. Life couldn't be better.
12 months ago, Karen, we had nothing.
Nothing.
Life is good.
We're living the dream.
Living the dream. We're happy.
No,
Yeah,
we're happy. Yeah,
we're happy.
definitely.
Right, that's it. Finished net. Lovely, thank you.
But after a great start to the season,
get it!
they've suffered a power cut.
2 phases are working, 1 phase isn't. Obviously, it's affected business this evening because we've got to turn people away.
Today, an electrician has come to try and identify what has gone wrong with the power supply.
I don't want to risk anything. The electrician is actually now in the main box. There is a dodgy wire in there which he thinks that could be the problem. So he's actually just testing all the different areas in the box now. So fingers crossed he can resolve the problem. Any luck?
This cable
is
very hot.
Hot,
It's
too much.
power, this
Too
cable.
much, yeah.
Today you work.
Ah, thank you, thank you.
It seems like he's fixed the fuse box.
Let's try the till, hold on.
Now time to test if it works.
Let's try this one. Yes, 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 yes. Alfonso. It's actually a big fuse that's gone. It's controlling everything on the back line there. And we think that we're feeding too much into that one fuse. It's actually burnt out. Yes! We can hear a buzz. So, temporary fix for today to get us up and running, and then tomorrow it'll come back and get us up and running properly. But we have a temporary fix for today, so we're going to be operational, which is really, really good news. This one's not working still. That's the only one that's not working. I'm not worried.
No, that's one.
No, that's one. Oh, no, that's not. It helps if you turn the switch on.
Thankfully, Gary and Karen can now concentrate on making the most of the summer season. It's now mid-June when an estimated 1 million tourists descend on the Costa del Sol from all over Europe.
That's what happens when you're in your first year of your business, you get having full bloody sugar at home. Oh, here comes the boss.
There's no rest for these business partners.
You look good and fresh today. I was joking.
It's 6 a.m. and Gary and Karen are hoping the start of another busy day. Sam's might have enjoyed some early success, but Gary and Karen can't rest on their laurels.
Not having your breakfast? It's because you don't do mornings.
With over 500 bars waging a daily battle for customers, they are monitoring online rankings to measure their popularity.
So we get a lot of business on the back of TripAdvisor. It's a very powerful tool, isn't it? It is. I mean, when we first opened on it, we were ranked 602 at the time.
And now Gary and Karen want to climb all the way to the top spot on the list.
But number one, they've got like 300 odd reviews, you know? I mean, and they're well worthy of it, obviously.
Today, there's a chance for Gary and Karen to cash in on an important day of celebrations. On the 23rd of June each year, the festival of San Juan, or St. John, is celebrated across Spain to mark the arrival of the summer solstice.
San Juan starts the official summer season. It also coincides with the children finishing school. Everybody congregates on the beach. But everyone's on the beach and they're partying and drinking, and on the back of that, with so many people around, you hope if you can have just a little bit of that pie.
Gary and Karen are counting on San Juan to bring in business and give them a chance to improve their online rating. But with most of the tourists opting for a meal on the beach, it's a slow start to the day. Will Gary and Karen manage to attract some of the tourists? Or will the San Juan festival prove to be a washout?
Tonight, say we really don't know how it's going to go tonight.
The Haute-Vienne department in the green heart of France, with 83 million tourists flocking to enjoy its sunshine, food and wine, this is officially the most visited country in the world. For Matt and Helen Bradley and their 3 sons, building a new life across the Channel has been all about making a change. Before they left London, Matt was a jobbing actor and Helen was a stay-at-home mum.
We wanted out. We were on a council estate in southeast London and thought we just kind of wanted, you know, a different type of life, really. So we came to Matt's uncle's gîte, And then just never went, really, did we?
It was just getting too stressful, you know, one life, you know. And so we ducked out.
After moving to France, Matt and Helen set up their own construction firm.
Oh, yes.
Oh, there's your other foot, darling.
Matt, that actually nearly did.
No, I'm sorry. Sorry, that was irresponsible.
But after an injury, Matt had to wind up the business.
I couldn't move my shoulder, and I got rid of everyone. And so I was trying to build with one arm. So I went to my physio and said, could you write a letter for me? So I read the letter that she wrote for me, and it said, he's as close to a breakdown and depression as I've ever seen. I said, all right. That's enough. Just the first couple of the lines would have been all right.
Matt and Helen are currently trying to get their finances in order. They've bought a gîte, which provides income from May to September, but they are down to their last €6,000. They are building their own house, and to cut costs, they've already moved in.
You're very good, darling. If I put those on, it actually makes your job look a lot better. We've got a hand-picked selection of the best builders available working on our house at the moment, which is Helen and me.
And Matt.
And so we've done everything, literally everything from foundations up to roof.
The gîte brings some money in, but without the building business, the Bradleys need another source of income. But Matt has a plan.
I was looking for something else to do, and the more I read, the more I kept coming back to hypnosis.
After 7 years of training, Matt has qualified as a hypnotherapist, treating everything from insomnia to panic attacks. Today, Matt has an appointment with one of his first ever clients.
We have a time pressure for this room because people have to be lying down and they have to be comfortable. So at the moment, I'm actually going to the clients' houses. It's not ideal. Yesterday, I was doing it and there was a dog howling downstairs throughout the whole of it.
For Matt to be able to work, furniture and clutter aren't the only things that need to be cleared out.
It's in our living room, which means that obviously I've got to get out of the house. So yeah, we all get out of the house and then roam the supermarkets for hours on end.
Hi, Pauline.
With his family evicted, Matt can get to work.
Look, are you comfortable on that sofa? Because it's so deep.
Yeah,
I can
it is
put
quite
some,
deep.
it is deep.
Well, nearly.
No. Let's put that there.
Yeah.
Put that there.
Matt's first client, Pauline, lives nearby and has decided to try hypnotherapy to get rid of her occasional panic attacks.
If you were to give that feeling of panic that you had, a number between 1 and 10, 1 being not really bother you at all, it's okay, and number 10 being very, very worrying, scary and very emotional.
Yeah, let's say something between 8 and 10.
From the nearby.
If Matt's clients are surprised at the results of his sessions, they're not the only ones.
Sometimes I can't believe that people walk out and go, I can't believe it's gone. And I'm like, oh, I can't believe it either. You know, it's a miracle. But they do, don't they? They walk out and go, it's gone.
It's mad.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
But did Matt fix Pauline's problem?
Yes, he did. He did, yeah. He has a nice approach. It's very close, very familiar, but also very professional. It's nice.
Time will tell if Pauline's problem has gone away for good. But for today, despite a makeshift consulting room, it was a successful session. But there's another obstacle to making this a viable income for Matt. His business is in one of France's most remote regions.
You look around you and you can see how inhabited it is. You know, there's not enough people around at the moment to make it work in English, so I'm doing it in French and starting to build with a French clientele.
But with funds dwindling, their business will have to grow and quickly.
I nearly went in my eye there.
Sorry, darling. I would say we've probably got till the end of the summer to turn a part-time income into a revenue. 3 months to get the business of hypnosis up and running and making its own way, and 3 months to finish the house, which will take us to the end of summer. And then we'll have to start looking at food banks, probably.
We're not going to starve to death, are we?
No.
Not with the leeks that we're growing down
Yeah, yeah. Check our leeks out.
On the Costa del Sol, the Jones family have just managed to avoid being evicted from their new home.
gagging. Is that mine?
There you go, that's yours.
After spending their first night at their new address, they are now getting to know their surroundings.
I've nicknamed these mountains. This one up here is the Valley of Joy. It looks like a pair of boobies. And that one there is the Horny Mountain, because up there it looks like a horn.
Which one do you like the most?
Big boobies.
With their bar on the Costa yet to open, the Joneses are down to their last €800. But they've decided to spend 13 of them on one luxury item.
Becca was moaning, saying that she hadn't got a pool. And so we decided to treat her to her own pool. And there it is, Becca's little haven, there.
When it's too hot, you'll all be jumping in.
If I jump in that, the bloody water will jump out.
At 9:30 on the dot, the Joneses set off on their daily commute to Ben Al Madina, home to their new bar. They're hoping to open the bar this week, but they're still waiting for their utilities to be reconnected. A common problem for many British expats opening bars in Spain.
The biggest pitfalls is that the bars aren't open and they will need some work. Things like electric, water, all those will have to be reconnected. But it will take time. It could take 2 or 3 weeks.
It's been a week since the Joneses filed their request for water and electricity.
We'll see.
But they still haven't been reconnected. This will be one more day without income, and they still need to clean the bar.
One there.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Here's another way of cleaning. You buy bottles of water, and then you've got water to clean with. You pay for water one way or another. The only thing is I can't have hot water, I've got to clean with cold water. But we found if you leave this water out in the sun long enough, it goes warm anyway.
The bar hasn't been cleaned properly for months, so Wendy and Becca have their work cut out.
No.
Ugh. That's why it stinks so much.
That has not been flushed or cleaned. That's going to need a good scrubbing and bleaching.
Nothing a mum armed with 3 gallons of mineral water can't fix.
Let's get this done. It does. But hopefully, this will give it a good cleaning and flushing.
While Wendy is up to her elbows in bleach.
That'll make it smell a lot better.
On the terrace, the boys are busy being a live advertisement for Skiver's Rest.
You did nothing yesterday. Look, you're making an old woman struggle. You're just sat there.
Once they get going, they're really good workers. It's getting them to move in the beginning. Yeah. Like all men.
Do you need some help?
Yeah, please.
Come on, start clearing this stuff out.
You get a TV. Young man.
Young man with a bad back.
I've got a bad back.
So it's all hands on deck.
I need a break.
But with no aircon in 35-degree heat, it's hard work.
I'll tell you something, last night, I was side by side on the patio with a builder's bucket full of water with my feet in it. Oh, it's lovely.
The Joneses now have just €650 left. And cleaning the floor with mineral water is literally pouring money down the drain. Wendy has done the sums, and unless things change, they might be in trouble.
I wanted to be open today, but it ain't happened. I've now got to feed my family for another week with no income coming in. I basically want everything ready to just stick glasses and bottles on and open the door and say, we're open. It's got to be open by next Friday now. We're really squeezing every last penny we can in order to just last out this final week.
At Sam's Bar in Fuengirola on the Costa del Sol.
1 ham and cheese and 1 chicken mayo. Do you want any chips at all? Or anything?
I'm all right with that.
Yeah, Sam? Yeah. We'll take these menus away, guys. I'll put your order in. Lovely. Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
Owner Gary is hoping to cash in on one of Spain's biggest festivals, San Juan.
San Juan is massive over here in Spain. We're right on the front, and we're hoping to cash in on a bit of that.
It's not just sales that Gary and Karen are after.
It's very hot today, isn't it? It's boiling.
As newcomers, they are currently low down in the online rankings. But they're determined to get good reviews and climb all the way to the top.
Do you not like it too hot?
Oh yeah, we love it.
You like it? Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say we love it because there's one person who's in it for 2 minutes and says, I think I've got to move.
Who's that?
You.
This year, thousands of people have turned up in the Costa del Sol to celebrate San Juan. But for the moment, they are not budging from the beach, and what's worse, they've brought their own drinks. But Gary's sure they will come his way eventually.
If it is busy, and there's lots of people on the beach and they want drinks, and we've got all the takeaway cups in and everything, they're going to come to us, hopefully, for the drinks. It might be a bit later on in the evening, because as the night goes on, the beer runs out and runs dry, and then they're going to come over to us. That's what we're hoping.
But they've just found out some insider information.
We've been told that we're at the wrong end of it, of where it's most busy. It's more busier right down in Fangarola. Some bars actually around here and some restaurants are actually closing early.
Despite the tip, Gary and Karen decide to stay open.
Menus? Yeah, absolutely, yeah. But obviously, me and Karen, we're taking no notice of that. We're going to stay open and we're going to give it a go. Lovely. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Choosing to ignore their neighbours' advice is a brave decision.
To be honest with you, we've gone into it eyes wide open anyway. If we were to listen to that, in fact, we listened to that, we'd be closing now anyway. One small, one large. I'm never going to assume. So is that one? Enjoy your drinks. Is it going to work? We don't know. Small beer, one large and one small, yeah? OK. Chocolate milk for table 6.
Staying open means that Gary and Karen will have to pay 2 staff, so there's a lot riding on this.
2 Fantas and 1 water? And a water as well, yeah? OK, guys. Yeah, just take some drinks to another table. We'll come back for your food order, all right?
Halfway through the day, it's time for Gary to take stock.
Yeah, to be honest with you, a slow start to the day. But as the day's gone on, we got our usual lunchtime rush. And that was a real good, steady afternoon.
But it's the evening when they make the most money. And with the beach celebrations hotting up, Gary's worried he might have made the wrong decision to stay open.
Looking around, there are now more people turning up, more people going out to the beach, families, taking the barbecues and the food and the drink, and there's a guy just taking his music system across the road. At this stage, I can't see San Juan for us being particularly great.
San Juan's festival is a massive part of Spanish life, held not just in Fuengirola, but throughout Spain. It attracts millions of youngsters to the coast, where they party until the early hours of the morning. The Spanish locals are all celebrating on the beach, but the good news is British tourists are flocking to Sam's, the perfect place to watch the celebrations.
Are you eating, guys, are you? Are you eating? Yeah, smash it. You're welcome to have this table then. All right, get a couple of menus.
So 2 ice creams, 1 with chocolate sauce, yeah? Yeah, no worries. A double vodka. OK. Anything else? Yeah.
It's now 11 o'clock, and it looks like Gary was right to ignore the warnings.
Thanks very much, mate. Thank you. Have a nice night, ladies. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks very much. And do you know what? We've had a really, really good night, actually. It picked up from about 7 o'clock onwards, it picked up. Our kitchen's just closed now, and we've had a really, really good night, surprisingly. We've not had a table spare. And, yeah, entertainment going on as well. It's fantastic,
With Gary and Karen's fortunes once again on the up, will this expat couple manage to keep the momentum going? Haute-Vienne, central France. After leaving London, Matt and Helen Bradley have fallen in love with the beautiful rural surroundings of the village of La Maze.
We moved a bit, we travelled around France, but we keep coming back to this part of France because it's as pretty as anywhere.
Eager to live a simpler life, they are building their own house. But they're quickly running out of cash, so Matt's now focusing on getting his new hypnotherapy business up and running. He's had a handful of customers so far, and his first experiences are encouraging.
I said, so, OK, try and get up. And she She got up and was like, I can walk. And I said, is the pain gone? And she said, yeah. I said, so why are you walking like that? Stand up straight. And she did. And she started crying.
Matt is trying to get his hypnotherapy business off the ground.
Grass needs cutting, but that's all it's grown in 2 weeks, which ain't bad, is it?
But the Bradleys also have their gîte to run. One set of guests has just left, and they have to get the house ready for the next.
It's neat, isn't it?
Currently, this is the Bradleys' only source of income.
Yeah, all washed up. Nothing in the dishwasher.
Are there any lollies in the freezer? Let's get down to business.
Matt and Helen share the house chores in the same way as they do the building work.
You would say that this didn't need cleaning again, is what you would say if you were doing it.
I wouldn't be cleaning it again. The total we got it for was €30,000. Helen and I have done all the renovation here, so from the double glazed windows to the upstairs to the barn.
Do you think you could just brush as you're chatting?
You see, constant harassment. So now I reckon this is probably worth about 180,000 in the, well, we know it's worth about 180,000 because we might have to sell it.
After all the work they've put into it, selling the gîte would be a great shame. To keep it, Matt has less than 3 months to grow his hypnotherapy business. Seeking inspiration, he's on his way to meet a successful local alternative practitioner.
We're going to go and see a guy called Michel, French guy, who's a magnetizer. Now, I'm not quite sure what a magnetizer does. He uses a lot of sort of Eastern ideas. I know he's very busy. It's like how he gets on with the business side of things. So he's interesting. I'm interested in what he does and to see whether we can swap some practical ideas.
People travel miles to the small village of Jumiac in Haute-Vienne.
Michel.
Hello. To see a colourful local character, Michel the Magnetizer. Since he opened his alternative practice 15 years ago, Michel is convinced he's had success treating all kinds of ailments.
Somebody comes in, maybe they burnt themselves, or the kids burnt themselves, he can take the heat away and he'll take the burn away.
Avec les équipes de foot, des fois on m'appelle que je vais...
Ah oui? So he's saying sometimes he gets called with the footballers because they've twisted their ankle. He not just stops the pain, but he puts the nerves back in place.
Michel has 20 to 30 clients every week, so Matt wants to observe his work to understand why he is so popular around these parts.
Yeah, so he's saying he's looking at my energy levels, and at the moment I'm tired, which is true. And I don't know if it works. You know, if it works, well, fantastic. Interesting. Merci beaucoup. I feel more sort of energised. You know, my eyes feel as though a little bit more with it, as opposed to trying to fight the fatigue.
Re-energised, Matt gets down to the nitty-gritty. How can a holistic business thrive in such a remote location?
So those are his bookings, and that's why I've got an awful lot to learn from him. I mean, in a little place like this, it's absolutely booked out.
Matt's operating in a completely different discipline from Michel's.
He said he was born with this ability. Well, I haven't been born with that talent. I'm coming from a real practical side. I just think that we can sort of refresh, recharge thoughts and where we're going, and we can make more positive choices. Au revoir, merci.
But the visit has opened his tired eyes.
If he's getting that much business, one of us is doing something wrong, and it ain't him. No, he said he started off like that, and he said yours will build. He'd heard good things about me. I don't know if he was just being nice, but I'll take it.
Although buoyed from the visit, Matt remains realistic.
I do worry about it, you know, financially. How can it be supported? Because, of course, I could go and get a job doing some building work, but my heart's not in that anymore. It would take the energy that I need to promote the hypno. I've got much more to offer as a hypnotherapist than as, as another builder. There's a lot of good builders around front.
In Ben Al Madinah on the Costa del Sol, the Jones family are no closer to opening their new bar, as they are desperately waiting for the electricity and water to be switched on.
I wanted to be completely my own boss. I didn't want to run a bar under a brewery anymore, which is
what we've done in the UK.
Nothing.
But these new bar owners are determined not to waste any of this downtime.
We're all hungry.
So they are testing out a dish that they hope will bring punters flocking to the bar. Cerdo a la plancha.
You can serve them all on a baguette and everything, and it's a salad and a bit of crisps on the side, and it's a quick and cheap meal for us to prepare. And I think the customers will like it. You can cook them, no matter what, on the frying pan or on the plancha? Plancha? Plancha, I'll get me words right sooner or later. Plancha. It's just basically deep frying them until they're nice and golden. Bit of seasoning, that'll do.
We're offering something that I suppose any sort of culture can relate to, because it doesn't really relate to any culture, if that makes sense. It's not Italian, it's not English, it's not French. It's just...
Now choose your words carefully, Becca.
It's just mixing it up in our own way.
But to create magic in the kitchen, every sorcerer needs an apprentice.
I like eating food, but that's about as much experience as I get. I'm really good at that.
James has to learn what Carl can do. Within 6 months, James will be able to do.
He's doing a good job. It's about time he did something.
Do you want me to eat the lettuce or wear it?
Ta-da! Oh, that looks nice. Thank you.
And this is not the only dish Carl has devised. He has plenty more clever ideas.
And here we go. A burnt Neapolitan. There you go. Bob's your uncle. Have a try. Oh.
With the bar menu sorted,
I'll pay for that.
all the Joneses need is the utilities reconnected at the bar so they can stock up on food and get ready for the opening.
One word. Yum.
But the next morning,
Nothing on.
they still have no electricity or water.
Oh. So that's it.
Everyday living costs and their 80-mile commute mean that they are now down to their last €120, and their opening day is drifting further away.
My advice is have a lot of money, because you've got to live for 2 months and you earn nothing in that time.
At the moment, the situation is dire. I've got enough food in the cupboards for the next 3 days.
I'm getting annoyed about it.
You ever tried living with 2 blokes that don't get food? They've become very ratty.
The Joneses filed their request at the Spanish Water and Electricity Board over 2 weeks ago. All they can do now is wait and hope.
God! Are you all right? Have you hurt your back?
How embarrassing. You missed the whole thing.
If you lose your sense of humour, you might as well just curl up your toes and die.
I can't get up.
The Joneses may be in a difficult situation, but if they can turn it around over the next week, they may still be in with a chance of success.
I'll die. You're desperate.
Money can't buy your happiness, but it certainly helps you along in life.
My mobile's been cut off, mine and Carl's, and hers is going to be cut off next. I'm getting frightened. Might have to sell this place before we even open it.
Next week we're going to be homeless, we're going to be barless, we can't afford the rent, we need the electric on. I just literally said, listen, I'm at my wit's end. What can you do? So we're literally just crying out for help now.
Just 15 kilometres down the road in Fuengirola, it's the height of the summer season and the start of a new day for Sam's Bar.
Oh, I tell you, honestly, God,
Its owners, Gary and Karen, have been working hard to make Sam's a success. But this morning, they are leaving it in the care of their staff while they enjoy a slice of their new life in the sun.
Karen, will you just slow down a bit?
I'm excited.
I know you're excited.
With a parasailing trip booked by Karen, something she had promised herself she would do once the bar was up and running.
This is the guy that we're looking for.
This is the guy we're looking for. It's the guy you're looking for.
I know, yes.
Karen,
I'm Karen, I am.
Yeah. Kevin, all right? Gary, you're not scared, are you?
Absolutely, yes I am.
The port is the starting point of today's trip. After months of hard work at their bar, Gary and Karen will have a chance to get a bird's eye view of the Costa del Sol as they rise 600 feet in the air in a parachute towed by a powerboat.
These are like bloody jelly.
Not everyone is excited about it, though.
I'm really not looking forward to it. My stomach is just doing somersaults here, like, you know, but things we do for Karen.
Scared?
No. Anxious.
Anxious?
That's the word. I might kind of let go of my iron at some point.
Are you ready?
No, Karen, you know I'm not.
Time for a quick safety briefing.
Fire exits are here.
Up until this morning, I loved it here in the Costa del Sol.
It's beautiful.
And in around about half hour's time, I'm going to love it once again.
And there's no turning back.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's a rare chance for the pair to enjoy their incredible surroundings as they take in the views of the Costa del Sol and also of their bar, Sam's, which has steadily been growing in popularity over the course of the summer.
I knew that we'd do okay, but I didn't believe that we'd do this well. It's exceeded expectations, which is just, for me, yeah, I'm definitely living the dream. The future is looking rosy.
It's fantastic now. I'm back. I can't even stand in Mexico.
It was amazing. You're looking a bit green. The same colour as the sea. Same colour as the sea.
Gary might not have enjoyed the trip, but just 2 weeks later, there's a piece of news which does cheer him up.
You just want to top that up with hot water, do you? No problem.
Gary and Karen had a firm goal when they opened, to make Sam's the most popular bar in Fuengirola, and now they've reached an important milestone.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could just have your attention, please, just for 1 minute, just 1 minute of your time. We just want to announce something that's we're very proud of, an achievement we made here today, actually. When we first started off a little over 4 months ago, we went on TripAdvisor, which I'm sure you've all heard about. And in the area of Fuengirola and Los Beliches, there at the time was 650 bars and restaurants along the coast here. Obviously, we were new in, and we were ranked 656. It was our aim, obviously, to try and get ourselves up, get into the top 100 initially, and then from there on in, try and build on it. But the day we received yesterday, we received notification from TripAdvisor themselves that the bar that you are now sat on, Sam's Bar today, we actually got to #1. Thanks very much for that. So it's obviously it's mine and Karen's bar, but we've got a tremendous team behind us as well. And yeah, we do work hard, and it's the reviews that people like yourselves you put in for us as well. And you know, we don't.
Whether you get a free drink or not.
Do you get a free drink? We actually put the prices up now. We're #1. So thanks for reminding me that. Tonight, ladies and gents, 10% on top of your bills tonight, courtesy of this man here. Thank you, sir.
After putting so much into the business, they couldn't have dreamed of a better result.
Very proud moment for us, 600 bars and restaurants here in Fuengirola in the Costa del Sol. And there it is, #1.
It's a bit overwhelming, really, in 4
It is.
months. I didn't expect it this soon. I didn't expect #1, really.
Not really, 650 odd.
Top 10 maybe, but #1.
There are still 2 months before the end of the summer season, and the big question now is, what's next for the owners of the best bar in Fuengirola? Next time, there's an important family conference.
I think a line needs to be drawn in the sand.
As the Joneses fight to keep their dream alive.
No, I don't want to go back to the UK.
Matt is on the look for clients.
Here we are. 2 people. Looking good.
But will his demonstration win the work he so desperately needs?
You did something for me that really sort of changed my life.
And at the end of their first season,
I'm the cocktail queen at the moment.
Gary and Karen reckon they've made it.
Is that what you're going to give me?
And now have their eyes on a new business.
Basically, me and Karen want it.
Every year, thousands of Brits head to Europe for a dream new life.
To a dad, that is just pure pleasure.
This is heaven on earth.
But sunshine and scenery and a great lifestyle need to be paid for.
My bank is empty. We've got nothing left.
So to fund their fairy tale,
get your little fishy when the boat comes in.
Brave Brits are taking the plunge and going into business. On this series, we follow those expats.
Dave, you got any euros?
Setting up anything from bars and boat charters in Spain to vineyards and B&Bs in France.
Not happy. Not happy.
But will they flourish?
We're going to do it, we must do it properly.
Or will they fail?
Money doesn't grow on trees.
It is life or death.
And can they really make a life in the sun pay?
Fans broke down.
You are joking.
It went bang.
On today's show, there's an important family conference.
I think a line needs to be drawn in the sand.
As these great escapers fight to keep their dream alive.
No, I don't want to go back to the UK. I will find a way out. I don't know how, but I will find a way out.
The new hypnotherapist in town is on the lookout for clients.
Here we are. 2 people. Looking good.
But will his demo win the work he so desperately needs?
You did something for me that really sort of changed my life.
And at the end of their first season,
I'm the cocktail queen at the moment.
These bar owners reckon they've made it.
Is that what you're going to give me?
And now they have their eyes on a new business.
Basically, me and Karen want it.
Spain, with its 8,000 kilometres of beaches, boasts some of the world's leading holiday resorts. The town of Fuengirola is the new home of best friends Gary Adamson and Karen Hiles, who came here 6 months ago to open Sam's Bar.
Get a couple of menus.
And in that short time have made it into the most popular establishment in the area.
Ladies and gentlemen, we received notification from TripAdvisor themselves that the bar that you are now sat on, Sam's Bar today, we actually got to #1.
It's now the end of the summer and Sam's is the bar to beat. Gary and Karen's trademark warmth and enthusiasm have won the favour of the area's many tourists.
Is that what you're going to give me? It's Sunday roast day. We're always busy down here for our Sunday roast. And it's great. I'm so chuffed. You know, we're heaving in here.
And today is a very special day for Gary. His mother and father have come over to visit him from the UK.
You can't beat a Sunday roast.
So my mum's coming in with my father for the first time for their experiences of my new bar, basically. You know, I tell them obviously on the phone back in the UK how we're doing, but now they've actually experienced it for themselves for the first time. It's brilliant. It's absolutely fantastic.
Didn't really imagine that it was going to be like this anyway. Call this your office. Not bad, is it?
Gary's parents have more than just an emotional tie to the bar. 6 months ago, they lent Gary £5,000 to get the business started.
Do you reckon?
Fantastic. More than enough on my plate, to be honest.
Yeah, there wasn't enough.
They're more than enough.
Greedy bugger like that.
right. You better go and see your customers.
1 small beer and 1 white wine.
The success of Sam's Bar means that Gary and Karen have more than exceeded their financial expectations this year.
I'm the cocktail queen at the moment.
Not only were they able to pay back the money they borrowed from Gary's parents and the bank, but they now have a healthy pot of savings which they're looking to reinvest.
Put your order in, as soon as it's ready, I'll come back out of it, OK? Thank you.
I know that he'll come out on top whatever he does. The family have always thought, well, whatever he does, he'll come out on top. And working with Karen, that's the pair well match there.
Gary and Karen may be enjoying their current success, but it hasn't always been plain sailing for these two friends.
There certainly was times, wasn't there, when you think, oh my God, was it the right... In the beginning more than anything, because once we got to like April or May, when we're up and running in, it's like, wow, hang on, this is good. But up until that point, when we first opened, it's like, oh, blimey.
As the tourist season draws to a close, Gary and Karen have big plans in store.
There's your cutlery, all right, and your sauces are all there. OK, enjoy your dinner. Obviously, we've got the bar, but we're also having a little look for a second one as well, for bar number 2. Watch this space, but we believe...
Number 2 is on its way.
There will be a number 2.
France. Officially the most visited country in the world. With a recorded 83 million tourists a year, many of whom come to enjoy its slower pace of life. French people sleep on average 8.8 hours a day, more than any other European country. Former construction company owners Matt and Helen Bradley swapped busy lives in London for the tiny and tranquil village of La Maze.
When we first met, you'd do the water for my cement.
Get on with it.
Things have changed. The passion's gone.
Matt and Helen own a gîte, which they rent out during the summer season, and they're also building their own house. But the couple are down to their last €6,000, and they need an alternative income now that the tourist season is at an end and their gîte is empty.
Some things haven't changed.
Yeah, you put too much in, that hasn't changed.
So Matt's main focus over the past 3 months has been establishing his new venture, hypnotherapy.
Nice and relaxed after the...
Yeah.
Nice and chilled.
Yeah, one more positive feeling, and I feel that now.
But in rural France, building up a client base isn't easy. Today, Matt's hired a room in a local village bar to give a public demonstration of hypnotherapy.
There we go. That's pretty much it, then, is it? We can leave the rest.
But with only 2 replies to his €190 newspaper ad, Matt is worried he'll be performing to an empty room.
Here we are. 2 people. Looking good. Going to be at least another 2. Only 4 in anyone's eyes. Oh, there's a car.
For the business to succeed, Matt needs to attract at least 10 to 12 clients a week. So today is crucial.
How you doing, all right? Not too bad. Good to see you, yeah?
But the nerves are kicking in.
I had to go and do a little bit of self-hypnosis just before.
The hypnotist hypnotised.
Morning, everyone. Nice to see everyone here. Now, wouldn't it be fantastic if we could just get a solution that reset our minds?
It's a mostly English audience and includes some of Matt's regular clients.
Sally, do you mind me asking you about this? OK, so how many years have you had panic attacks for? 47, 48 years. That's 48 years that you couldn't go outside on your own. So that's been an interesting journey for you. And it just put everything in sense, didn't it?
Others are new to the idea of hypnotherapy.
I'd like to invite Alex up onto the front of the stage. So round of applause for Alex. You've got this emotion. Can I ask you what it is?
It's the fear of my mobile phone ringing.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, OK.
It's a fear.
Right. Why don't you turn it off?
It's switched off now.
All right, OK. OK, so you're visiting for the first time this year your favourite place down by the river.
After Alex works through his issue, the demonstration turns into group therapy.
Look to the extreme bottom left whilst keeping your head straight. Bottom left. Then straight again.
I can't believe that everyone was doing this stuff together. It's like,
I found that quite weird, that everyone was quite... Even I did it. I wouldn't normally do it, I don't think. But everyone was really quite accepting of the whole thing.
Well, thank you very much indeed. It's been a pleasure. I hope you enjoyed it or found it interesting anyway. Thank you very much. Cheers. Thanks, Alex.
Matt's presentation seems to have gone down well.
Feel free to call whatever it is.
Take another one for someone else.
You can take as many as you want here. I think that went okay. I'm not sure. I remembered everything. I don't know if it was all in the right order.
Yeah, it did really calm me down. I can get quite nervous, especially when the phones rings like this. But then Steve, my friend who was sat over here, rung me up just 5 minutes ago, and no, it was all right. I picked it up. Hello, who is it? And no, I didn't feel nervous.
Yeah, he did fine, didn't he? I thought it was quite a good atmosphere. It's a shame more people didn't turn up, but, it could have been 2. It could have been so much worse. He got his message across, and I think, that there's already 2 people that want to come and see him that,
Back home, Matt receives a call from volunteer Alex.
You did something for me that really changed my life.
Oh, that's great. That's absolutely fantastic.
No, thank you so much, mate.
Feedback like this is why Matt's so passionate about his work.
All right, Alex, listen, take care of yourself.
Yeah, lots of love.
And you too. Bye. Take care, bye.
But it remains to be seen whether Matt can turn the goodwill from the demo into a raft of new clients. The Costa del Sol, southern Spain. Famous around the world for its high-quality produce and local cuisine, this is the place where fried fish was invented. In the town of Benalmádena, it's been 2 weeks since the Jones family from Wigan bought the Skivers Rest Bar. The summer season is about to start, but the bar's opening has been delayed by the absence of electricity or water. Mum Wendy has applied to get the utilities reconnected, but so far without success.
My contingency wasn't as large as it should have been. We are at the end of any contingency we had, and I have to admit I've had to borrow our family in order to complete the task.
Because we're strapped for cash, I'm just looking to see if I can maybe get a job, just to keep us going until we get up and running, really. It's saying there may not be any jobs available for recruitment in Benalmádena.
Today, they've been promised the electricity will be switched on, so they can start to trade and finally make some money.
So he says it definitely will be on today.
But there's bad news.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nada.
Great, so we come down here. Wasted fuel and time.
Oh! You come.
Their bar is still without power, and now they only have €200 in their pocket and still no income.
Right, okay. No problem. Alright, okay.
I came down here yesterday because they said they were going to be putting it on. Now I've been told it's today. I could just see my money being eaten away on wasted journeys and wasted time.
The Joneses are faced with a difficult choice. With no electricity, they have no business, and with no business, they may have to return to the UK.
We have got no money left. I think a line needs to be drawn in the sand. I've nothing left to draw on. I can't draw any money from anywhere else now.
Get my car over here next month, I'll have 500 quid off that. That's next month's rent, isn't it?
What about this month's?
Well, bugger than that one. I'm trying my damnedest. I'm trying to think so.
No, I don't want to go back to the UK. I will find a way out. I don't know how, but I will find a way out.
None of the family want to face the possibility that their Spanish adventure could soon be over.
I'm going to miss my lemon tree.
Hope's still there. With every rainstorm, there's a flower grows.
True.
And it's not over yet.
Yes, dear. Okay.
bit softer.
The next morning, the Joneses return to their bar. There's still no electricity, but now at least they have a plan.
I think our best option is to sell this place and try and recoup back our money that we put into it so far. If we can sell it, we can get our bond back and sort of regroup and start again. Right, we're going on, we'll end up going on into bankruptcy. Let's see what happens when John comes over, see what John has to say.
That John is John Kaler, the business broker who helped them buy the bar. The Joneses have called him for advice on their next move.
I think the grim reality is at the moment is that they've really come out to Spain underfunded to move, open a business, rent a house, all for under £10,000 is being totally unrealistic. You all right, guys?
But will John be able to come up with a solution to their problems?
I don't think you do, mate. All right, babe.
Or will their Spanish adventure come to an end? In the central French region of Haute-Vienne, Matt and Helen Bradley are building their dream home. It's part funded by the rent from their gîtes, but with the holiday season coming to an end, they need another source of income, or they might not be able to finish the house.
Grass needs cutting, but that's all it's grown in 2 weeks, which ain't bad, is it?
Matt's hoping his new hypnotherapy business will help pay the bills.
Now, wouldn't it be fantastic if we could just reset our minds?
If Matt is to attract further clients, he needs to dress the new hypnotherapy room to give it a more professional look.
Going for old-feeling textures, you know, something that people feel comfortable with. They might have just, you know, an old armchair, but a comfortable chair that they can sit back in, that's big enough, you know.
Yeah, old-fashioned, kind of eclectic, all kind of cobbled together with old but nice stuff.
Yeah, it's got to have something that looks like it.
Sort of medical.
I don't suppose you ever watched Sherlock on television, or that kind of...
Matt's obsessed with it looking like Sherlock's room.
But with funds running low, they're going to have to do it at the right price.
An interesting little piece, that. It's in pewter, 1939, that.
That's a serpent on there?
Yeah, that's a serpent.
What's that for, then?
Use that for surgery.
It is for killing wild boar.
No, I'm impressed. It's really nice stuff, actually.
Oh, there's some great bits.
Yeah. So, Rupert, you've got this in at 25. Can I give you 20 euros for that?
No, you can't. Oh, go on, you can have it to 20. All right.
Can I have a 15?
Get out there before I drag you out there.
All right, then.
Yeah, it might be
Take care. Give us a bell if you see anything.
All right.
Looks good then, isn't it?
Armed with his finds, he can finish his dedicated hypno room.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it?
Which means he doesn't have to kick the family out of the living room every time he has a patient.
Now, tell me your problem.
I don't know that it's maybe a little bit more wimpy Holmes and Sherlock Holmes at the moment, but I think that table's maybe kind of bringing in more of a... There we go, look, it's coming into its own look now.
Richard. Hello. Take it high. You're the first person to get here who's found it first time.
Matt's latest client has suffered with a medical condition for 10 years, an itchiness and uncontrollable urge to scratch, which causes painful wounds.
On a couple of occasions, it's got so intense that my hand has moved toward, to do the scratching on its own. I'm sort of watching my hand moving on its own. It's possible that the actual biochemical reason for it has disappeared a long time ago, and all I'm doing is perpetuating it by scratching at night, and so it doesn't go away for that reason.
Matt's plan is to work on Richard's unconscious mind.
I want you to imagine that you can't open your eyes. Your eyelids actually feel like somebody stuck super glue on them. Yeah? Okay.
The first session is all about assessing and relaxing him.
So when you're ready, you try and open your eyes. And you'll find the more you try and open them, the more stuck they become. Okay, and on 3, 1, 2, 3, open your eyes.
That's very strange. Yeah, really couldn't open them.
Richard leaves with his eyes open to hypnotherapy's possibilities.
I tried all sorts of things, and this is the only psychological approach. The others have all been various medicines and all the rest of it. But actually, when I was in there, and before actual hypnosis, just talking, it went away.
Repeat business is excellent. I hate the whole money side of it, actually, but repeat business is exactly what I want.
In Fuengirola on the Costa del Sol, it's another busy day at Sam's Bar, run by best friends Gary and Karen.
That's the first time she's washed up in a couple of days.
Get lost.
It's the height of the season and business is booming. But today, Karen has been left at the helm.
I'll have a black coffee.
Yep.
While Gary embarks on a secret mission. Before setting up Sam's Fuengirola with Karen, he co-owned another bar 10 miles down the coast.
We're in Fuengirola at the moment, but we're on way to Benalmádena, which is the next resort down from here in the Costa del Sol. I'm off over there to see my old bar, the first one I bought when I did come out here.
Gary's not afraid of dreaming big, and he's heard some news that's got him thinking.
I've heard there's a rumour circulating that it's back up for sale again, and basically me and Karen want it.
Benalmádena is a lively resort which lies between Torremolinos and Fuengirola. And with the dream of making Sam's Bar a brand, Gary thinks his old business would be the perfect starting point.
I know the bar. I know it very well, obviously. So I know the potential that's there, in not only in Benalmádena, but at that bar itself.
It's been a year since Gary was here last, after parting ways with his previous business partner.
The old entrance to the bar and the terrace as well. It's a big, big terrace. From what I can see, no changes. Strange seeing it again, actually, to be honest with you. It's the first time I've been back since I left. There's not that many people around, but, you know, that's... Again, it depends on the personalities you got in there owning it and working it, you know?
But there's no time to stick around. Gary spotted the current owner of the bar.
Oh, quick, go. Perfecto, gracias. I think they would rather sell it to someone else for less than to give it back to me.
If he gets his hands on it, this bar would be a big proposition.
Size-wise, it's 4 or 5 times bigger than Sam's and Fuengirola. It's not on the front where we are at the moment. It's set back off from the seafront, you know. So you're off the beaten track a little bit. But there's a lot of expats who live over here, and that particular bar gets a lot of local trade from the expats.
Gary has hired a lawyer to try and start purchase negotiations with the bar's current owner. Only time will tell if he can make his dream a reality.
I find it hard to settle into the one thing and say to myself, that's it. You know, I don't. Life becomes boring then for me, you know, so you move on, which should be great, you know.
In Benalmádena, it's make or break day for the new English owners of the Skiver's Rest.
How is everybody?
Stressed, depressed, feeling defeatist and frustrated.
For the last 2 weeks, they've been waiting for the electricity to be reconnected so that they could open the bar. Now they've run out of money, so they've called their business broker for help.
As you know, I've been ringing the electric company every day now. It's either going to be tomorrow up till 2, or it'll be Wednesday. Wednesday's going to be the very, very latest date.
We said that last week.
We'll go on Wednesday.
Said that the week before and the week before that.
Saying that it's a guarantee that we will get our
On Wednesday.
electric on.
On Wednesday.
With a promise from John, the Joneses have to evaluate whether to wait it out another day. But with no funds left to buy the stock and a month's rent pending, John thinks it wouldn't be the right decision for the family.
I don't think, even if you had the electricity on 2 weeks ago, and I'm being harsh, but I don't think you would have hit your sales target to generate enough money in that short time, in a 2-week period, to pay your rent at your apartment and to pay your living cost. I really am sympathetic to your cause here at the moment. But you need to do some workings out. See, I wish I could tell you what to do, I just haven't got the solution.
The only other thing is to sell it.
Selling the bar might now be the only option, but the Joneses are prepared to do whatever it takes to remain in Spain.
Borrow money for the rent.
Yes.
Sell the property. We'll have to go find jobs. We'll have to do whatever. That is the only solution. There's no point going around in circles. That is the only solution.
I think you're about right. Give me a month at it, and I'll do my best in the month to get rid of it.
John will put the Skivers Rest back on the market.
Okay.
For the Joneses, the dream of owning a business is over.
They perhaps shouldn't have done it in hindsight, but they're obviously like living their lives on the edge by the sound of it, and we all live our life differently. Who are we to judge?
For one last time, James pulls the shutter down on the Skivers Rest. If they want to remain in Spain, they will have to find another way of earning money.
Don't know what I did in my past life, but it must have been something bloody awful.
Red fingers.
A week later, there's no trace of the Joneses on the Costa del Sol.
I'm sad. I know, it's mixed feelings.
They've moved 240 kilometres away to Baza, a peaceful country town where the cost of living is much lower and where they hope they can get themselves together without going back to Wigan.
England is about 1,600 odd mile.
Is it? No.
Get walking now, you might make it by next year.
They're trying to secure jobs while Becca's boyfriend James has flown back to England.
If I showed you my purse, I've got about €15 left in it. I feel angry. Things that were out of our control made it that we weren't given the opportunity to try and make a go of it.
Could always throw a penny in the wishing well.
What, do you want, an English penny or a...
Oh, no.
Spanish cent?
Exchange rate's better on an English penny.
Get better luck with the English penny.
For Dad Carl, this is not the end of the road. He is convinced his family will bounce back.
I think we've gone through about 3 to 4 recessions in our lifetime. We've pulled ourselves through. We'll do it again. Even if we get back to England and we lose the house, we'll just have to rent a house for the time being and start all over again. We'll get there.
I've chosen you 2 flavours.
The next week will be crucial for the Joneses. If they can't find a job, they will have to go back to the UK.
Hey, no, you're not supposed to swing on it.
The village of La Maze in rural France. Back in July, Matt and Helen Bradley knew they had just 3 months to turn his hypnotherapy skills into a viable business.
So you're walking along the beach and you look out to the seas.
So they could afford to continue living in France and building their dream home. That time is now up.
It's a matter of just building up a clientele, which means probably travelling around the Dordogne, Charon, Limousin, where there are more English speakers.
And Matt's not just thinking about the English-speaking market.
It's about building up the confidence in the French people as well, that an English person can do it. Actually, I'm putting the onus on them. It's actually me and my own confidence of doing it's the reality.
One way to expand his fledgling hypnotherapy business would be to start catering for the French clients too.
Et c'est pas grave. Okay.
But ex-builder Matt has a problem.
My French came through the building site, so that's half the words I can't use. Un ciment blanc.
Blanc.
Et une sac. Ils ont changé le fabricateur, non?
We used to go to night school. I already had kind of O-level French, but Matt didn't have any at all. And I just remember the first lesson being absolutely horrific. He had to say, Je m'appelle Mathieu. That's all he had to say, but he couldn't say it. And so she'd say, no, say it again. And he literally tried to say it about 30 times. It was just absolutely awful.
I've had to re-educate myself because I was appalling at French at school and came out with a classic statement to my French teacher, when am I ever going to use French?
Well, Matt might need his French today. As his first French hypnotherapy client has arrived, Sandrine.
I try to stop smoking alone, and it will be very difficult. I need someone to help me.
So what I say in the mornings is don't have a cigarette. So that's why she's early, because she's absolutely gagging for a fag, she's saying. I'm going to hypnotise her to think that I speak French. I'll go and give her this water because she'll be getting a little bit nervous, I should imagine, and try and prepare myself because I'm now. I thought I said 10:30. She got here at 10 to 10. Good then.
When I'm stopping someone smoking, that's a 25-page process.
Ok, on fait comme ça.
Ok.
Garde vos têtes tout droit, comme ça, et suis mon doigt avec vos yeux. Ok? Excellent.
You have to learn 25 pages of exact French.
Là. Parfait. Ok. Et maintenant, tu fais comme ça.
By the end of the session, both Matt's and Sandrine's anxieties have disappeared.
Donc, si vous voulez quelque chose pour ça, mais parce que du fil, je vais faire souvenir. Hein?
Très bien. C'est fini?
C'est fini?
Super.
Ouais.
Je suis détendue, c'est très bien. I feel good, very stressless, like if I was light.
Smoking's difficult because it's smoke. It's smoke and mirrors. But once you give it something solid like a colour, a shape, a form, when it's a real thing, you can get rid of it by putting it in a chest and kicking it off a cliff, for example. And it really works.
I don't want to smoke. I think I will never smoke now. Yeah. I'm zen.
She did say that she works with a lot of people and she knows a lot of people who want to come if it works. And it did work. I could see it go in there.
With Matt now more confident of working with French clients, the Bradleys can see the hypnotherapy business taking off.
I just had a sense of it this morning. I think we've got 6 people booked already for next week, and they're normally sort of fairly last minute. And again, it's word of mouth and there's more Dordogne people coming in.
What are you looking at? And why aren't you doing that skirt in the kitchen?
Because I've got another client coming in.
Never mind, you've got time. What time is it? You've got loads of time. Come on.
40 minutes is
Come on, then we can move the chops on. I definitely think it's a more viable business now than at the beginning. It was kind of a jokey thing at the beginning, but having seen just how many people have been affected by it and, whose lives have changed, you can't really deny it, can you?
It hasn't been easy for the Bradleys.
Could you try and find the perfect last stone for up there?
Oh, here we go. What about this one? Oh, it'll do.
That looks perfect to me, actually.
But as the summer draws to a close, their dream of growing a new business and building a home is finally becoming a reality.
Very proud of him. He always pulls it out of the bag, don't you, brothers?
I'm a very lucky guy, I really am, and I just didn't. I don't know how that happened.
In southern Spain on the Costa del Sol, the Skyvers Rest's shutters have been closed for nearly a month now. And And its former owners, the Jones family, are back home in England.
$2.40, thank you.
Wendy and Carl are running their new bar. 1,600 miles away.
How are you?
Not bad, thank you.
And just 10 minutes from their home.
There you go, sir. $2.30, please. Thank you very much.
The Joneses had sold everything to fund their life in Spain. And for Wendy in particular, it was a bruising experience, especially when they visited the bar one last time.
At 5 o'clock at night, we goes to the bar and they turn the electric on. It was heartbreaking.
2 of them, please.
So,
With no money left to buy the stock needed to open the bar, Wendy took the decision to pull the plug on their Spanish adventure.
I just had to say, enough's enough. I can't do this. I need to go home. Better day out today, isn't it?
Yes.
It was chucking it down with rain yesterday. It was horrible. I do believe we made the right decision to come back when we did. I think it would have been too much of a struggle if we'd have tried to carry on any longer. And to try borrowing any more money off family would have just put us further and further in debt than we already are.
But Wendy can see the light at the end of the tunnel, now that her and Carl have steady UK jobs along with daughter Becca.
Free more? Nothing's free in this place, love. In 2 years, with the plan we've got, hopefully we'll be back in the black everywhere. And then we can start looking forward as to what we're going to take on from there.
As for James, he's now living with Becca in North Manchester and looking for his next job.
It feels really good to be back in England. I do like the countryside. 5-10 minutes away from my house where I'm living now. I've got this. Speak the same language.
He's not abandoning the Spanish dream just yet and is confident that this isn't the end of the story.
Learning curve, a big one. It does annoy me that we did come back to the UK. I will miss Spain. And in the future, if me and Mrs. decide so, then we'll think about going back.
And it's not just James who regrets leaving the Skivers Rest.
I think about Spain a lot. We could have made it, but just the way things happen. And could have done with a bit more money, couldn't we? Yeah.
I wish it would have worked out because we had a lot of vision for that place and we were in the right spot, I think, for the potential customers that we wanted.
You don't sell pins, do you?
Actually, we do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Well, at least we could turn around and say we've done it.
Yeah, true.
When you give it a go, life's life. You can't just go, oh, I'm feeling so useless, I just want to drop everything. You just carry on.
But just 8 miles from the Skivers Rest, it is the end of an incredibly successful season for best friends Gary and Karen, owners of Sam's Bar.
I knew that we'd do okay, but I didn't believe that we'd do this well.
€6, thank you.
It exceeded expectations, which is just, for me, yeah, I'm definitely living the dream.
Do you want to sit just here at the front there? Yeah? Yeah, yeah. Come on. Sam's Fringarola, our little baby, our #1 bar.
Gary and Karen wanted to invest their profits in Gary's old bar in Benalmadena, also called Sam's.
That's lovely. Thanks very much, Dad. Thank you.
But the negotiations by Gary's lawyer have failed, and the bar is no longer for sale.
The one thing that I've learned in the short time I've been over it, you cannot get emotionally attached to a bar. You can't, because if you do that, then it sways your decisions and your thoughts and everything. In other words, you've got to be able to let things go as well.
But Gary and Karen haven't given up their expansion plans.
OK, well, now we're going through into the top part of our bar, which is where the bar as itself is then.
Today, they're looking at an old Spanish bar and restaurant that has just stopped trading. It's only 5 minutes from their bar in Fuengirola, but they have big plans for it.
All of the tiles, which goes nearly halfway up the wall, and it completely goes all the way around the whole bar, doesn't it? That's all going to be cladded with wood, so like tongued and grooved. So it comes in lines with the wooden beams we got in here and the wood that's going on. It's going to be predominantly a sports bar. This is what this is going to be. So as you come in this part of the bar alone, there's going to be 7 big TVs. So this is our kitchen, our
Very exciting kitchen.
in a difference to Sam's Fangarola, we're going more of a grill, aren't we?
A grill, bar and grill.
This is a professional, proper setup. And it's perfect for what we want to do with our menu, isn't it? There is a market there for it, and there certainly is a gap as well. We will be the biggest sports bar in Los Boliches. I'm bloody nervous now. It's massive. It's a big project, and it's a lot different for what Sam's Fangarola. This is a lot different.
The new bar will seat 120 people, 4 times as many as Sam's.
Don't want it.
We want the bar stools.
Yeah. Bar stools, yeah.
So these business partners are stretching themselves.
The lease ran about 80,000 euros.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, isn't it? But it will work. So we're looking to open this one now in mid-February. So we've got a lot of things to go on, apart from all the decor it needs doing and all the work it needs doing. It's also recruiting as well. The main work in here really is the cladding on the tiles. Goes all the way around the bar.
And it's very Spanish at the moment.
It's very Spanish, and that's going to cost us in a region of just over 5,000 euros. OK, now we're off to the lawyers now to go and actually just sign the contract for Sam's Los Boliches.
The opening is just 4 months away, but Gary and Karen are confident they can replicate the success of their first bar.
I've got to say, every day's a school day, and it's very, very true. You learn something every single day. We've learned from the success of the place. Large. Why not get on? I'm excited about how big this could actually become.
Yeah.
If truth be known, it's a big bar, and if we get it right, that's what excites me. We've got an exciting year ahead of us, for one reason or another, haven't we? And in different shapes and forms, and there's going to be challenges, but that's what gets me going anyway, to be honest with you. Life's boring otherwise, isn't it?
The Jones family have now moved on and is managing an even bigger pub in Greater Manchester. After 3 months on the market, the Skyver's Rest in Ben Almadena has not been sold yet. Since opening his hypnotherapy room, Matt has had over 200 customers. Hypnotherapy is now his primary income, and he is finally earning enough to support his family and the construction of their house. In Fuengirola, best friends Gary and Karen have just recruited another 10 staff and had a successful opening night for Sam's too, exactly 1 year after opening their first bar together. Next time, a brand new set of great escapers heading to Europe hoping to make a new life in the sun. 2 ex-Londoners race to open an exclusive business in rural France.
But absolutely right now that seems slightly impossible.
But have they bitten off more than they can chew?
Finish outside, finish bedrooms, finish swimming pool. It's basically just like finish everything.
Will a series of setbacks?
The more I walk, I get to the stage where I will just collapse.
Threaten the future of this Spanish bar?
So like before I couldn't leave Millie, now I can't leave Mum, so I can't go in and help Steve at the bar.
And the couple opening an observatory in France.
It's hugely important that this works because we don't actually have a plan B.
But will their dream be lost in translation?
I'm just not used to the French tape measures. Numbers are all in foreign.
Every year, thousands of Brits head to Europe for a dream new life.
To a dad, that is just pure pleasure.
This is heaven on earth.
But sunshine and scenery and a great lifestyle need to be paid for.
My bank is empty. We've got nothing left.
So to fund their fairy tale,
Get your little fishy when the boat comes in.
brave Brits are taking the plunge and going into business. On this series, we follow those expats.
Dave, you got any euros?
Setting up anything from bars and boat charters in Spain to vineyards and B&Bs in France.
Not happy. Not happy.
But will they flourish?
We're going to do it, we must do it properly.
Or will they fail?
Money doesn't grow on trees. It is life or death.
And can they really make a life in the sun pay?
Phone's broke down.
You are joking.
It went bang.
On today's show, two Londoners race to open a restaurant and B&B in France.
But absolutely right now, that seems slightly impossible.
But have they bitten off more than they can chew?
Finish outside, finish bedrooms, finish swimming pool. It's basically just like finish everything.
Will a series of setbacks?
The more I walk, I get to the stage where I will just collapse.
Threaten the future of this Spanish bar?
So like before I couldn't leave Millie, now I can't leave Mum, so I can't go in and help Steve at the bar.
And the couple opening an observatory in France.
It's hugely important that this works because we don't actually have a plan B.
But will their dream be lost in translation?
I'm just not used to the French tape measures. Numbers are all in foreign.
In France, there are more Michelin-starred restaurants than anywhere else in the world, and it's easy to see why. The country is home to 400 different types of cheese and many vineyards, which produce some of the most expensive vintage wines in the world. And now it's become a top destination for Brits looking to make a livelihood in this food lover's paradise.
What a white one. I literally now feel that I'm about to live off the land. This is like the final frontier.
This hamlet near Vertillac in the southwest of France has just become home to Londoners Joe Gell and partner Alice Barnett, who are setting up their own restaurant and B&B.
You do this for the lifestyle, and you do this because it's something that you love doing. And we're never going to be millionaires, but look where we live, and look at our standard of living is amazing. The food we eat is amazing. It's worth all the money in the world.
Joe and Alice moved here 5 months ago to take over La Lunaire. This collection of beautifully renovated farmhouse buildings is set in its own stunning grounds, with a swimming pool and panoramic views of the local area. Joe and Alice could only dream of being able to afford something like this in the south of England.
Probably most people our age have decided to have children by now, and we decided to get a restaurant instead.
Joe and Alice do have previous experience of running restaurants, but they've never run a B&B, so the pressure is on. They've got a lot on their plate before they can start earning. Priority number 1 is to open the restaurant in time for Easter, and that's in just 9 days' time.
List of jobs to do, it literally is finish restaurant, finish kitchen, finish outside, finish bedrooms, finish swimming pool. It's basically just like finish everything.
Today, Joe's working on the kitchen. It was once a stable block. Now she wants it to be fitted out with all the mod cons a chef needs.
They're prep benches, so they're easy to clean, and yeah, I've got 2 of those. Get a massive cooker in as well. But yeah, so it's going to be our kitchen eventually.
Meanwhile, Alice is throwing herself into transforming the dining area.
This will be the restaurant. In the summer, we'll have a ton of people outside as well, with all the doors open, which will be gorgeous. But right now, it's going to be Easter. It's going to probably be quite cold, so that's where they go.
Looks nice in here, doesn't it? Ready for service. Yeah.
The minute before we open on Easter weekend, I think we'll be so scared. I think I'll just be, we'll be running on adrenaline and absolutely falling over with complete terror. The first customer that walks through the door, I have to try not to be that sort of, oh my God, you're here and you need stuff and I need to do stuff.
I'm excited. This is what we've always wanted. So, you know, for us, it's brilliant. Yeah, I'm excited and scared. Both of those things.
So far, things are looking promising, with the bookings diary filling up. But with the kitchen and dining room still to finish and a menu to plan, Joe and Alice have plenty to keep them busy.
You know, at the end of the day, when we open the doors, this has to be perfect. Our customers have to come in and we are doing that old cliche thing about the duck with the legs whizzing, but by the time we open our doors, which is only 1 week from now really, we have to be serene and calm, and it's just like, come on in, may I get you an aperitif? But absolutely right now that seems slightly impossible.
Javier on the Costa Blanca. Lying in the shadow of the Montgo Mountain and one of the most popular resorts in the region. The town started attracting Brits more than 30 years ago who fell for the area's clear blue seas, stunning beaches and endless sunshine. They loved it so much that many of these expat visitors have never left, taking advantage of the bargain property prices. A 3-bed townhouse here can be bought for under £50,000. Steve Stallion, his fiancée Kelly and mother-in-law Gail have been here for 5 months now, living their dream life of running a bar in the sun.
I think living in Spain is amazing.
Yes, living.
It's an amazing way of life.
Yes.
Absolutely love it.
And you feel like you've got a good life. And that's what I think is important to us. That's
Yeah.
what we always strive for, is a good workplace, but then also having a place where we live, where, you know, we can, like on our day off, go to the beach.
With just a tiny renovation budget of €10,000, the Stallions have turned a disused club into a family bar and grill, Gecko.
It's a bit surreal, actually. We're now making our own money, which is brilliant.
The cash to make this happen has come from Gail's savings, but the family are convinced they can earn it back by serving high-end food.
Here we got some really high cuisine. That was really perfect.
Everything was freshly from the market. Really enjoyed it, yes.
It's now August. The town is packed with holidaymakers. Despite many bars offering cheaper food and drink, Steve and Gail are sticking to their upmarket menu.
Pasta. The feedback is so good. We've got so many positive people on our side that I do feel positive about it.
But to help cut costs, Steve's running the bar with a skeleton staff, and that means he and Gail are both working 6 long days a week.
And then there's 3 burgers, Gecko burgers.
3 special burgers at £9.50.
Tonight is starting well. These customers have just ordered the most expensive burgers on the menu, and a special salmon dish too.
I'd go for the salmon. It's delicious. And what else?
It's got...
Is it with risotto?
Yeah.
Oh, and then that's the last of the 7.
But there's a problem.
What?
There's been crossed wires between Steve and the waitress.
Made the wrong order.
Steve has prepared one too many of the expensive salmon dishes, and the customers are short of a burger. It's a mistake which is going to cost him money and a possible bad review.
Shouldn't happen, you know what I mean? But I'm tired and taking their order and I'm not listening, and then I wrote it down and then I couldn't find the pads where I put it, and I was like, no, they definitely have.
Did it board again?
No, it's fine. Doc, just tell them 2 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe we didn't write it down. Usually we write it down and put it in the kitchen. Could be our fault.
Over to Gail to try to limit the damage.
We do apologise for getting your order wrong. The burger's on its way. Free drink. Is the food okay?
Gail has rescued Steve's mistake, and the night is back on track.
They refused the drink and said not to worry. So the one guy said all night. I said, I knew you were going to cash in on it.
But with the season now in full swing, a tired chef and an understaffed bar, will they be able to keep up the good work? Confilon in southwest France, a tiny town that's home to just 3,000 people. This tranquil spot is famous for its stunning 13th century granite bridge and is surrounded by miles upon miles of rolling countryside.
Where's the blue ball bench? Did you find it in the end?
And for former university researchers Sue and Andrew Davis, it's the perfect location to launch their unusual new business. Andrew's passion is astronomy, and this area has some of the darkest and clearest skies in the whole of France.
I started being interested in astronomy when I was about 11. And been hooked ever since. I saw the rings of Saturn through a telescope when I was at grammar school, and that was it.
Andrew and Sue have left Cheshire for a new life in Confilon. They're hoping to turn their passion into profit by setting up their own observatory and adjoining B&B. This ordinary rundown farm will soon become what they're calling an astro farm.
It's somewhere where people can come and relax and enjoy the night sky. So I think Astro Farm is more my dream than it is Sue's.
Well, you're the astro bit, I'm the farm bit, aren't I? So
You're farming.
We've got 4 letters each, so it's quite fair. It's quite fair.
Sue and Andrew's new home includes a bungalow, 3 outbuildings and 2.5 acres of land.
So the actual house was €55,000, which is probably around about 45,000 sterling at the time when we bought. A bargain.
Absolute bargain.
They're now spending around €30,000 turning a stable into an accommodation block and clearing the land. Building the observatory itself will cost them another €10,000, and their tight budget means they have just 3 months to complete it before they run out of cash to live on.
It's hugely important that this works because we don't actually have a plan B, do we?
No.
We don't have any other form of income, so in terms of making a living out of being here, we need to make enough to live on, to survive.
It's now August. Andrew and Sue still need to build the accommodation for visitors who are coming in autumn, the start of the best stargazing season. They need to put up walls, plaster, plumb in a bathroom and decorate. And to cut costs, they're doing it all themselves.
You do the roughy-tufty stuff with the big drills.
I do the building.
And the knocking down. You quite like the knocking down.
You do the making good.
And I do the planning. Yeah, I put it all back together, sorted out. We've done this. This is us. Entirely us. Our graft. Our ideas, our vision.
But for now, it seems there's an issue with Andrew's building skills.
It doesn't help. For some reason, I don't know why, I tend to measure things and I see things differently than they actually are. Once I've cut this, it's not going to fit up there because it's a different measurement.
I've got to find a way of filling that now because he didn't quite measure it correctly, so I shall have to bring my skills to bear now, won't I,
Crack on.
to fill all the gaps up.
Once boarded, the next job will be plastering and decorating before building enough bunk beds for 8 guests.
I have.
Let's see.
It actually fits. I don't believe it. Oh, there's a little gap.
Oh no, what's this big gap this side of the wood? Look how far it goes off, look, from a
Listen,
third.
for me...
Quite good for you, yeah.
So I've got to trim it. No, not quite. I'm just not used to the French tape measures.
It's the foreign numbers on it, isn't it?
The numbers are all in foreign. I wish I'd learnt French when I was at school.
I said last night when I came in here, I can't believe what he's done. Absolutely amazing.
Ta-da!
We can... It's not bad. You're getting better.
It's not bad
what
for me.
What a shame you've nearly finished now. You've got the hang of it. Hooray!
Job 1 done, but there's still a stack to do. Sue and Andrew have a long way to go.
We'll get done what we get done. We can't work any more hours than we're working now unless we actually give up on sleep altogether. What will be done will be done.
On the outskirts of Vertiac, Joe and Alice have been working round the clock, turning an old stable block into a top-class restaurant, which they'll call à table. They've made great progress, clearing, painting and furnishing the dining room, ready for an Easter opening.
We wanted to go for a little bit eclectic without... we definitely don't want to be pretentious. So shabby chic is probably what we like, really, isn't it?
You can lose your big red wine glass. It's just a way of being shabby, but in a good way, isn't it?
Easter weekend is just around the corner, and bookings for their opening are coming in thick and fast.
We had a rough idea of how many people it would seat, but then as soon as you get your bookings in, you then have to think, oh, actually, can we set the tables up in that way?
It'll be easier in the summer when we have the outside, we have the terrace outside, and then we can seat more people, and also, you know, things will be different in the fact that we don't have to kind of squidge people in.
People change, they phone up every day and say, oh, we're a 3, now we're a 4, now we're a 2, this and the other, and we're only really small, so it's sort of it is a little bit of a juggle with the tables.
They fitted the oven and prep areas in the kitchen to meet the needs of head chef Joe.
It's really, really nice to have been able to design my own kitchen. We only got the fridge 2 days ago and the cooker 2 days ago. I mean, I love having like all my herbs and spices and vinegars and oils, you know, within easy reach, which I didn't before. They were like halfway across the kitchen. So that's all going to really work for me.
But it's one thing having a good kitchen, quite another to run a successful service. And everything is riding on their opening night.
It's the first weekend, so, you know, having the customers here for the first time, I think we're providing them a real treat. We're not going to make any money this weekend, but we are going to serve something that I think is really lovely.
It's early morning.
Got it. Got bags. Good. Excellent.
And Joe and Alice are heading to nearby Vertiac to pick up the ingredients for tomorrow's service. The south of France is famed for its food markets, selling the freshest of ingredients and French delicacies to streams of customers. Vertiac is no different. Unless you turn up at 7 a.m.
Bonjour. Ça va? Oui, ça va bien, merci.
With 17 people booked in for the grand opening, Joe and Alice are determined to beat the rush.
Yeah, you have to get here really, really early. It's normally busier than this, the market, but this particular stall is so popular because it's local, organic produce, and they do sell out. So when we're buying in restaurant quantities, we need to get here as he's jumping out of the car. Grab it off him.
I'm going to take all this kale.
You're going to go for all of it?
I don't know. I should have probably just taken the box, shouldn't I? It's just the best kale. It's amazing. Converts people that don't even like it.
Yeah, that's really true.
It's a lot to do still, but it's nice to be starting cooking, getting the produce in, and yeah, excited and terrified.
Back from the shops.
À table is well off the beaten track, so with no passing trade, they're going to have to rely on word of mouth. Joe's hoping an Easter-themed feast will get people talking, So tomorrow she's serving softly boiled eggs to start, roast spring lamb and a hot cross bun dessert.
Yeah, I've got the hot cross buns, the stock which is on now, blanch the asparagus, boil the eggs, boil and peel the eggs, do the spuds. What I'll do is with the spuds, they're going to be fondant potatoes, so I will cook them in the stock, and then tomorrow I'll cook them off again. Hopefully by the time the opening weekend comes, I will have very little to do. You know, it will just be a matter of getting heat into things and getting it on a plate.
Out front, Alice is adding the finishing touches to the dining area.
Everything has to match and be kind of perfect in that way. So you come and feel like you're being so looked after, and yeah, decent wine glasses. We go to some restaurants which have really rubbishy little tatty wine glasses and things like that. We don't really like that. We're not top of the range by any stretch, but we want it to be comfortable and enjoyable and a little bit of luxury for sure.
In just 24 hours' time, the first diners will be seated.
Oh, it looks great.
I'd want to come and eat here, wouldn't you?
It's beginning to look like a restaurant.
But the big question is, will all Alice and Joe's efforts be worth it when the doors of a table open for the very first time?
I'm going to be nervous from the first minute that we open the doors tomorrow, without doubt. How about you?
I'm nervous until the last plate goes out, and then I'm drinking champagne.
It's been a month since former university researchers Sue and Andrew arrived in Confilon to build a stargazing B&B on a rundown farm.
Once the building's done, I'm retired.
Yeah.
That's me doing my hobby 24/7.
And I can't complain, I can't moan at him that, you know, you're not stopping out again all night looking at those stars. They're the same ones as last night. I really don't see the point. You did it last night, they haven't done anything different, have they? No. How tedious.
They've now boarded out the accommodation block, which will cater for 8 astronomers. But for now, to make the most of the summer sun, they're leaving the bunkhouse and starting work on the observatory itself.
Tell you what though, we haven't half got fit since we've been here. We both lost loads of weight.
The observatory needs to be away from the main house to take full advantage of the dark night skies, so that means making an entire building from scratch.
We're digging out the footings for the observatory, which is really, it's like a big garage. So we've got to have a really firm base before it goes in because of the weight of it. This particular observatory will have one telescope up at the top, and the roof will roll off.
But Sue and Andrew have a tight renovation budget and are using all their savings. So to make the money stretch, the centrepiece to their business will be a €1,200 flat-packed shed.
It's like a bottom-end market conservatory, really, isn't it? It's a wooden shed on a platform.
And they've also found a way to cut corners on their catering facilities.
It was an outside loo, and we've converted it into a little coffee shop so people don't have to truck all the way to the other end for teas, coffees and hot chocolate during the night in the winter.
But it's the observatory's perfect location that Andrew hopes will attract guests.
So we need an unobstructed view south, which is why this observatory is at this end of the field. So we've got the field in front of us and then 240 miles of national park to the south. So we've got no street lights, we've got no sort of obstructions in the way.
Sue and Andrew want the observatory open in 7 weeks. For just 2 people, there's still a vast amount to do. So they've come up with a clever plan to get them to the finishing line, bribing friends with the lure of the stars.
So we're sort of doing like a mini exchange type thing. So they come and do 4 hours, 5 hours a day, and we provide board and lodge for them, pick them up from the airport, drop them back again, which is what we're doing this morning.
Today, Andrew is heading off to the airport to pick up his friend Dave to help with the precision build of the observatory.
Here we are. Welcome to Limoges Airport. Hey, buddy, you all right, mate? Good to see you.
Yeah, you too, mate.
Good flight?
Yeah, fantastic.
Brilliant, excellent. Dave is an engineer by trade, so he's very technically minded, very precise. So the plan is, I got the foundation done yesterday, and then tomorrow I'll go and buy some sand and cement, and we'll put the block work in on top of the foundation.
Cool.
And start unpacking the observatory and start putting that up.
But even with the priceless help from friends, it's still going to be tight getting the observatory ready on time.
Welcome to the farm.
In Javier on the Costa Blanca, it's a landmark moment for the stallion family.
Got her little juice box and snack box ready. I'm so excited.
It's the first day of nursery for Kelly and Steve's daughter, Millie.
Good job, well done. Wow, you're going to look so pretty.
Millie has just turned 2.5 and so far has been looked after by Mum Kelly. Starting school means Kelly will now be able to help out at the understaffed bar.
Keep going, kiss.
Have a lovely day at school, though, baby. Oh, I love you. See you at lunchtime. Oh, wipe it away.
Steve and Kelly have chosen a fee-paying bilingual school in town where pupils are taught in Spanish and English. In the UK, a similar school would have cost the stallions around £1,000 a month. Here, it costs about a quarter of that.
We have to pay for this school. I think it's €240 a month.
We would have taken the step a long time ago in England if we could have afforded it. We really would have.
I don't think we'd put Millie into private school in England, though, would we?
No, whereas we couldn't afford private school.
And after a trial run, Kelly and Steve are confident they've chosen well.
You know, we walked in the classroom, she took her in to play with some little kids, and someone, you know, the teacher took us and walked us around and explained things to us. It just felt right, it felt good.
Hey, baby girl. Wait a minute, let's do your shoesies. Have a kiss. I'm gonna miss you. Put your baggie on. Right. Excited.
5 minutes later, without so much as a tear,
It's just hard leaving her.
it's the first childcare-free morning for Steve and Kelly.
I'm really excited for her.
He's really excited for her.
Yeah, I don't particularly want you to. I want to stay in the parking lot for the whole 4 hours, really,
Yeah.
so I'm right there.
I feel good, but I also feel sick as well.
I want to buy a house right next door to the school so I can actually... That's how I feel. We can actually spend some time together, baby.
I know.
But Steve and Kelly's plans are short-lived.
Is that Mum?
What?
Mum? Mum?
As they get home to find Grandma Gail is in agony.
You okay? Do you want me to get an ambulance out?
Get me some paracetamol for the cupboard.
Okay.
She's gone up to go to the toilet and she can't move.
Right, okay.
It's like somebody's got a poker and they're poking me in the back and then it affects this whole leg.
I think we have to call an ambulance.
Okay.
I've had back problems all my life. It's just that I've never had it so intensified and for so long. The more I walk, I get to the stage where I will just collapse. I can't walk.
This is a massive blow for the stallions. Gail can't stand up, so will no longer be able to work in the bar.
Usually if someone's sick or if they're throwing up, you can kind of say, right, we need to go to the hospital because they're dehydrating. But with something like this, only Mum can gauge and tell us what she needs. I've never seen my mum like she's not one to cry from pain. So when she was in tears just now, yeah. I think what worries me is that, obviously, the language barrier. I'm just scared that, you know, I don't know.
There's an emergency number for the doctors. There's 2 different ambulances we can call.
But now it's opening time, so Steve has to leave Kelly to look after her mum.
I've got to set the bar up. If you just call if you need it, okay? So I can be back in 10 minutes. Need it, okay?
Okay.
And and Kelly's prospects of helping out at the bar have disappeared.
And it's hard because obviously there's so few of us to work at the bar. I mean, I could go in, but I can't leave Mum now. So like before I couldn't leave Millie, now I can't leave Mum, so I can't go in and help Steve at the bar.
You know, she's 62, so she's she's got great energy, but physically you get to a point where your body's like, oh man, there's only so much you can do.
This couldn't have happened at a worse time. It's peak season and the bar is understaffed. Will the Stallions be able to handle this family crisis?
Count.
1, 2, 3.
Usually you do 5.
Oh.
How's it feeling? Push.
1, 2, 3. Enough?
In the Dordogne, it's the grand opening of Joe and Alice's restaurant. They need to prepare 5 courses ready for the 24 customers who are booked in for a fine dining experience.
I came to work at 2 o'clock this morning and I had a little bit of a sleep. But we're good, I think.
But just a couple of hours before service, there's a problem. The one and only waitress hasn't shown up.
Hey, salut, Josephine, it's Alice. I'm just hoping that you're still going to come and work with me today. Give me a call back, let me know what's going on. See you later, bye. If she doesn't turn up, I don't know.
But while it might not be going to plan out front, Joe is feeling confident about the food.
My amuse-bouche is prawn with mango salsa. My starter is egg and soldiers. That's asparagus spears wrapped in truffle-seasoned bread with smoked salmon, crispy dippy egg, hollandaise sauce and pea shoots. My main's roasted leg of lamb with all the trimmings. And then dessert is called Who Lost the Hot Cross Buns? That's because bread and butter pudding in French is pain perdu, which means lost bread. And that's coming with a bitter orange sauce and some beautiful salted caramel ice cream, which is made just up the road by the Happy Cows up the road.
And all that topped off with a cheese board.
We're feeling confident, aren't we, Sharon?
She's serving everything with the help of friend and sous chef Sharon.
We are cooking on gas then.
But they're not cooking on gas for very long. Their brand new kitchen is having a few teething problems.
We've had a bit of a problem with wiring. This oven doesn't work because it keeps fusing everything. So, we don't have this oven. We do have this oven, which is wonderful.
We have managed to produce things without a cooker before.
30 people on a camping stove.
Yep, we did it.
Yep, because you're very good and I'm not too bad.
It's now just over an hour until opening, and Alice's waitress still hasn't shown up.
People will turn up in an hour, there's no question. I am so far off being set up. Anyway.
So Joe's mum, Tanya, has been drafted in to help. But she's not quite meeting Alice's exacting standards.
Good, I think it's coming together. Might have a little tiny sort out. A little tiny. She's gonna kill me. I'll put a plate down on that. It's like that big.
But thankfully, just before the customers are due, the missing waitress turns up after a confusion over the start time. With customers arriving, Jo needs to get a dozen plates of softly boiled eggs with her asparagus soldiers out to the tables.
If you chop the tops off, they're absolutely fine. Just, chill out how they are. If you leave the tops on, they'll overcook.
They'll carry on.
Sorry.
Right, okay.
But there's a problem with the eggs.
It's not dippy enough, they're supposed to be dippy eggs.
It's too late to worry now. The customers are waiting to deliver their verdicts. In Compilation, Sue and Andrew are racing to get their stargazing B&B ready for their opening. So this week, their friend Dave has just flown in to help build the observatory from scratch.
Ding, 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 ding. We should probably get the mayor to come up and do this, shouldn't we? You ready? Ta-da!
It's finally time to start building.
Go to the other side and we'll take a corner each. To the unveiling.
We're going back.
The observatory. But just how complicated can it be?
Destructions. Go on, you go and read.
I know I was going to put them somewhere safe.
No, you go and read.
Oh, was it all in French?
Oh, I don't know, no, wait. Yes.
Yeah. It's all pictures, actually, it's not too bad. Andrew does the actual hammering and I read the instructions carefully.
Men don't read instructions.
No, men don't read instructions.
Highly overrated.
Men just grab a screwdriver and a hammer.
It's more fun to try and work it out like doing a jigsaw without a picture. It's a garage, basically, that we've bought that needs constructing together, but it's got the right shaped roof. That means that we can do that separately and make it a roll-on, roll-off for the observatory. So this is quite a big day for us, opening the blue box.
And Andrew reckons the flat-pack shed is a bargain.
I mean, out of all the observatories that I've built, this is probably going to be the easiest.
How many observatories have you built, though?
None yet. I've got a shed.
Andrew can't wait to start.
You can't imagine how excited I am.
But building a roof that can roll on and off with the flick of a switch will need careful planning.
The shed itself is it's like building a normal shed. The challenge is going to be getting the roof to roll smoothly and just roll back far enough and not too far and level so that it doesn't roll back on its own and roll forward on its own.
What's the worst that can go wrong?
The worst that could possibly go wrong is we don't get the shed built.
Not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. So, yeah, we'll get the shed built.
We'll get the shed built. We'll have a roof that moves.
Dave's only here for 2.5 more days, and this job is taking much longer than expected. They've spent a couple of hours just unpacking this shed. And with light fading, the real work is now going to have to start tomorrow.
I'm really impressed with that roof.
Doesn't take much to make you happy, does it, darling?
I've got a shed.
He's so pleased. Pleased with his shed.
I've got a shed.
But the next morning, there's a setback. Heavy rain means that work on the observatory has to be abandoned.
So today, for the first time, we've actually been driven indoors and had to have a change of plan because we've got torrential rain and howling gales.
So while Andrew and Dave head off into town to get building supplies, it's a chance for Sue to paint the guest accommodation.
Yeah, that's nice. Lovely covering. Oh, look at that rain now. The real satisfying thing here is that when we look round, we've done this. And that's been really nice because we've had the chance to sort of talk and it's transformed the relationship, it really has. We've loved just being just him and me here with the dogs and the cats. It's probably been better than even having a holiday. Oh, there's the boys.
Thankfully, the rain passes and it can finally be all hands on deck.
Hopefully, if the weather plays along, we'll get this up. By the end of the week, I'll have a fully functioning observatory.
But there's still a mountain of work to get through, and time is going very quickly.
The plan is, there is no plan.
I've got a plan, I've even got it written in the diary. I haven't looked at it for a long time, so I've got no idea how far off plan we are.
Share it with me, Mum.
We just put our heads down and get on with it, really. We're just ploughing through the work.
We know where we've got to be in 6.5 weeks' time. And we know what needs doing to get there.
In the French Dordogne at Joe and Alice's restaurant, the grand opening weekend is underway.
We shall bring you a drink and we'll be right with you.
Today, rave reviews are essential in order to drum up future business.
We're a destination place. I mean, you can see we're in the middle of nowhere.
You can't find us. We don't advertise, so we are totally word of mouth.
Jo's hoping her lavish 5-course Easter menu at just €19.50 a head will get the locals talking.
I think it's going to be a nice meal. I think it's, yeah, I'm not making a load of money, but we're doing good stuff.
For the starter, Jo has made soft-boiled egg and asparagus soldiers, and they've gone down a storm.
Compliments to the chef.
Clean plates are a great sign, and in the kitchen, Jo's now turning her attention to the main course.
3 lamb straight away and a chicken.
A choice of roast chicken or lamb with local organic vegetables.
OK, so exactly the same, but it's got lamb gravy. Is that a problem, you think? That'll be all right. Yeah, but it's not up to you.
All Jo's prep seems to be paying off with a smooth service.
If it's not nice, I'll drink it. I'll give you something else.
Finally, time for dessert of bread and butter pudding made from hot cross buns.
We're on desserts now. Almost done. It's almost done. We're about to crack open the champagne and, yeah, applaud ourselves.
And the diners are already singing Jo's praises.
They're like, the chappie in the kitchen's doing a fabulous job.
The chap?
A fabulous job.
Yeah, so I always get called Monsieur. I'm exhausted. It's the end of the weekend and, yeah, I'm absolutely shattered. But I think everyone's having a good time. We've made absolutely no money. And hopefully we've provided people with an excellent meal.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, I will.
Everyone's happy?
Wiping their plates.
Brilliant. No washing up to do, which is good because we've got no water in the kitchen.
Perfect.
Absolutely
wonderful. One of the best meals we've had since we've been in France, and we've been here a number of years.
So the favourite dish for me was the starter, so the sort of retake on sort of boiled eggs and soldiers. So that was the best bit for me. So very creative, very tasty, different flavours. Yeah, really good idea.
Beautiful presentation and lovely food ideas. We thought it was lovely.
Excellent meal, very good. Beautiful meal, most enjoyable. We will return.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yeah, let's crack the good stuff. Now that the customers are gone.
Yeah.
Let's get the posh stuff out.
Well done, everyone. This is our opening weekend.
Yeah, opening weekend. Woo!
Nice one, everyone.
If Jo and Alice carry on like this, they will be well on the way to making a success of the first stage of their new business. Now they can start thinking about their B&B. Next time.
This is really crucial. They've got to get this absolutely level.
Sue and Andrew race towards opening day.
This could be a complete disaster.
But will they finish in time?
Because it's all trial and error, and of course there isn't a lot of room for error now.
It's a big day on the Costa Blanca as Steve and Kelly work together for the very first time.
Steve and I worked together before and it didn't go so well. And we tended to argue quite a lot. Like, we'd be in the kitchen and be like, and then we'd go out front and be like, hi, how are you?
And just 24 hours before its first guests arrive.
Some people like hairdryers, somewhere to hang your clothes up, really.
It's time for the finishing touches at Jo and Alice's B&B.
The sticky labels have been up for quite a long time and none of it has really been done.
Every year, thousands of Brits head to Europe for a dream new life.
I feel relaxed already.
And breathe.
But sunshine and scenery and a great lifestyle need to be paid for.
We have to get going
because that's what we're here for, to run a B&B.
So to fund their fairy tale,
champagne tastes and lemonade money.
brave Brits are taking the plunge and going into business.
What could go wrong?
On this series, we follow those expats, setting up anything from bars and boat charters in Spain
Suddenly, all hell breaks loose.
to vineyards and B&Bs in France.
We're in trouble.
But will they flourish? Or will they fail?
We have no money. Oh, la la.
And can they really make a life in the sun pay?
If we don't give it a go now, there's always going to be that what if.
No pain, no gain.
On today's show,
This is really crucial. They've got to get this absolutely level.
an unusual B&B races towards opening day.
This could be a complete disaster.
But will its rookie owners complete the building work?
It's all trial and error, and of course there isn't a lot of room for error now.
It's a big day on the Costa Blanca as a couple work together at their bar for the very first time.
See, Steve and I worked together before and it didn't go so well. Well, we tended to argue quite a lot. Like, we'd be in the kitchen and be like, "Grr," and then we'd go out front and be like, hi, how are you?
And just 24 hours before its first guests arrive,
Some people like hair dryers, somewhere to hang your clothes up.
it's time for the finishing touches for this French B&B.
Sticky labels have been up for quite a long time and none of it has really been done.
The Dordogne, the Valley of 1,000 Castles and one of the most beautiful areas of France. 3,500 square miles of stunning countryside, traditional chateaux and historic villages. It's no surprise that this is one of the most popular places tourists choose to visit and Brits choose to settle.
The size of this lemon now, it's ridiculous.
That's like someone who's given these plants magic potion.
Jo Gell and her partner Alice Barnett from London have moved to this complex of country houses just outside the town of Vertillac, where they are setting up a restaurant and B&B, and they're not missing the UK at all.
Don't miss getting on the tube. 1 hour each way to work with people staring at you and shoving you. Now, yeah, walking across the garden as a commute is lovely.
But we do go back to London, and it's really actually very nice to be able to dip in and then come back here.
Jo and Alice have just opened their new restaurant, À Table, to rave reviews.
Perfect.
Absolutely
One
wonderful.
Of the best meals we've had since we've been in France, and we've been here a number of years.
Well, this is a little amuse-bouche.
Beautiful meal, most enjoyable. We will return.
We do have word of mouth, and it's brilliant. I mean, we have a packed-out restaurant, you know, every time we open now, which is amazing.
People book without knowing what the menu is.
I never know what's going to be in season, and it's all it's locally sourced and it's organic.
And that's exciting.
And now, still revelling in their gastronomic success, they're hoping to make their B&B a hit too.
So this is our new B&B, or it will be, hopefully. We have 4 ensuite bedrooms. This is étoile, which means star. This one, it's the biggest king-size room, but Joe's mum said we're not allowed to call it kings because most of our customers are actually French and they have a really bad association with monarchy.
But whereas the couple have previous restaurant experience, this is totally uncharted territory.
There's quite a lot to do. We've never run a B&B before, so we are trying to kind of figure out how you do it. It can't be that hard.
Over the last month, Jo and Alice have concentrated on furnishing their restaurant, which means that work on the B&B is a bit behind schedule.
I've walked around and put some sticky labels on walls and furniture just to remind us of what we need to do. So yeah, we're missing the finessing of everything. We're missing mirrors, some people like hair dryers, somewhere to hang your clothes up, really.
With their first group booking in just 6 days' time,
Might need replacing a few of them.
they need to get painting, and fast.
Yeah, we fell a little bit behind with this room. And this is the last room to finish. So it'll be wonderful when it's done.
So to give them the best chance of hitting their deadline, it's all hands on deck. Joe's hands, that is.
If I put a shelf up myself, I would never put one of my most precious objects on it because I just would think it would crash to the floor in a minute.
The paint is going on thick and fast, but with the guests only a few days away, have they got time to make this B&B into something really special?
We just need all of it to be ready as soon as possible. It's dragged on.
Charente in southwest France. This unspoilt and sparsely populated region is one of the quietest in France. The absence of light pollution from the big cities makes it the ideal place to enjoy nature and observe the night skies. And that's just what drew keen astronomer Andrew Davis and his wife Sue here. Sue and Andrew paid just €60,000, around £45,000 at the time, for this farmhouse and 2.5 acres of land just outside the town of Compilation. They hope to open an observatory with attached accommodation so stargazing tourists can also enjoy this peaceful part of the world.
That whole laid-back lifestyle is very much us. Here, it's the way everybody lives.
They've been working on the interior decoration as a team and now just have the bunk beds left to build.
Are you holding? So if I let go of this, it's not going to drop?
It depends on what the weight's like, your end.
It dropped. Up a bit. Stop. Down a bit. Stop.
I'm the project manager, without a doubt.
Definitely.
Project manager.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sue tells me what to do, when to do it, and in what order. And I just go and do it. I tell you what, Lovey, these ain't going anywhere.
But if he likes to feel he's in charge, bless him, then I'm not going to argue with him. It makes him feel good about himself. Happier now that we've got that.
Well done. Let's get the first people in. When are they coming?
The centrepiece of their new venture will be a fully kitted out observatory. Before they can welcome paying guests, they need to finish the most important job of all, fitting the rolling roof. It's a very technical job, so Andrew's flown in his engineer friend Dave from England to help.
Because I don't know what I'm doing, I'm literally following Dave's advice. Thank God I've got Dave here. Can I get this done for, well, before I go, really?
The measuring again, which is never a good thing if Andrew's in charge. But this is really crucial. They've got to get this absolutely level because the way the roof rolls. It's all trial and error, and of course there isn't a lot of room for error now at this stage.
Getting there, getting there. That's probably going to be my catchphrase. On my coffin will say, "Here lies the body of Andrew Davis." Getting there.
Dave's expert knowledge is key to fixing the roof, but he has a plane to catch in just 2 hours.
This is an 11 o'clock call.
You joking?
Like that? Yeah.
The rolling roof is designed to slide halfway back over the observatory to allow their guests to use the telescope in the open air. The other half will remain undercover, creating a warm environment to analyse computer data. It's a complicated build and the mechanism needs to be in place before Dave leaves.
He's not going back to the airport until we've done it, so he may miss his flight.
Fine, no problem.
This is your 12 o'clock warning.
We've got half an hour.
At last, a roll on, roll off roof.
Very pleased.
How, buddy?
Well done, matey. Well done. I have a roof that moves.
That's your lot. Fine. That's it. That's your lot, boy.
And just in the nick of time, the mechanism's finished.
What do you think, Lovey?
That's wonderful. Massive step forward, and we can't thank you enough, really, for what you've put in, because I couldn't have done it with him.
It's been bloody hard work. Bloody hard work. But it's been fantastic to help these guys get to this stage.
It's a bit overwhelming that someone would give up their holiday, precious holiday days, to actually come and work so hard for us, and then to say afterwards that he really enjoyed it and he's loved being part of it.
They've got the passion and the desire to do it, so I think they'll make a good go of it.
But will Sue and Andrew be able to finish the tricky job now they're back on their own?
See you in a bit.
Spain. One of the most laid-back countries in Europe and the favourite destination for thousands of Brits looking for a new life abroad. Long lunches and even the traditional siesta are still the norm for many residents here, who take their time to really enjoy life in the sun. Steve Stallion, his fiancée Kelly and mother-in-law Gail have been living in the town of Javier for 5 months now, and they're running a large bar called Gecko.
Like, I do sit here now and I think, wow, how lucky are we to live here?
But
And that's nice, and I appreciate, and you feel like you've got a good life.
It's the peak of the summer season. With tourists flooding the Javier seafront, the Stallions hope they can cash in on this. But they're one man down. Gail has been bedridden for 4 days due to a bad back.
It's like somebody's got a poker and they're poking me in the back. I've had back problems all my life. It's just that I've never had it so intensified.
And it's hard because obviously there's so few of us to work at the bar. I mean, I could go in, but I can't leave Mum now. So like before I couldn't leave Millie, now I can't leave Mum, so I can't go in and help Steve at the bar. Push.
1, 2, 3. Enough?
But just a couple of weeks later, there's good news. Gail is finally out and about, and she's visiting English expat and massage practitioner Amanda.
Gail couldn't move, she couldn't get out of the bed actually. She was a lot of inflammation in the kind of sciatic area. So we just cooled it down and we just calmed her down. So today we're just going to do a relaxing massage and just work on just keeping that body in balance.
Amanda, originally from London, has been in Javier for 10 years.
Focus on that breathing, relax, enjoy, all is well.
While Gail is slowly drifting away, for Steve and Kelly, it's going to be a very big day.
You reckon we'll be busy?
I've no idea. I mean, the sun's coming back out again, so like last week when we got here, it was people waiting already, weren't they?
They've managed to get their daughter Millie into summer school, so today will be Kelly's first day working in the family bar.
Steve and I worked together before and it didn't go so well. And we tended to argue quite a lot. Like we'd be in the kitchen and be like, and then we'd go out front and be like, hi, how are you?
The first clients of the day have arrived and ordered 2 mojito cocktails.
2 lime wedges, yeah?
Yes, sir.
It's a tall order for Kelly, who's used to being her own boss.
If your hands are clean, use your hands.
My hands are clean, but it's okay. 12 mint leaves, I know that.
At least there's expert help at hand. Partner Steve has been running bars in the UK for 14 years.
When you get your small handful of mints, what you do is you just give it a couple of smacks and it gets all the aromas and the flavours like moving in the drink.
Steve can be very particular about certain things, so sometimes we used to take the out of him. But it's just because we love him.
Stop trying to wind me out. Well, look, we might as well have blended that. Because you don't have to kill it, you've actually smashed that one to pieces.
I haven't smashed it, it looks deliciously well mixed.
Are you watching? Don't walk away. Oh, no, I don't like them. They're not working for me. They were just too short, I'm sorry. There you go.
So refreshing. Honestly, I used to hate mojitos, now they're one of my favourites.
Time to serve Kelly's first cocktail. Will it pass these customers' taste test? Phew. 2 satisfied customers, and 2 more have arrived. Kelly's on a roll.
Steve?
Yes, my baby.
How much is a pint of Australia?
$2.75. She's very good at what she does, and I think because she hadn't done it for so long, her confidence has dropped. But there was no need for it to have dropped because she is so natural at it.
Are you 2 keeping well? Good. That's good. It feels really good to be back. And having a little job and, you know, being busy. I like it a lot, yeah.
While Kelly's getting to grips with her new job, Gecko still has work to do. It's one of the biggest bars in the area and it takes a lot of filling.
Everything's an unknown still, do you know what I mean? The business is picking up and good, but to be completely honest with you now, I thought we were going to be busier than what we are.
A half-empty bar in peak season is a worry for the stallion family. And although for the moment Gail's mind is on other things...
It's quite nice to stop thinking.
The big question now is, can the stallion family drum up even more customers and improve their takings before the season ends?
Yes, good. Ready for work. Is my hair all right? I forgot
In Charente in southwest France, keen astronomer Andrew and his wife Sue are racing to finish the centrepiece of their new stargazing B&B business, the observatory. Andrew drafted in his engineer friend Dave from England to help with the tricky task of creating a rolling roof. But now Dave has had to return to the UK, so Andrew and Sue will have to finish the job on their own.
I'm putting me roof tiles on.
The observatory has been varnished, but the roof cladding still needs to be done.
Hey, I tell you what.
What?
It's a nice view from up here.
Is it?
Can you pass me a standy-up one? It's very satisfying watching a roof come together.
See if the joins line up on either side.
It doesn't matter whether they do or not. I'm not taking them off. The errors with the French measuring system.
After just a couple more minor mishaps...
This could be a complete disaster.
I can't see where the A-frame is. It's missed altogether. I don't think this is going to be very watertight.
The roof is finally on. But will the mechanism still work with the extra weight?
So this is it, the first roll. And if we can't move it, we're in big trouble.
If this doesn't work, we'll probably drink about 2 or 3 bottles of wine, I think. In fact, that bit's not on straight. This frame has moved slightly.
Luckily, it doesn't take long for Andrew to get things back on track.
Well done, my darling. Well done. Congratulations.
Don't push me. Pleased, pleased, pleased. Happy bunny, smiley face.
But he knows there's still lots to do. The floor needs to be laid and the accommodation finished.
I do get worried sometimes. You wake up on a morning and think, oh my gosh, we've got all that work still left to do. But why would you want to give all this up? All this land, wonderful climate, beautiful town, clear skies.
In a small hamlet near Vertillac in the French Dordogne, partners Joe and Alice are a day away from their first group booking. They've completed the main building and decoration work and are now ready to welcome their guests.
I'm really nervous about running a B&B because I've never done it before. Joe just keeps mentioning Fawlty Towers and, who knows?
The rooms are still missing quite a few finishing touches. So today, Alice and Joe's mum, Tanya, are heading to the local brocante.
How are you?
Very good. How are you?
To pick up some stylish accessories.
It is proper Aladdin's cave in here, isn't it? That's absolutely gorgeous. That's very cute.
Oh, look.
That's
nice
cute.
for keys.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, this is an objet. Are those actual hooves? What do you hang off those? Your big fur coat. Look at that! That's great. Oh my god, that reminds me of being at school. Definitely buying that. And £1.50 for this, wasn't it? So brilliant. I'm definitely having both of those.
So at least they've got the furniture. Now they need to put everything into place.
And they've got 4 motorbikes. The neighbours are going to love us. On the menu today, we have trouble with the neighbours, room not ready. Yeah.
It's the day of the arrival of their first B&B guests and their bikes. They're due early evening, but Joe and Alice still need to install all the shelves.
No one will ever know.
So far, so good.
If everything is slightly off, it's part of the charm. You don't want anything to be like equal because that would spoil it, I think.
I don't think that would be shabby French chic.
Yeah, no, we're going for shabby chic here, so everything needs to be on a slight angle. That's the way I want it to be. Don't tell anyone any different because that's the way I want it to be.
By 2 o'clock, the rooms are fully furnished.
Look, okay. That is so comfortable.
But they still need to clean up dirt
We've got 4 hours to sort out 3 rooms.
and make the beds.
This isn't bad considering the state it was in this morning.
Finally, with just an hour to spare, the king, 2 doubles and a twin room are ready.
Right, 2 bikers in here tonight.
2 little thin ones.
I hope so, yeah.
So that big, they won't
comfy. They're going to be lying there like Eric and Ernie, aren't they?
Toilet seat down or what?
Toilet seat down.
It's been a hard slog, but Joe and Alice have pulled it off.
There's hot water, there's a clean shower, beautiful comfy beds.
There is hot water,
Good.
right?
With the guests due any moment, all Joe and Alice can do now is wait.
You ready? You sure you're ready? Okay. Wow, nice one.
But as time ticks on, there's no sign of their first guests.
What time do we wait up for them? I mean...
That's another good question as well. We have no idea. We've never done it before. It's so different from the restaurant when you know that people are coming because they book at a certain time. When people book into the bed and breakfast, you haven't got a clue, have you?
We're not very good at it yet, are we?
No.
I mean, it's 9 o'clock now. Way past my bedtime.
With no news from the guests, Joe and Alice decide to turn in. Has their last-minute dash to the finish all been for nothing? Just outside Compilation, astronomer Andrew and his wife Sue have been working on their new B&B with a difference.
I think we're actually waking up in the morning thinking, right, come on, let's get on and let's get this done. And it is a nice challenge. It's a great challenge to have.
We bought this as our forever home. We have no intentions of going back to the UK.
They're hoping to attract tourists to a region with no light pollution to gaze at the night skies from their specially built observatory. They need to open in November, when the stars are at their brightest. But with just a few weeks to go, they're getting concerned about the lack of bookings.
Everyone's saying they're all raving about it. Hundreds of likes on the different postings and people commenting, and you just think, well, book it then. Put me out of misery.
And before customers do finally arrive, there's another small problem to address. Sue hasn't yet driven in France, but will need to step up to help Andrew with airport pickups. Time for a driving lesson.
I don't like it, never liked driving. I've never driven outside the UK. So we're going to start off gently. We've got a great big field, so I'm just going to get used to the left-hand drive, all the gear stick and everything on the other side, and get used to the van, have a little go of driving the van. We're only in the field. I can't really kill anybody.
But it seems the dogs are keeping out of the way just in case.
And what's reverse? Push down?
Lift that up.
Lift up?
Yeah.
So is that in first then, don't you?
Yeah.
First. Probably not really. Are we down a dip?
Could be, yeah. The handbrake might not be off.
I don't really get the chance to to do the gears, will I? Perhaps I'll get a taste for rallying now, going around the field, and I'll decide to take that up as a sport. Yeah. It possibly is harder driving a right-hand drive on the wrong side of the road, because that way your brain is having to process it, isn't it? That
It's really difficult for overtaking as well, because you can't see out.
It's not really relevant. I won't be overtaking anymore.
I'll tell you what I did notice though. We both put our seatbelts on.
Am I ready for my advanced driver's course?
You are
then?
ready for your advanced driver's course now. Well done.
Next step.
Airport.
Le Mans.
With a driving lesson under her belt, it's time to think again about how they might attract customers to their fledgling business. So they've decided to take action and drum up some community support.
Tomorrow, we've been here 3 months to the day and we've got an open evening for local people. We've got the mayor, the newspaper, the tourist office. We've invited various other people, really local people, to come up and see what we're doing.
This is an important event. Sue and Andrew hope that showing off their business to the locals will spread the word.
I probably need a cup of tea before I lift another one.
Look at that, made to measure.
And there's one guest they really need to impress, the Mayor of Compilation.
It's difficult to explain if you've never been to France before, but it is like The Godfather. It is, without him on board, you would struggle. Mind your back bench.
So Sue and Andrew are determined to show off their place at its best.
Unless you want whacking with the floorboard.
We have been really pushing to get the rooms done for this weekend. We made a clear decision that obviously we're not going to have the whole place done for tomorrow for the open evening. And actually it was more about showing people the stage that we're at and coming to see the observatory and having a look to understand what we're looking to do.
But Sue is concerned that Andrew may be doing too much.
Are you at a point where you can stop soon?
Give me half an hour.
Right, no more then. OK.
Yeah.
OK. And we'll go and do the sunset with a beer. It's going to be a good one.
So it'll be another early start tomorrow to complete the work in time for their VIP guests.
Shattered. Absolutely. Cream crackered.
In Javier, eastern Spain, it's the peak of the tourist season.
I'm melting. It's absolutely roasting.
At the Gecko Bar and Grill, there's good news. Gail's bad back has finally improved enough for her to start work again.
Rosado, what you want? Agua con gas. Con gas, water. I'll let you deal with the food side, darling. Here we are.
The Stallion family is counting on the summer season to bring in the majority of their yearly income. Gecko is the newest bar in town and there's been a steady stream of tourists checking it out.
And her very words were, it's beautiful. I think she was looking at you when she said that, but I was hoping she meant the bar.
A bit rough. A bit pretty rough.
But if the Stallions want to make a success of their new venture, they have to hit a pretty ambitious target.
I've got 3,000 rent to pay. We need to pay about 7,000 to just say, sweep our doors clean.
That means at least 70 customers through the door each day. The Stallions need to attract more people to the bar, and Gail's had a brainwave.
We are going to Total Radio to do a half-hour interview to talk about the Gecko Bar and what we're doing there.
Hello, good afternoon.
Gail's massage practitioner, Amanda, DJs on the Friday afternoon slot for this English-speaking station and has invited Gail to be on the programme.
How are you doing out there? Is it hot enough for you today?
Gail has never been on the radio before.
I'm fine, actually. I think the older you get, the less you worry. This is really it. Hollywood. Can you sit on your own?
Yeah, time to get out, Gail.
Oh, is it that way? Sorry. I'm not used to this. It's like Heathrow. Where do I go? I'm not too close, am I?
No, the closer the better. But exactly. Give it a big snog.
The station broadcasts to a 180-kilometre wide area, so it's a great opportunity to sell the bar.
So we've got the lovely lovely Gail Lives in the studio today, and she's going to be talking about her new adventure, really.
Yes, I have come over to Spain to open a beautiful bar called the Gecko Bar and Grill.
Oh, that's a good name. How did you come up with that name?
The gecko is because I come from Africa and I had a little squash gecko in my cabinet back in Africa and I framed it and I have it on my wall.
As in an actual squashed gecko?
Yes, perfectly formed, a little baby one.
Oh, very cute.
It's an interesting approach to marketing.
Have you got anything special going on? Anything you want to share with us?
We play a lot of music up there. It's lovely. We, as I say, would like to get somebody or people who are interested in playing music, live music. I even quite fancy somebody brought up to me a comedy evening.
That would be a good idea.
That's cool. There's nobody else that I know in this
No,
area.
not at all.
I think a comedy night would be fantastic because everybody likes a little bit of a laugh. So get in touch, give them a call, go up there, guys. They're really lovely, they're very friendly.
Just come and join us at the Gecko Bar and Grill.
Gail hopes to attract not just customers, but also acts and musicians to Gecko. Will her broadcasting debut be a turning point?
I've really enjoyed that. Our first time on the radio. People aren't aware of how much we've done. And I mean, even they now think, let's come and have a look.
It's early morning at Joe and Alice's new B&B in France. And after a long wait, their first paying guest did finally show up.
Our bikers finally turned up at about just before midnight last night, which is great. I don't know if the neighbours were too thrilled.
It turns out the bikers are celebrities in their native country, looking to be away from the limelight, so Joe and Alice's remote hideaway gets the thumbs up.
And it was only so late when I said, do you actually want to see where your rooms are? Here you go, there's a key. And they loved it. They had a really good time.
All the effort of yesterday, when it turns out those people have an amazing time and they say to you, thank you so much, and kiss you on the way out, and you know that you've made them feel at home. Every milestone we're reaching at the moment is another little triumph.
So when people go and stay in the rooms, we want them to go away thinking, wow, what a little treasure we just found.
The guests have now checked out, so Joe and Alice are keen to see how their once immaculate rooms have been left.
When we put this shelf up yesterday, I never thought it'd be used for a towel. But that's okay. I thought it'd be used for a book.
The bikers proved to be the perfect guests, but after dealing with a tricky arrival, these novice B&Bers are left wondering whether they need a policy for future departures.
What happens if everything's broken? Like if they smash pictures and the wall?
And then we come and check the rooms after they check out and everything's broken. Then what do you do? I don't know, sit and rest.
Yeah, but they've gone.
And Alice reckons she has a cunning plan.
So literally as they're checking out, we go, 1 second, customer, lovely guest.
We're just going to nip up and see if you've teethed anything.
All in all, a successful stay, but there are plenty more challenges still to come.
That was our first group booking. Our biggest worry now is what happens when we have a group booking followed by another one, and also a restaurant service, because we haven't done that yet, and that is going to be that's my real fear now, I think.
They don't have a long wait. It's the height of the summer season and Joe and Alice are about to find out if they have what it takes to be B&B hosts and run a restaurant.
This weekend's like a massive weekend for us. It's our first big weekend with our changeovers and all that kind of stuff.
Tonight there's a dinner service already in full swing, with plenty of regulars returning to the restaurant à table.
See you. How are you?
Ages. I'm very well. Yes. So happy to see you.
It's been a mad day. Like I said, I got up at 5 o'clock this morning. I went to the cash and carry. So tonight we're cooking for 40.
Add into the mix a fully booked B&B and Sunday lunch tomorrow. Joe and Alice certainly have their work cut out.
Everyone's ordered hot breakfast tomorrow, which is great for me in the kitchen because we've also got to do Sunday lunch. You're all right to start at 9, right?
It seems so mad that we've got quite a small restaurant and quite a small B&B, but my goodness, the hours you have to put in to do it.
It is extremely stressful.
Tonight, Jo is going all out on her menu with a choice of fish or veal, along with assorted sides. She's also making a special seaside-themed dessert.
It's like my childhood from the beach. So we have some jelly that looks like the sea, made with blue bowls. We've got a fudge and pralines edible sand. What else we've got? Oh, mini milks. I like mini milks.
And her kitchen is a hive of activity.
I'm mad. Mad, I tell you. My fish is ready and my sauce is ready. My warm salad's ready. Okay, so am I good to go on fish? I'm going to take 2 of these through.
It's turning into a knockout night with the food and Alice's hospitality going down a storm.
I need you two lovelies. I look like a right scrub bag.
Ready?
Yeah.
Ready? Fromage! Yay!
But as the night goes on, Alice is coming face to face with the realities of life running a restaurant with rooms above.
Right now we have somebody in the room with a baby. So I'm not gonna wash up my stuff right now because that would wake them up. So you kind of go, okay, you do that, you do that, you do that, but let's do it really quietly.
It's been a successful service in the restaurant, but will a B&B full of guests bring more headaches in the morning? In Compilation, it's a big day for Sue and Andrew. They're finally launching their observatory and B&B so that tourists can enjoy the area's beautiful night skies. Today, they've invited members of the local community for a preview.
So for the tourist board and the mayor's office and that, for them to know what we've got here, it means the more people know that, the more chance we've got of increasing bookings.
After 3 months, the accommodation has taken shape. Now Sue and Andrew need to get their heads round being the hosts with the most.
We have no idea how many people are coming. We've issued invites to the mayor's office and the tourist board and the local paper and everything, so we don't actually know who's coming.
Could be 2, it could be 22.
Yeah.
Sue and Andrew need to impress this crowd today. Though the farm is not as tidy as they'd hoped, they are hoping their hand-built observatory will really win them over.
All we need now is a clear sky and some punters. No, that is the telescope.
People are due to come from 5. I wish I'd said 6 now. It's a shame that we didn't make it a bit later.
Look at this. I've got an observatory with a telescope in it. I am chuffed to bits. Absolutely chuffed to bits.
It's now 5 o'clock and time to get ready to welcome the observatory's very first visitors.
But, I mean, glamming up is not my thing at all, really, these days. I don't really do glamming. I'm certainly cleaner than I have been, so...
But just as guests begin to arrive...
Hello, Sadie.
So does a digger, being dropped off to begin work on installing the septic tank next week. And just after it's been unloaded... disaster strikes.
They've taken the phone line out, which means we've got no internet, telephone or anything, which isn't good. It's not good at all.
Without a phone line, it'll be impossible for Sue and Andrew to take any internet bookings. But for now, they have more pressing issues. More guests are arriving.
This is our mayor. This is our VIP guest. Très important.
No.
Oui, 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 oui. Andrew, I have customers for you. Monsieur le maire.
Et donc ça, comment ça se passe
Yeah, oui, very good. It's aujourd'hui fini. Aujourd'hui fini, oui. Là.
It's going well. The mayor is impressed by the telescope and other visitors are wowed by the transformation of this run-down farm.
Yeah, because last time I came, it was just...
This was a hovel. It was a hovel, wasn't it?
And in a real show of community spirit, one guest has even offered to go home to fetch his cherry picker to fix the telephone cable.
Oh, what a star.
Right, come and have a look at my observatory.
I'd love to see your observatory.
Mind your head when you get in.
People are now queuing to check out the observatory.
So that will give you an image of the moon 120 times greater than what you can see with the naked eye.
Yeah. It's a special scope purely for looking at the sun. It's what they call a hydrogen alpha telescope.
Which is a great sign for the future of this business.
Everybody managed to have a look at the sun. The mayor was very impressed with that. He thought that was really good. It's a proud moment. I'm really pleased, really, really pleased.
Having had a quick look today, I think it's going to do well. I really want to see them do well. We'll support them, we'll send people out here.
And after a guided tour, the mayor is happy to welcome the new business into his town.
Ma première réaction, ça a été la surprise. Voilà, donc c'était vraiment la surprise parce qu'à Confelon, on n'est pas trop habitué à ça. J'ai tout de suite compris que c'était des gens qui avaient envie de proposer quelque chose de nouveau. Donc ouais, pour la ville, moi je trouvais que c'était intéressant. Je le donnerais, donc c'était parfait, quoi.
Voilà.
Merci.
Astro Farm, we love it here. We love it here. You said, oui.
Good luck for the future.
Merci. Thank you.
It's been a very long day.
Thank you for coming.
No, thank you.
Lovely to see you. No, you're welcome.
It's really interesting. Well, keep in touch. Keep coming up and seeing us.
But Andrew and Sue are delighted with the response they've had.
People are impressed and they think we're doing the right thing and they like what we've done, then...
I think the more people tell us that, the more convinced we are that we've done the right thing.
Everybody's planning on coming up tomorrow night to do some
and
observing.
I wanted a night off.
I'm going to go to bed early. You can stand out there in the cold with them
Leave
all,
me to it.
with your new observatory.
This event has boosted Andrew and Sue's confidence. Now they're just hoping it won't be too long until they're welcoming some paying stargazers to their new business. Next time,
Don't panic, Mr. Mannering, don't panic.
a pair of Brits find themselves all at sea.
I've never been out in a boat when it's broke down, ever. Never.
But is the pressure of their new business getting too much?
2 Valium and a glass of white wine, please.
Could there be fireworks at Joe and Alice's restaurant and B&B?
We've never had a full hotel plus a full service before.
As they hit their busiest night yet.
I don't know how to do both.
And Gecko Bar drafts in some extra help.
Mandy is fun, energetic, fireball, opinionated little firecracker.
But are feathers about to be ruffled?
Could be the doghouse for when Stevie doesn't perform properly.
It's a dream chased by thousands of Brits each year.
It's a wonderful way of life.
Heading to Europe to set up new lives and businesses in the sun.
Get it!
They're seduced by gorgeous scenery,
It's a beautiful place to live, it really, really is.
year-round sun, and a better, cheaper way of life.
I wonder what the temperature is today.
But how easy is it to turn the dream into a reality?
This is like the final frontier.
In this series, we follow the expats as they say goodbye Blighty.
There's no reason for me to go back to the UK. I have nothing there.
And begin their new lives.
What could possibly go wrong now?
Setting up bars and restaurants in Spain.
I know, it ain't rocket science.
Gîtes and B&Bs in France.
Voila.
When nothing is ever as simple as it sounds.
We're starting to get sleepless nights because you're starting to get worried.
It's great. What more could I want?
On today's show,
Don't panic, Mr. Mannering, don't panic.
a pair pair of Brits find themselves all at sea.
I've never been out in a boat when it's broke down, ever. Never.
But is the pressure of their new business getting too much?
2 Valium and a glass of white wine, please.
The couple with a dream of running a French B&B and restaurant
We've never had a full hotel plus a full service before.
hit their busiest night yet.
I don't know how to do both.
And a bar on the Costa Blanca drafts in some extra help.
Mandy is a fun, energetic, fireball, opinionated little firecracker.
But a feather's about to be ruffled.
Could be the doghouse for when Stevie doesn't perform properly.
The Dordogne in southwest France. Home of world-class cuisine. Acres upon acres of rich, fertile soils produce fresh organic vegetables, including the famous cep mushroom. And there are more walnut trees here than anywhere else in Western Europe. For foodies Joe Gell and Alice Barnett, it's the ideal place to launch a top-class restaurant.
Go to this market and go to this trader and buy that. That's exciting. It's not like going to, a big supermarket chain. Nothing here has a carbon footprint, it literally is picked from the garden down the road, comes to a market stall and then comes to my table. And pretty much nothing's more than 2-3 days old.
Joe and Alice have been running their new restaurant, À Table, since Easter, and their cuisine is hitting all the right notes.
Very creative, very, very tasty, different flavours. Really, really good idea.
As well as a restaurant, they're also running a B&B, and now, a month after opening, they're facing their biggest challenge yet, as both the restaurant and accommodation are fully booked.
This is brand new to us, this stuff. We've never had a full hotel plus a full service before, and I've never done breakfast and lunch. So we have no idea what to do or how it's going to go.
I can't remember what I'm doing.
You can never remember what you're doing.
No, but when you're doing a breakfast followed by lunch.
No, because we've never done it before.
Absolutely.
No, I don't know. I don't know.
It's first thing in the morning. The couple have to make breakfast for a house full of guests before changing over the rooms ready for their next customers. And that's before they've even thought about lunch.
We have all of our customers. Some of them are checking out, some of them are checking in. And we need to do a very, very long Sunday lunch service at the same time. But we haven't got our heads around doing breakfast yet. I'm kind of looking at the clock going, I don't know how to do both.
With the washing up from a successful service still to do as well.
Got no plates, no cutlery. So we're going to serve breakfast in hands today.
They're beginning to realise they may have overstretched themselves.
This morning we're doing a continental buffet breakfast. I've also got 6 people wanting a cooked breakfast. So we offer a cooked breakfast on a Sunday and we try and do lunch as well.
It's a big mistake.
In the future it's a mistake.
Out front, everything is ready.
I'm set. The table's set.
But the pressure is starting to show.
I'm going to set my tables and I'm kind of going, right, okay, lamb, let's put mint sauce out and this, that, and the other.
Don't put mint sauce out with breakfast.
With the croissants. No mint sauce with the croissants.
It's now 8:30 and the B&B guests have yet to emerge, meaning lunch could take a hit.
Today is absolutely crazy. I mean, normally I start at 6 in the morning just to do Sunday lunch, and I've done no prep at all really for Sunday lunch, so the people are going to arrive at 1 o'clock. If they get food, they're going to feel lucky. I love running a restaurant, and that's all fine, and cooking for people is all fine, but actually having people staying and then trying to direct what they have to do at any given moment, I find really, really uncomfortable.
And they've no idea when they'll be serving those final breakfasts.
Breakfast is between 8 and 10, but we have guests that didn't come in till about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, so we just accommodate people, and we're possibly a little bit too accommodating. Because if people are down here at 10 having breakfast, they're not going to be done till 12, and then we've got people arriving for lunch, so we might have a tiny bit of a flashpoint there. It's 20 to 10. We've got to finish breakfast at some point because I can't be cooking breakfast and cooking Sunday lunch. What does one do?
I don't know. Go back on the door and go, Wake up!
By 10:30, the guests still haven't surfaced. Joe has no option but to start on the lunch of roast beef and seasonal vegetables.
We're way beyond our actual breakfast time, although I'm not sure anyone actually told them that was actual breakfast time, so...
But on the plus side, pot washer Henry is reporting for duty. And then finally, just 2 hours before Sunday lunch, the B&B guests arrive for breakfast.
Henry, roasting trays, please.
At last, there's some good news for Joe. Fry-ups are off the menu.
We're doing all right because people were so hungover they couldn't eat, so we've done less breakfast than we anticipated.
But with the lunch guests now arriving, can they get all the food out on time?
Mainly because the breakfast really overran by such a ludicrous amount. My lunch service is maybe a little behind. Right, I have customers.
And these B&B rookies are back to doing what they know best.
Right, we need to get this gravy out. Okay. Well, we've got people that have came in at 12:30 and it's now 1:30 and they still not had their mains, so it's really important that we get their mains out. Lovely.
As the final dessert orders leave the kitchen, Joe and Alice have somehow managed to pull off another successful service.
The day's been absolutely bloody awful, but brilliant as well. When we came in this morning, it was just like there was so much work to do. But luckily, we've got an amazing team. Without them, it would have been bad.
After a long, hot shift in the kitchen...
All right, going in.
Time for a cool down. Summer bookings are now coming in thick and fast. That's good for the bank balance, but means Joe and Alice need to enjoy the sunshine when they can.
Oh, it's nice in here.
Andalusia, a region of southern Spain that has managed to retain much of its Pueblo charm. Towns and villages are dotted with whitewashed houses and tavernas, and meandering cobbled streets make you feel like you're stepping back in time. The coastal town of Estepona is no different. And to add to all that character, there's a stunning traditional marina, a base for yachts and boats of all shapes and sizes. And it's here where expats Jerry Ferguson and Heather Walker are planning to set up a dream business on the Med.
There's no stress. The Spaniards have got a fantastic expression, don't sweat the small stuff. It's not worth it. Life is for living, so get on the water. I love the people. The Spanish people are like Expat, they're like the Irish, Scots and the Welsh. They like a good night out, they like good food, they'll have a drink, they'll have a laugh, they'll have a sing-song.
I love Spain. I love the food. When I went back home again, it was the first thing that I smelled was a chip shop. You come over here, the first thing you smell if you go anywhere is either fresh air, flowers, or garlic.
Jerry and Heather left Glasgow behind to move to Estepona for a new life in the sun. And they've just started running their own fishing charter company. For lifelong fisherman Jerry, this is a dream come true, but Heather's still getting used to being behind the wheel.
It's not as easy as driving a car. You're on a flat surface, the road doesn't move. Here, it's constantly pushing you all over the place.
Yeah, the wind catches it too.
Yeah, the wind catches it. You're all over the place.
Heather's skippering lessons start today. It's one of the first fishing trips of the summer, and the couple are welcoming 3 Welsh holidaymakers aboard.
Come on, Welsh.
But Jerry knows this day isn't just about fishing.
People that mess about in boats are all of the same ilk. They've got the same attitude. They want to have fun, have a couple of beers. If they catch a fish, that's a bonus.
Jerry and Heather charge €80 per person, which they split 50-50 with the owner of the boat. For that, the customers get a 4-hour fishing trip in temperatures that can reach 40 degrees. They're also treated to complimentary drinks and snacks.
Anybody want a bit of sushi?
Although this could be the only fish anyone sees today, as the customer's track record isn't good.
These guys have been to Barbados, the Bahamas, Jamaica, Cayman Islands.
Right.
Never caught anything.
Never caught anything.
Never caught anything. Didn't even see a fish. So the only time they saw a fish was in the supermarket or the restaurant.
All right, okay.
But Jerry is determined to bring about a change of fortune for the Welshmen. And in the process, gather some great reviews to bring in more customers.
They're expecting one of the busiest times in the Costa del Sol this year because the pound is so strong. We just need to try and catch whatever business is out there.
The pressure to attract customers is huge. The owner of the boat is allowing Jerry to use it as often as he likes, but only if Jerry guarantees at least 150 paying customers during the summer.
The boat's got to clear at least, I think, about 30,000 euros a year just to break even.
An hour into the trip, and there hasn't even been a bite. But charmer Jerry knows how to keep his customers entertained.
He got that cigar for just getting on the boat, because as you can see,
this guy knows a winner.
the diet is not working.
Jerry's a very colourful character, shall I say. Very colourful, always there to help somebody.
Keep holding that in, that's the stuff.
He always likes to make people laugh. He has an opinion on everything. He loves to shout at the telly and tell them all that they're doing everything wrong.
We've never went out and not caught fish. If we don't catch fish, it's down to your Welsh bad luck. You can cut the engines.
Experienced fisherman Jerry decides to move the boat 2 miles further away from the coast.
And the eagle has landed.
If the fish ain't biting, I can't do much about that. I hope the Welsh haven't brought us bad luck. We're going to hoist the Welsh dragon here to try and give us a bit of good luck.
And his tactics look to be paying off.
Give me a hand on it.
OK, I'll get you.
I'll put something on there.
Yeah, there's something there.
Oh my God!
Good God! It's an octopus.
Although the octopus escapes,
oh, back in the water.
The fishermen have finally had a bit of excitement.
I just felt the rod was
Got a lot bit heavier.
a lot heavier, but I was getting weaker under the two anyway.
And the fish just keep on coming.
La Rania, see the spines coming up the back? You see that? That's these 3 spines here. Very, very dangerous fish.
The red snapper.
And the caught one yesterday was that side. Just as we were bringing it over, it managed to wriggle off.
After 2 hours, Jerry and Heather head back to the port with 3 very satisfied customers.
And I kept on telling them that yesterday I'd be the first one to catch.
And you were? Is an octopus a fish?
No.
What is it?
It's an octopus.
It's been a great start to what Jerry and Heather hope will be a very busy season of their new business on the Med.
Everyone's meshing in properly now because I see the season's just started. The service that we offer is cheaper than any competition we have in the area. The boat we have is our big stable boat for the Med. A lot of people think the Mediterranean is a flat calm at all times. It's not. It can get rough out there.
The Costa Blanca, the White Coast. A 200-kilometre stretch of rocky shoreline along the crystal blue Mediterranean Sea, enjoying an average of almost 3,000 hours of sunshine a year, almost double that of the UK. And if that wasn't a good enough reason to live here, property is great value for money. A 2-bed bungalow can be snapped up for as little as £35,000. Since the start of the year, Steve Stallion, his fiancée Kelly and mother-in-law Gail have been calling the town of Javier their home.
I love it. I feel like I'm back home. I feel like I'm back where I belong.
With a budget of just €10,000, the Stallion family have renovated and are now running one of the biggest bars in town, Gecko. And their new business is in a dream location.
Like I do sit here now and I think, wow, how lucky are we to live here?
So far, they've built up a steady stream of business. It's now August and they're preparing for another day of service.
How's it going, Stevie? Did they come and take the fridges?
It's turning into a busy day with Steve's Gecko Burger drawing in plenty of punters.
He's a good chef.
He is.
But despite an increase in numbers, they still need even more customers in order to turn a profit.
From a financial point of view, where do you think we're at?
Underground.
We are getting busier, but...
We need to find rent for the house. We need to find rent for the bar. We need to find lights, water, utilities. We don't want to sell the car because we need cars.
And I'll tell you what, it's the biggest emotional roller coaster I've ever done ever. It's like one day I can smash out an amazing service, and then the next minute you're just like, boom, rock bottom, and you just think, what's the point?
But Steve and Gail are determined to make the bar pay and have hatched a plan which they hope will finish the season with a bang. In an hour, Gail's other daughter, Mandy, will be flying in. She's worked in catering for 15 years and will be sharing her expertise.
I'm very looking forward to it. I'm really excited about seeing her. I think it's very needed because it'll be a bit of relief.
It's been 6 months since the family last saw Mandy, and she can't wait to see their new venture.
I've always wanted to come to Spain. I'm going to practice all my bad Spanish.
Right now, we are trying to make the bar work, which we will do, and therefore we work together as a family.
Are you looking forward to seeing the bar?
I'm looking forward to seeing the bar and the home.
You're going to love Javier. It's beautiful, much prettier than this.
Mandy will have a day to acclimatise and catch up with the family before she checks out the bar.
Mandy is fun, energetic, fireball, opinionated little firecracker. She's amazing, so she's great.
And she's not afraid of voicing her opinions.
I like this place. It's smaller than I thought, but I like it. It's charming. I like the big windows. I love the pool.
In the morning, Steve will get to hear her take on the Gecko Bar and Grill.
I'm not really like, oh my God, I hope Mans likes it or anything, because at the end of the day, if she doesn't, she doesn't. But if she does love it, that's great. I'm hoping they'll be positive, and obviously she wants to get stuck in it and help and stuff.
With more hands on deck, will Gecko finally pay back for all the hard work this family have put in?
Just keep grafting and keep focusing and keep developing the business, and that's all we can do. So I just want to keep making it as valuable a business as possible.
Estepona in southern Spain, where Glaswegian former pub landlord Jerry Ferguson and his girlfriend Heather have set up home determined to build a new life in the sun.
The whole idea of coming to Spain was to change our old perspective in life, and this is exactly what it's done. I mean, look at the place, it's fantastic.
But despite their optimism, they've now been hit by some bad news. The boat they've been using has failed its seaworthy test. So the owner has decided to withdraw it from business at what should be their busiest time.
You're going to need to work. Nobody's going to give you for nothing. I mean, there's no social security here. If you don't earn, if you don't work, you don't eat.
But Jerry and Heather are determined to keep their dream alive by finding a replacement boat.
You want to drive over there?
Yeah, and just pull on.
Pull in.
So they're trawling the marinas of the Costa del Sol looking for something suitable and seaworthy. About a quarter of the vessels here are owned by amateurs who only use them occasionally. Jerry wants to find one of these underused boats that would be suitable for his fishing charters and then split his earnings with its owner.
It's only 18, that's only 20 feet, Heather. Catch a lot. Catch a lot. I've got walking shoes bigger than that.
And it looks like their search has paid off. Jerry thinks he's found a boat that could work for them.
We're actually going down to see Fatam, the motor vessel Fatam. It's the new workplace, the new office.
A retired businessman from Yorkshire thinks he might be happy to let them use his boat for fishing charters. Fatam is almost double the length of Jerry and Heather's previous boat.
This is the only time that you'll find a guy saying, bigger is better.
Yeah, bigger is better this time.
Bigger is better.
I'm just going to pick you up.
Come on, Eric. an awful lot more equipment on this boat. This is an old boat, but everything in it is state of the art. Your galley station's here, there's fridges here, there's ice makers, you've got a fax machine. This is what's known as a liveaboard. You could live on this boat quite easily. My intention of doing is do like parties, engagement parties. We could actually do honeymoons on it. And I'm a ship's captain, remember, I can marry you. It's an old boat, but there's been a lot of money spent in doing it up. I mean, who wouldn't want to come on a boat like this for a paltry €40 for 2 hours?
Time to take Fatam for a test drive under the watchful eye of owner Gary.
Are we cleared?
This is like being in a Bentley. It's like being in a Rolls Royce or a Bentley. The soundproofing's phenomenal. Phenomenal.
It's important this maiden voyage runs smoothly. The Costa is heaving with potential customers. Jerry and Heather need to get their business back up and running quickly to cash in on the lucrative summer season. Owner Gary is a boat fanatic, but doesn't know much about fishing.
I've been out with the previous owner. I thought all we caught were a carrier bag.
Plastic carrier bag. But was it a Morrison's carrier bag?
No, it was Harrods.
Jerry will have to go all out to prove that Fatam will be in safe hands.
That's the Mediterranean roll. You see the wind's coming towards us, but the waves are actually heading that direction. You'll probably find there's an undercurrent going the exactly opposite direction.
It's full of information, isn't it? I learn every time I speak with him. I learn something.
You learn something. Well, that's how it should be.
Yeah.
That's how it should be.
And it looks like the trip's off to a good start.
Heather's downstairs mastering your radar and your sonar.
We'll go down past Sota Grande, and then we'll go out a little bit and then back in, yeah.
Oh, it's solid. The boat feels solid.
But 40 minutes into the journey and already 2 miles away from port, there seems to be a problem. The engine warning alarm has just gone off.
One of the engines, she's just cut out.
We've just lost the power.
Jerry has been on board his new boat for less than an hour and is already stranded in the middle of the Mediterranean.
Fuel starvation somewhere along the lines, we don't know why.
This is a major blow for Jerry and Heather. Are they about to find themselves right back at square one?
It's a challenge. Another challenge.
Just outside Vertillac, Joe and Alice's dream of running their own business in the French countryside is turning into a big success.
We have 4 Dutch bikers.
Their B&B has 1 king, 2 doubles and a twin room, all of which are en suite and beautifully renovated in a traditional shabby chic style. And as well as success with their B&B, their restaurant's weekend services are also a big hit.
We thought we were going to be completely empty, and we were really nervous. And literally 1 day later, we were completely fully booked.
But eager to boost takings, they've come up with a novel idea to bring in customers on the otherwise quiet Monday nights.
We went to the UK and saw a really amazing production of an interpretation of Alice in Wonderland, and one of the most brilliant fun things was a massive tea party. So when we got back here, we thought, let's have a fantastic, lovely tea party in the courtyard, because of course the view's amazing.
We just thought it'd be really nice to do something a little bit crazy, a little bit mad, and also nothing's open here on a Monday.
So in 2 days' time, Alice and Joe will be hosting their very first Mad Hatter's Tea Party.
Are you thinking fizz in the drink means then?
I'm thinking something like champagne and grapefruit or something like that, just something that's a bit odd.
Odd, yeah.
And they've headed to the local butcher's to pick up the main attraction for their feast.
We're getting the pig for Monday. It's a whole suckling pig.
They're brilliant, they're really good fun. They really tease us when we come to pick the pig up.
Using locally sourced produce is key to their business plan, and it couldn't get much more local than this.
The abattoir's just behind as well, so the meat comes from there to there, and you know it's really fresh. The meat here is really, really good as well.
You can actually still hear it mooing, can't you?
Sometimes. You can actually from the car park out there.
Alice and Joe planned to charge €25 a head for their tea party, but after shelling out €150 on the pig, they need to make sure their sums add up.
So, bookings-wise, how many people have we got booked in now?
18 people. What's 18 times 25?
I have no idea.
What's 20 times 25? At 500? Yeah, even that is not great, is it? If the pig's 150...
Yeah.
And then I'll do another 100 on salads, I would have thought.
Yeah.
So the food's 250. We really need 30 people to make this work.
Yeah.
40 people would make some, because we've got to pay staff and everything on top of that.
When you put anything on, we prep up for everything that we do, so your investment is right out there. So, of course, you have the anxiety that if people don't turn up, then, of course, you lose a lot of money.
But Joe has a plan to drum up more bookings with the help of friend Pete, who'll be performing at the tea party.
Just cutting up some flyers. Pete's going to hand them out. Pete, who's playing the Mad Hatter, is going to hand them out in Vertiac. It's quite busy on Saturdays in Vertiac with the market. He's an ex-drama teacher, and he's a really good performer, and he enjoys it. I'm cutting them out now, so I'll be with you in probably about 10 minutes or something like that.
But after being persuaded to dress up as her namesake,
they're cute.
There's someone who's a little more reluctant about performing on the day.
Yeah, I said I'm not doing anything performance-wise at all, because I'm absolutely rubbish. But Pete's brilliant. But I bet he'll nag me. I've ordered a costume, but it hasn't arrived. Yes, I don't have anything to wear. And I'm supposed to be Alice.
As Joe heads to Vertiac, she's beginning to wonder if they've left themselves short of time to prepare for the party.
We're doing it. It just feels like we're just sort of rushing everything, but I mean, that's kind of how we operate. But we have a pig, we have an Alice, we have a Mad Hatter, and yeah, I think it will evolve as well. It's going to be on for the next 2 months, every Monday.
Hopefully Pete's eccentric garb will attract some attention.
Hi, Pete. You look fantastic.
So, the Mad Hatter arrives, eh?
But at €25 a head, will there be any takers?
Ah, oui. Every Monday.
Joe can't hang around to find out. She's got some weird and wonderful recipes to test at home.
It's going to be an eat me, drink me thing, so the point of it is just to, to be a bit playful. I'm going to try and make a type of cheese scone in a cake pop in a circle. So I'm not sure this dough will work, because it's got cheese in it. It might just all stick to the sides. But we are going to give it a go. These are for children. But I really love it. Just pop that in there, close it. And that's how it works.
5 minutes later, and the scones are ready for a taste test, alongside the drink me offering of green tomato Bloody Mary gazpacho.
It's gorgeous, yeah. Nice.
That's really nice.
That's amazing.
I like the fact that it tastes tomato and it's green. I like that as well, because you don't think it's going to be tomato.
It looks a bit specimen-y, doesn't it?
I don't mind that.
Yeah.
I think that's fun, because you never know what she's eating or drinking on the thing, do you?
But there's more work to do before all the party food is ready, and Joe's feeling the pressure.
So I haven't had that much time to think about how I feel about it. And to be honest, we probably would have put it back a week, but we already had a booking. So, in essence, you've got a deadline and you've got to hit it.
With just 2 days left before the event, Joe and Alice have their work cut out if they want to pull off the perfect party. In In Javier on the Costa Blanca, the end of the summer season is approaching.
Oh, what a beautiful breeze.
Oh, thank goodness.
And it's a crucial time of the year for the new owner of Gecko Bar, Gail, who needs to maximise income at her fledgling business. Daughter Kelly and her son-in-law Steve are already hands-on at the bar, but now she's drafted in her other daughter, Mandy, to help with the end-of-season push.
I've been in catering a long time, and I've run Michelin star restaurants and coffee shops, and I've done training of staff, but always front of house. I'm excited to see what they've challenged themselves with.
Mandy has only been in Spain 24 hours and hasn't seen Gecko Bar yet. But that's about to change as Gail and her two daughters head down to meet Steve at the family business for Mandy's first day at work. But what will experienced caterer Mandy think of Gecko Bar?
Oh, it's so pretty.
I'm interested to see what my sister's going to say, because she does come in like a bit of a storm. She's like, you know, Hurricane Mandy. She comes in and goes, well, this is how you can do things. And well, you know, my mum's just saying to us, and it's just like...
I love your flowers. Oh, it's so lovely. It's so much smaller than I thought. I was expecting a monster. Hello, Stevie. This is so pretty. I love these. Oh, I love this beach effect. It could be the doghouse for when Stevie doesn't perform properly.
And after a quick tour...
And I see what my mom means about the nooks and crannies, which makes it feel smaller and more intimate. You know, because you can be there and that feels like its own space and this.
She already has some suggestions.
I like this area. I think you could have more sofas and stuff. You need to get these down the road. I think you need to varnish it a bit so you can open it, but you could store stuff in here. You need to get a little guest book.
A little guest book?
Yeah, that people can write their email addresses in, comments, so that you can get constructive criticism. You can send out emails when you're having an event. You know, it's a good way to get regulars. And also just to figure out how people feel about your place. Cheers. To the Gecko Bar.
And just a few days later, taking on Mandy's thoughts, the family has come up with a plan to lure the locals and tourists in.
Mum wanted to do a cocktail night of some sort, and Stevie said, why don't we do Friday's cocktail night? So we're hoping it's going to be buzzy. I'm telling everyone about it. I'm willing to walk around in my bikini and hand out flyers.
Gail's son Ryan has also flown in to help, bringing more catering experience.
I work in a delicatessen cafe in Midhurst. I've been there for 6 years. 7 years.
There's just one problem. Only Steve and Mandy know how to make cocktails, so the others have been summoned to the bar for a quick cocktail-making course.
So when you're shaking, cool.
Very sexy.
You just want to be throwing, what you want to be thinking is throwing the ice from back to front. And as soon, that's it, you're done. As soon as that's gone chill, you're there. Like that, look.
I told you, I can't.
Well, you can. Look, you see where that's like that?
My hands are not good for these kind of things.
You just tap it.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Done.
Right, get your strainer. Yeah?
Oh my God, this is good. This is my favorite cocktail.
In 3 days, Gecko Bar will host its most ambitious event yet. Will this family be able to pull it off?
I like it a lot.
No, it does feel, you know, like we are a family and buzzing around in the place is just really cool. So, and it's better energy, you know, and I love it. I've really enjoyed it. It's important that we all get stuck in. Yeah!
In Estepona, Jerry and Heather are hoping to get their fishing charter business back up and running as quickly as possible. After losing their boat when it failed its seaworthy tests, they're on board the Fatam, a boat they're hoping to charter for the summer. But there's engine issues.
We've got problems now.
The starboard engine's not even clicking over. Generator's not working.
Hey, I've never been out in a boat when it's broke down, ever. Never.
The poor engine is ticking over. Sounds like it wants to start, but it's like it's not getting any fuel into it.
Jerry, Heather and owner Gary are stranded 2 miles off the coast with both engines dead. And Jerry thinks that's down to too little fuel.
You've got 2 engines in a boat. It's very, very unlikely that both of them would fail on you. That which makes me think there's a fuel starvation problem. And I'll be having words with Gary about that, because that should never happen.
The only thing to do is drop anchor and phone for assistance.
We need, if you can come with Danny, it will be good. I have an engine problem.
This was its first trip in a wee while since there was work done to it. So, teething troubles.
Oh dear. Well, this is fun, isn't it?
It's not exactly the fresh start Jerry and Heather were hoping for, stuck in the middle of the Med.
Jerry has no patience. He wants it fixed and he wants it fixed now. Then he gets agitated, whereas I'm just like, yeah, well, it's not going to help getting bothered about it.
Well, we're just waiting for one of Gary's friends to come and give us a bit of assistance here.
How many people are they actually bringing out? How long does it take you to go and get on your boat? I could have walked from Duquesne to here quicker than that.
They could be out here for hours, but at least they have the essentials to keep them going.
We bought beer, we bought wine.
Plenty of water.
Nah, let's save the water.
But it's not long before cabin fever is kicking in.
Don't panic, Mr. Mannering, don't panic.
Don't panic, don't panic. Well, all hands on deck. I'm deck. Yeah, that's that boat coming towards us. Do you see it? That's my rescue boat there, I believe.
Assistance is here, and the stranded boat is slowly towed back towards the shore. But at least something good has come out of all the drama. Jerry and Heather have impressed owner Gary.
I think what we've seen today, Jerry, is very good. I think you caught very well. I bet you'll think I've planned this, don't you?
Finally, they're on the home straight and are heading back to port. What could possibly go wrong?
Uh-oh. It's gone. The rope has broken.
Abandoned ship.
Jerry reattaches the rope and they start the journey home. With another broken boat and no license to trade, will they ever restart their business before the end of the season? Or will Jerry crack under the pressure?
2 Valium and a glass of white wine, please. We're back safe and sound. What an adventure.
Are we going for a drink, do you think?
On the Costa Blanca, it's an important day at Gecko Bar. After a difficult season, the family are determined to prove the bar has a place in Javier, so have organised a cocktail night to try to pull in the crowds.
I've been excited all day. I just hope people come in and, you know, I want people to for this night to go well.
Steve, Kelly and Mum Gail have been trying to crack their cash flow problems all season. It's essential this evening is a success. So Kelly's sister Mandy and brother Ryan are pitching in to help out.
This is like, it's our night to try and shine, and I don't know how many people come. I hope many, many, many.
Tonight, Gail's babysitting for granddaughter Millie, but she's concerned at how Mandy has been promoting the cocktail night.
When we were on the beach today, Mandy was walking around saying, "Have you been to the Gecko Bar and Grill? It's just up the way here." As she walks around topless anyway. I'm getting embarrassed. But she was like just advertising the place.
I only thought about it afterwards. Okay, you're talking to husbands and wives, so maybe, you know, like covering up would have been better.
Whatever the marketing methods, it seems to have worked. It's only the start of the evening and already people are flocking to the bar.
colada?
Banana daiquiri.
Oh, banana daiquiri, yummy.
Orders for mojitos, margaritas and martinis are pouring in, and they seem to be going down well.
It's amazing. Like one of the best cocktails I've had on holiday.
Great, it's nice and relaxed. Oh no, there's no doubt about it, I'll come back, yes.
As the night draws to a close, it's clear the cocktail evening has been a great success.
Fabulous. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Had loads of lovely cocktails. I'm just having a special one that Steve's bought for me. I don't really know what is in it, but it's lovely.
Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
With the help of Kelly's siblings, Steve and Kelly have made enough money in one night to pay for a month's rent on their house. And most importantly, have shown that the bar does have a place in Javier. But in 24 hours, Mandy and Brian will return home. Steve, Kelly and Gail will have to keep the momentum going on their own.
I wish we could be here more for them, but unfortunately my brother and I have a lot of commitments elsewhere for now. I would love to spend more time here with them though, now in the beginning when they need us.
Tonight has shown the Stallion family that their bar could have a very bright future. But the family will need to work hard if they're to keep their dream alive.
What will be, will be. We're doing the best we can.
There's so many peaks and troughs, and it's one hell of a huge emotional roller coaster.
Yes.
Like as it has been from the start, and it will continue to.
We can't fail. Because also, I look at that bar and too much has gone into it.
We are family, and family do not let each other down. I love that bar.
I love you.
I love you.
Next time, on the Costa del Sol, Jerry has to learn the ropes.
Roger, pull it in, pull the rope in. A little bit short-tempered. He started to swear at his crew.
Can he make the grade?
Not doing very well, are we?
No, we are not.
The Vineyard opening a pop-up restaurant.
I'm trying to get this knife in, and I'm trying not to slip, because it goes straight through my hand.
There are some first-night nerves.
They are trusting me quite a lot. Obviously, it's their reputation on the line, and we really want to impress them.
And it's the day of the Mad Hatter's Tea Party in France.
We found out who stole the torch!
But will Alice in Wonderland actually turn up?
I didn't realise it was going to be so bonkers.
Off with his head!
It's a dream chased by thousands of Brits each year.
Number one, the weather.
Heading to Europe to set up new lives and businesses in the sun.
Are you ready?
They're seduced by gorgeous scenery.
It's just about the space out here. There's so much space.
Year-round sun and a better, cheaper way of life.
Our living room in London, you'd fit in 4 times.
But how easy is it to turn the dream into a reality?
Money's dripping in and flooding out.
In this series, we follow those expats as they say goodbye, Blighty.
I think I'm full.
And begin their new lives. Setting up bars and restaurants in Spain.
That's what we're talking about, girlfriend.
Gîtes and B&Bs in France.
Totally and utterly out of my depth.
When nothing is ever as simple as it sounds.
It's probably not good for my blood pressure, yes.
It can fail, but it won't fail. Not if I've got anything to do with it.
On today's show, a wannabe captain has to learn the ropes.
Roger, pull it in, pull the rope in. A little bit short-tempered. Started to swear at his crew.
Can he make the grade?
Not doing very well, are we?
No, we are not.
The Vineyard opening a pop-up restaurant.
I'm trying to get this knife in, and I'm trying not to slip, because it goes straight through my hand.
Where there are some first-night nerves.
They are trusting me quite a lot. Obviously, it's their reputation on the line, and we really want to impress them.
And 2 French B&B owners host a Mad Hatter's Tea Party.
We found out who stole the torch!
But will Alice in Wonderland actually turn up?
I didn't realise it was going to be so bonkers.
Off with his head!
The Dordogne in France. 9,000 square kilometres of unspoilt beauty, where rivers wind through chic towns and quaint villages, where spectacular countryside and exceptional scenery are the norm. The landscape is dotted with hundreds of chateaux. It's a region known for its friendliness and a laid-back lifestyle that is the envy of the world. Joe Gell and partner Alice Barnett moved here 8 months ago and are now running a successful restaurant and B&B with a king, 2 doubles and a twin bedroom.
I love France and I absolutely love living in the countryside. I woke up this morning and I drove down to Vertiac and it just looks like a postcard. And sometimes you forget to think how lucky you are.
No, we think France is amazing and we're really committed to being part of the community and we learn French and we speak French. I love it.
But although their fledgling business is doing well, they're still not making enough money. So they're planning a novel event to bring in customers on Mondays when every other restaurant around is closed.
If we whack the tables together, then let's see.
Let's see how long, Mel.
They're planning a sumptuous feast, but this will be no ordinary dinner.
Right, enough.
Later today, the couple are holding a Mad Hatter's tea party based on the story of Alice in Wonderland. And they're going all out to put on a real show.
If anybody turns out expecting a normal dinner service, I think they might be a little bit baffled.
Friend Pete, who'll be starring as the Mad Hatter, has been handing out flyers in the local town. And now Joe and Alice are expecting a full house.
We've had loads of people book in over the last couple of days, so we're now up to about 35, which is perfect for us.
At €25 a head, they're hoping the party will be profitable and that they'll be able to roll it out throughout the summer.
Always a little bit nervous as to how it's going to go, because it's our first time, and so I think this thing will, hopefully it'll progress over the summer and we'll get better and better and, you know, sort of put new ideas in and stuff like that.
For today, it's all about the weird and wonderful, so Joe has come up with a rather unusual menu.
Pink onions, yellow courgettes, yellow raspberries, a carrot. Really, really pleased with all the produce I found this morning. We've got everything in the wrong colour, which I think is great. We're sort of doing grown-up party food. I was going to get blue potatoes, but I sort of drew the line at that.
Thankfully, this culinary capital of France is perfect for picking up such unusual produce. And with a hog roast already cooking outside, it's all systems go.
Yeah, once I get that produce in and we start working with it, that's when I get excited. And actually, even though we've got a lot to do, and we do really, really have a lot to do, I actually feel like it's going to be good and it's not going to be an absolute shambles.
And they're not just relying on the food tonight. As well as Pete, the Mad Hatter, there's a rather obvious role for Alice.
We're trying to look for Alice in Wonderland costumes online, and they were all either massive floppy dresses or children's or a little bit on the risque side, which I really didn't want. So I ordered one, and then it arrived this morning. And everybody saw it arriving, so I can't pretend it's not him.
But at least the Mad Hatter's here.
Ah, it's Pete.
When you think you've got everybody.
And former actor Pete has a script all worked out.
Everybody, follow me. Let's wake up the Mad Hatter.
Ooh, OK.
Go down here. Knock the door. And so then you turn around to the people and say, wake the Mad Hatter up. Come with me and we'll go on a walk together.
But this Alice just wants to run off in the opposite direction.
Oh, dreading it. I wasn't really expecting the performance. He knows how much I hate it. He's dragging me into his show now. And I don't want to do it.
Off with his head!
I didn't realise it was going to be so bonkers. I want to go and hide.
Now I need the other 18 jam jars.
The guests are just minutes away. Joe and Alice are still preparing starters and have to lay the tables. Will they be ready on time?
And we literally have 10 minutes to sort this out.
La Duquesa, a stunning marina, white sandy beaches and traditional architecture combine to make this town the Costa del Sol's best-kept secret. Like the rest of the region, it also benefits from year-round sun with summer temperatures soaring to 40 degrees. This is where Jerry Ferguson and Heather Walker are hoping to make a new life by running a fishing charter business.
The cost of living here is a hell of a lot less. I mean, you can do a family shop here for €100, which is 80 quid. But the quality of life here's 10 times better.
I love the Spanish music.
Yeah.
I like the Spanish language. I like their attitude towards people and their attitude towards life. It's not like back home.
No.
It's much nicer.
So far, things haven't exactly been plain sailing for this former pub landlord and ex-plasterer Heather. It's now at the back end of the season and their business is still not up and running. Yesterday, they spent 4 hours stranded at sea when both engines failed on the boat they planned to charter.
I mean, it was frustrating yesterday because I was just about to take control, or take over the controls of the boat just as the first engine started playing up.
The Fatam was towed back to the harbour. Today, Jerry and owner Gary need to get to the bottom of the problem, and fast.
Good morning, Gary. How are you? She's looking lovely as usual.
Every day Fatam is out of action. Jerry can't make money.
Temperature, you're in neutral. You've got 27 volts, so we should be ready to fire. Turn it over.
So why won't the engines turn over?
Just turn it over. I'm trying to turn over now. Don't know.
Despite the fuel tanks being half full, the engines still refuse to start.
So say code 333 and then engine stop.
We shall get to the bottom of it eventually.
As soon as we figure out what's wrong with it, we'll get it sorted.
Gary calls the boat's mechanic,
We found the filter.
who suggests a costly solution. Filling the tanks to the brim so the pressure in the engine increases. But this will cost €600 and is not a guaranteed fix.
Hoping that the boat's going to get fixed. I hope this is actually what the problem is.
200 litres there.
It's absolutely no use to anybody if the engines won't kick over.
Finally, 500 litres of diesel later, they're ready to start the engines. If they still don't work, Jerry and Heather's fishing charter business could be on the rocks.
Oh, listen to that.
Oh, she works.
Oh. As soon as the pressure built up in the engines, it could drag the fuel through. And once that started, that was it running fine.
Good news for Jerry, but now Gary wants to make sure that the rest of the boat is ship-shape and fit for purpose.
Onwards and upwards. This is an impressive thing to see.
A week later, and the boat is hoisted out of the water for an inspection of its hull.
What does the boat weigh, Gary? Is it 28 tonne?
No, it's about 34.
34 tonnes, which it takes a tonne of fuel and another tonne of water, so it could get when it's fully loaded. It's not bad for a 40-year-old boat, is it?
It's quickly obvious that there are some repairs to carry out, meaning another frustrating delay. But it's in Jerry's interest to get the Fatam back on the water as soon as possible, so it's all hands on deck.
This is anti-fouling and paint, a mixture of both, so it stops the organisms growing on the hull. And this goes on maybe put 4 or 5 coats of this on. Big boat.
And while Jerry and Gary concentrate on the painting...
It's got potential.
Got potential. Picasso.
I don't know what for, but it's got
potential.
Heather is heading over to sort out the essential legal documents to get the business started.
She's away to the Global Nautica, the place in Estepona, to try and hurry them up a wee bit about getting the paperwork through. quicker the boat's making money, the better for everyone.
Things are slowly moving forward for Jerry and Heather, but it's already August and the money-making window is about to close.
It is getting near the end of the summer season for tourists, but I still think the boat will be busy enough because we're going to advertise it enough. So when I get involved in a venture, I get very personal with it.
If there's one thing France is famous for, it's wine. 50 to 60 billion bottles originate from its vineyards every year. And last year, France was the largest producer of wine in the world. To pursue their dream of running a vineyard, Sue and Humphrey Temperley left behind a life in the UK to set up a wine business in the Dordogne.
The thing with out here is just there's so much space, and we're both basically, we love being in the middle of the country, and that's what we've got here is loads and loads of space, and the space to grow this sort of vineyard we wouldn't be able to afford in England, because land's so expensive.
The sort of area of land we've got and the size of house we have here, it would cost a couple of million in the UK in a nice area. Lifestyle like that is not affordable for us because we've never had that kind of money.
For the first time since moving here, Sue and Humphrey have had a bumper season and have produced more than 120,000 bottles of red wine. Buoyed by their success, they've decided to expand their business. Cook Matt has been working for Humphrey in the vineyard with his girlfriend Katie to gain experience of the winemaking process. But now Sue and Humphrey want to put his culinary skills to good use.
Sue had an idea to do a pop-up restaurant where we do 20 covers a night.
We really have to go a long way to find a restaurant, and everyone that comes here that we have round for supper or something says, what a wonderful place to eat, standing on the terrace. And then Matt came along, and it turned out he'd been in the hospitality trade. He's a great cook, that's his great love, is food. And it just seemed like the perfect opportunity.
During the summer, the Dordogne is packed with tourists, so a pop-up restaurant could be a lucrative spin-off if Matt gets it right.
Well, the catering side is completely his, so anything to do with food, they keep, and anything to do with wine, we just sell the wine directly at the same price as people could buy it here, which for a restaurant is pretty good.
Guests will be seated outside the house overlooking the acres of vines and the picturesque countryside. And tonight the restaurant is opening for a trial run for 20 people. So Matt is shopping for ingredients.
So we're in Sainte-Foy-le-Grand market, which apparently has been voted one of the best markets in France. This is the main square of Sainte-Foy where we are now.
Fortunately for Matt, this market is a chef's paradise. Every week, over 200 producers gather in the village square to sell locally grown produce.
We're going to do a starter of a goat's cheese salad, and then we're going to go on to the regional speciality, which is duck breast. I'm going to serve that with confit, croquette, potato, and then I'm going to do an assiette of dessert and a cheese course as well.
Matt's planning to charge just €15 per person for the 5-course meal, so he needs to shop carefully.
It's going to be very important that I get the budget right on this because we're not charging a great deal. So what it is we're doing a Supper in the Vines pop-up restaurant, and I'm looking to use your goat cheese for the starter. I'm going to be serving about 20 people this evening, so I was thinking kind of this size in half per person.
That's €4.
€4.
And that's the fresh one. It's all the same price.
If Matt's trial run goes well, there'll be plenty more trips here. So he decides to try and haggle.
Buy cheese off you every week. Would it be possible to get some kind of a discount?
Yes, sure.
Would that be okay?
All right.
It's up to you, but yeah, that would be great.
I can make 10%.
That would be fantastic. Thank you.
It's a good start. He's just saved himself €4.
Then it make 20 and I will give you 2.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Which is just as well, because Matt's also planning to serve up an expensive extra treat tonight, oysters.
So we're here at the fish stall. Just going to get their attention. 2 kilos, s'il vous plaît. Merci.
ne suis jamais allée en Angleterre. 2,7 kg. Je laisse?
I think she was saying slightly more. Oh, we're going for 3 kilos. So we're getting a few extra. I need to practice the French there because I've ended up with an extra kilo. But I'm sure we'll find something to do with those extra oysters. Merci.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Au revoir.
So Matt spent more than he'd hoped. It's an important learning curve.
And it's good practice for me to be able to get the right amount of oysters next time. So yeah, I'll toss up how much we've earned at the end of this and see how profitable it is. And that'll help us set the price for the rest of the summer as well.
Matt's first food service is in just 6 hours' time. His profit has already been reduced by the oyster mix-up, and now he has 5 courses to prepare. If he gets this wrong, this could be the vineyard's one and only pop-up restaurant. In the Spanish port of Duquesa, Scottish expat Jerry Ferguson has a big job ahead of him before he can launch his fishing charter business.
Somebody said to me a year ago, you're going to be painting a big 53-foot boat on the Costa del Sol, and I laughed at them.
The mechanical issues with the boat Fatam have been resolved, but now it's been hauled out of the water for some repairs on its hull. Jerry needs to get Fatam back in the water before the end of the summer season, because he and partner Heather aren't willing to give up on their Spanish dream.
And it is beautiful. Look, and I can see the dolphins from here.
The pair pay just €350 a month, about £270 for their apartment overlooking the Med.
Basically, you can just see everything. You can see how peaky the sea is going to be, how you can hear it in the morning. Perfect spot. I love it.
While Jerry races to finish painting the boat, Heather has another vital task that needs to be completed.
The thing is, because I speak Spanish, then it's my thing to actually go in and take over all the paperwork that needs doing.
Heather is off to see a Spanish consultant to discuss the best way of legally setting up the business. The Fatam is registered in the UK, and she's worried that that could cause a problem.
Well, if you're going to go fishing and you want a licence for the boat, you can't be a British boat and fish in Spanish waters. A licence for the whole boat is only given to anything that's under a Spanish flag, not under a British flag.
If they do have to switch to a Spanish flag, it will mean more costs and more delays.
Jerry likes to push things forward. We want all this up and running as soon as possible, so for benefit of all.
But when Heather speaks with the local consultant,
y es de que el barco manteniendo bandera británica permite que cualquier barco de la Unión Europea pueda trabajar aquí en España siempre y cuando o pague los impuestos.
he has some surprising news.
Any boat that's in the European Union has the right to work here in Spain. So we could get away with not having to change anything. You don't have to put a Spanish flag on it, you can keep his British flag.
It's great news. Not having to re-register the boat in Spain has saved them a massive £3,000.
All I need now is the paperwork stating how much that he paid for the boat.
With their luck finally changing, Heather and Jerry decide to go out for lunch to celebrate. But as Heather arrives in the port...
Yeah, I hear you. You're under the boat. Well, this is all locked up. It's got a padlock round it.
Jerry's been so focused on painting that he hasn't noticed he's been locked in.
He doesn't even know anybody's gone anywhere.
Every entrance to the yard has been locked as the Spanish workers have gone out for lunch.
It's a very Spanish thing to do. This is a siesta. Drop tools at 2 o'clock and run like the clappers. I think he's probably been working under there and they've never noticed that he was there, so he's gone. They've just gone and locked up instead. Jerry, it looks like you're locked in.
Jerry calls the owner of the boat, Gary, for help.
I've been locked in. I don't know if that was one of your employees, you know what I mean? Lock the in. No, I've got to climb the fence.
But Gary doesn't have a key. So Heather sets off in search of one.
Buenas tardes, mira, soy Paco, que ha venido una chica amiga de Gary y tal, y dice que están encerrados dentro del varadero. ¿Cómo lo hacen? No, ahora a las 3. Gracias.
Ah, las 3, ahora.
Jerry won't be able to get out of the boatyard for another hour.
But I'm kind of enjoying it. I'm gonna leave them on all night.
Having lost their first boat and then broken down at sea in their second, they can only laugh as their bad luck continues.
Help!
But they hope it's about to change.
You just keep sending food, supplies, water.
Just outside Vertiac, Joe and Alice are about to start their first ever Monday service. And to draw in the customers, they're staging a Mad Hatter's tea party. It should be a great way to earn extra cash, as most other restaurants in the area are closed on Mondays. But now the guests are starting to arrive, and in the kitchen, it's a last-minute dash to get things finished.
Can you send me some drink? Me stuff's through, folks. Just one.
Yeah, bring them in. Yep, go.
The Alice in Wonderland themed labels have all been written and are ready to adorn the starters. And now it's time for Alice to reluctantly transform into her namesake.
Not happy. Not happy. I hate it. It's hideous. Like geriatric Alice. It's horrible. If you have a Mad Hatter's tea party and you've got somebody here that's called Alice, who's going to be Alice apart from me? I hate it. Really hate it.
But on the fancy dress front, it seems partner Joe is getting off lightly.
Don't forget your outfit, Sid.
Can you tie it on? You won't get it up there. Down there, maybe.
No, I don't think I get it. It's meant for a child, I think. OK, darling.
Thank you.
Show us. Yeah, you're in costume now.
I'm very happy, thanks.
Outside, the final guests have arrived. Inside, Joe's been preparing pudding.
The dessert tonight is a load of tarts. Apricot tart tatin. These are going to be jam tarts and also tarts with creme patisserie and some lovely fresh fruit that we got earlier with all the weirdly coloured bits in it.
Meanwhile, Alice has had a touch of stage fright.
Hot and anxious.
But with everyone seated,
I'm going to bring loads of wine out and pop it all on the table and help yourselves.
Alice takes a deep breath and steps up for her starring role.
I have a Mad Hatter who needs to be woken up. He's gone to sleep and this is his party.
It's the moment Alice really hasn't been waiting for.
Wake up, Mad Hatter! Oh, it is mad. It is mad. It is Mad Hatter.
Ah, you've come. At last.
Thankfully, Pete, the Mad Hatter, has for now taken the spotlight off Alice. And now the hog roast dinner is ready just in time for the hungry guests.
I can't actually undo the bolts to get it off, so... Piece of pig.
Stormers, listen. The buffet is now open. Through that door, you enter, and believe it or not, come out of that door. How many of you will get that wrong?
The menu is a multicoloured feast with couscous, potato with samphire, goat's cheese salad, and a special purple carrot dish too, together with the hog roast and sweet corn. And Joe and Alice's guests are loving it.
Some asparagus.
The dinner's gone down well. time for dessert and for Mad Hatter Pete to step up again.
I think I might have found out who stole the tarts.
No.
I think I found them.
Where?
They were just in there.
No. We found out who stole the tart.
We'll get Johnny Depp next time. No, he's done a fabulous job. Really good. Which is great, because he's been a bit mad behind the scenes. This is quite hard. Doing the theatrical performance and a hog roast, and you know, it's just again we're entering territory that we haven't been in before. I think people are a bit kind of like, what have we come to?
Maybe we've shocked a few people tonight, maybe.
But with 35 guests, each paying €25 a head, the party has been a success, and it means that the themed evening can be rolled out over the rest of the summer. Unfortunately for Alice.
Wouldn't that be nice? If you go to sleep like the real Alice and then you just, all of it's just a dream.
In the village of Gîtes, it's an important day for British vineyard owners Sue and Humphrey Templey. They're launching a pop-up restaurant with a view overlooking their vineyard, and tonight they're having a trial run for 20 of their friends. Cook Matt is right in the middle of preparing the 5-course meal alongside partner Katie.
They are trusting me quite a lot with this first one, actually serving the public. Obviously, it's not only my reputation, but their reputation on the line. We really want to impress them. Katie, would you mind going outside and setting up? And I'll join you in a few minutes once I've finished topping and tail these beans.
This is a complete career change for Katie, who used to be a university lecturer and has no catering experience whatsoever.
I'm going knife, fork, knife even.
I'm going to put teaspoons on the plate so you don't need to worry about dessert.
What, they need an extra knife for cheese?
An extra knife at the top for cheese.
If the service goes well, it will provide a good source of income for these two expats. And Sue and Humphrey will profit from the sale of their wine.
Doing it at €15 per person, and that's with obviously people pay for the wine on top. So it is lower than we would normally be charging, but we think that it's only fair, you know, just to do an introductory price really.
Fingers crossed, if the weather stays like this, should be a good evening.
But Humphrey's first priority is his grapes.
In a way, I hope it does rain, because I could really do with some more rain with the vines.
And what will be the best wine to serve to his guests?
Just so you know what we're doing in the wine terms, we're charging our ordinary list price because we think it'd be unfair to charge anything more. So we're selling the Bergerac Rouge, which is the normal red, for £6. If people want an old red wine, then there's a very, very rich and very interesting 2003. And then there's our dark rosé that you know.
With just 4 hours to go before 20 hungry guests arrive, it's time to start preparing the dinner.
I know that this is lavender. I think it's lavender. Some rosemary to go with something. Matthew, what's this rosemary going with?
The rosemary's going with the shallots for the duck.
On the menu tonight, an amuse-bouche of fried meatballs, a goat's cheese salad for starter, and confit of duck for main. Plus Matt's expensive oyster hors d'oeuvres.
So it's very much changeable. It's not a menu that we're going to keep throughout the summer. Every week it's going to be slightly different and tweaked with the food that's complementing the wines in the vineyards. I don't think you can really get a better concept than that.
And for pudding, Matt has gone for a French classic, crème brûlée.
So the crème brûlées, I've made a couple of mistakes with them. I'm getting a bit nervous about them not setting. So hopefully they're still going to be all right, but they're taking a little bit longer than I was expecting. Got about 3.5 hours to go. So although I would like to be more prepped up than I am, we're actually not too far behind. With Katie's help, I'm sure we're going to have no trouble getting there.
But Matt's now got 40 live oysters to open, and he's struggling.
I'm trying to get this knife in, but I'm a bit out of practice. And I'm trying not to slip, because it goes straight through my hand.
That one's going to stay alive. Got that one. Yeah, it's not a job that can be rushed, really.
Fortunately, Humphrey is happy to help.
Do you need an expert help on oysters, do you? Not as easy as it looks. Well, it doesn't actually look that easy. Looks good? Yeah. Perfect. Can we just scrape it?
Phew, the oysters are ready. And just in time. With the guests arriving, service needs to begin, and the oysters are first up.
I think they're all not too sure, but hopefully once they've gone down, they'll appreciate them.
The oysters aren't going down quite as well as Matt had hoped.
Yummy!
It means that he's now under pressure to impress with the rest of his feast. In Duquesa, wannabe captain Jerry Ferguson's run of bad luck had left him locked in the boatyard. Help! Now, having freed himself, he's determined to get his new business back on track. But he has one final hurdle to clear. Jerry already owns a captain's license, but the size of Fatam means that he will have to earn a new license to carry up to 10 passengers. So he's now enrolled on a 3-day course to put all his nautical skills to the test.
I need the qualifications to take us a wee bit further on Fatam. There's no one in more of a rush than I am.
It's the beginning of September, and it's vital that Jerry completes the course and successfully passes the final exam if he wants to make the most of the remaining summer trade. He'll be taking the course with several other students, but with 40 years sailing experience already under his belt, he's quietly confident.
Hey Jerry, what are you doing on this boat? You already know most of the stuff.
I've been involved in boats back in the UK since I was 9, 10, 11, 12. The only thing is you need the certificates here if you want to hire a boat or else you want to hire on reward if you want to earn money off it. I could give you a lift to the airport as a friend, but if I charge you, I'm a taxi and I need to have the certificate to do that.
The course starts with a refresher about marine knots. It should be a breeze for Jerry.
This is a bowline.
It's a bowline.
This is either for attaching to the cleat on the boat or a bollard, which are the black posts on the wall.
Give us a shot at that. I have never seen that done that way before. Never seen it done that way before. Right, I'm going to get an arse to this, I know I am.
Jerry's a little out of practice.
Do it again, Phil.
This is actually an inverted bowline. Right, what you've got to do, this one here.
Get it underneath, over the top and under. Right. That one there.
No, around the other side.
We can take one.
There.
Right through the left.
Right. Go.
Right through the
Right
left.
through the left, then down. Right, okay, got it. Right through the left, yeah.
It'll be teacher Philip who will decide if Jerry can upgrade his licence and take out Fatam for business. As far as he's concerned, the jury's still out.
He says he's got a lot of experience, yeah? We'll soon find out, won't we? He seems to be learning a lot anyway, so I think that's the main thing. Well done. When you go into the gear, yeah, just do the click, and that's it. So there's no lag or whatever, yeah?
Jerry's next task is to prove he can moor the boat alongside the harbour wall.
Okay, so your job then is to bring us alongside.
Starboard side on.
Starboard side. You've got the 3 black bollards. So we want to go in between number 2 and 3.
Bringing the boat alongside the harbour requires the collaboration of Jerry's fellow students, but his first attempt isn't going well.
We're not doing very well, are we?
No, we are not.
Look at the position of the boat now.
No.
And Jerry's frustration is already beginning to show.
Roger! Pull it in. Pull the rope in. I shout, I raised my voice.
What's happening?
I raised my voice.
It's down to the skipper to be cool and calm.
I did shout twice.
And keep the boat there.
At the 3rd attempt, Jerry finally manages to moor the boat successfully.
He's got to work on his control of the vessel. He's obviously got away with it over the years. What we need to do is to get him in full control so he knows where the vessel is and it's stationary when we're bringing it alongside, rather than relying on the crew to stop the boat.
But Jerry's still getting hot under the collar.
Roger! Oh, for God's sake.
A little bit short-tempered. He started to swear at his crew. think we've done remarkably well today, considering.
Must try harder.
Must try harder.
Jerry hasn't exactly shone. There are now only 2 days left for him to make an impression and then a final exam to take.
If he shouts and screams, then it makes everybody else a bit uneasy as well. But so if you can keep calm, then everybody else is calm and they enjoy it.
But will Jerry manage to get the licence he so desperately needs?
Early days yet, so we'll find out. Day one, isn't it? So it's a huge improvement from the start. So yeah, we'll see what happens here.
Just more precise on the boat, that's all.
Finesse. That's all we need.
Yeah.
Finesse.
Finesse. Phil, you have the patience of a saint.
In the Dordogne, it's a big day for Sue and Humphrey Temperley's vineyard. They've decided to expand their business by opening a restaurant overlooking the vines.
Yeah, you don't very often get a meal in a setting like this.
20 customers have turned up for the restaurant's first service, with mixed reviews for the oysters. After an amuse-bouche of fried meatballs, Matt serves up his goat's cheese and beetroot salad starter.
The starter was lovely, and I mean, the goat's cheese was delicious, but the winner was the beetroot bit, actually. I loved the beetroot with the salad.
But all's not well in the kitchen. There's been a miscommunication between Chef Matt and rookie waitress Katie, and now Matt's behind with his service.
Yes, I'm still having to train Katie a bit because she's just cleared the plates outside and I'm not quite ready on main courses. Really important that you tell me what's going on out there, because if I see you've just cleared...
Well, I'm telling you. I thought they'd finished.
Yeah, the best thing to do is tell me before you do it, and then I can be ready.
Luckily, the guests are distracted.
Beautiful weather and the views and the atmosphere is unbeatable. And as an added bonus, the weather in England is terrible.
After a mad rush in the kitchen...
It's very time critical, this, because obviously I don't have any hot lights like you'd normally have in a restaurant, and I want to make sure that everybody gets the food in its best condition. So just have to go at double speed, really.
It's time to serve the main course.
Pan-fried roasted duck. We've got a potato and duck confit croquette. Ooh. We've got confit shallot and carrots and peas and a cherry and red wine sauce.
The main course is absolutely delicious. The little croquette thing with the potato and the confit inside was absolutely delicious.
Fantastic job, really good.
And it's not just the food that's going down a storm.
Humphrey's had a word with me and he said so far that he's doing well on the wine. I think people are trying lots of different wines, it's really good. From what I can see, there's a good dozen bottles out there, so I'm sure Humphrey will be happy.
Time for the final course of the day, creme brulee with brownies.
So I'm going to try and flip this out, and if things go according to plan, they should all just pop out quite nicely without falling apart. Luckily, we've got some on the outside, which are definitely ready. So I think we're going to get enough there. So they are very light.
So delicious.
Going 10 out of 10.
The evening has ended with great reviews for the first service.
I'm really pleased with how the night's gone. A couple of little issues along the way, which we're definitely going to learn from. It all tasted the way I wanted it to, and it took about 2 hours to serve 5 courses, so that was pretty much on target. Happy with that.
And although Matt blew his shopping budget on oysters, the event still made a profit of €270. A great result.
From the starter to the duck, and finally the puddings just blew everyone away. I mean, nobody worried about anything because the food was so amazing, and so I think you should take a big plan.
For Humphrey and Sue, this is clearly a viable business plan. And it's not long before the vineyard reaps more rewards.
Oh, nice to see you. Good to see you again. We'll come for some more of your fantastic wine.
Today, some of the customers are back,
The food was fantastic, but the wine is what brought us back.
The whole evening was superb. We really enjoyed it, and the Malbec was sold on me, really, right. It was superb. So we'd like some more if possible.
They bought some wine at the end of the meal, and then they're coming back again a couple of days later to restock. That's exactly the model I'd like to establish.
This is a great result for Sue and Humphrey. The restaurant has given their vineyard another vital source of income, which will secure their future in their stunning new home.
And we've probably increased our customer base by 25% as a result of the pop-ups already, and who knows what will lead to in the future.
Next time, as the summer comes to an end,
It's been absolutely bloody awful, but brilliant as well.
Joe and Alice
Clean, clean, clean. I've already mopped the floor twice.
face up to some very tricky guests.
Run your finger across the top of the door.
It's all right. She's not going to do that, though, right?
Does anybody do that, do you think?
They do on the telly.
Will wannabe Captain Jerry
Man overboard! Man overboard. Something to indicate for me, please.
get his licence before the tourists go home?
You've got to keep you calm. Keep your wits about you.
And at the end of a week of hard grafting and spending,
we are down to our last couple of euro.
Will this unusual B&B get the thumbs up from its first guests?
If we don't get the accommodation right, if we don't get the people here, we have no income and we have nothing.
Every year, thousands of Brits head to Europe for a dream new life.
To a dad, that is just pure pleasure.
This is heaven on earth.
But sunshine and scenery and a great lifestyle need to be paid for.
My bank is empty. We've got nothing left.
So to fund their fairy tale,
Get your little fishy when the boat comes in.
brave Brits are taking the plunge and going into business. On this series, we follow those expats.
Dave, you got any euros?
Setting up anything from bars and boat charters in Spain to vineyards and B&Bs in France.
Not happy. Not happy.
But will they flourish?
We're going to do it, we must do it properly.
Or will they fail?
Money doesn't grow on trees.
It is life or death.
And can they really make a life in the sun pay?
Hands broke down. You are joking. It went bang.
On today's show, as the summer season comes to an end,
It's been absolutely bloody awful, but brilliant as well.
these new B&Bers in France
Clean, clean, clean. I've already mopped the floor twice.
face up to some very tricky guests.
Run your finger across the top of the door.
It's all right. She's not going to do that, though, right?
Does anybody do that, do you think?
They do on the telly.
Can this wannabe captain on the Costa
Man overboard! Man overboard. Something to indicate for me, please.
get his licence before the tourists go home?
You've got to keep you calm. Keep your wits about you.
And at the end of weeks of hard graft and spending,
We are down to our last couple of euro.
will this unusual B&B get the thumbs up from its first guests?
If we don't get the accommodation right, if we don't get the people here, we have no income and we have nothing.
The Dordogne, often dubbed the food capital of France. It's France's main producer of strawberries and Europe's biggest producer of walnuts. In a small settlement called Cheval near the village of Vertiac, Jo Gell and her partner Alice Barnett have left the rat race of London well and truly behind. They're taking full advantage of the gastronomic delights on offer.
I think you have a completely different lifestyle here. You walk out of the door with your dogs and your cats and you look at the sunshine and you look at our garden and you think how lucky we are.
OK, we're not rich in money, but we're rich in lifestyle. And I think that's the main thing. You know, that's what you want in life.
Jo and Alice have transformed a rundown farm into a top-class restaurant, à table.
Compliments to the chef.
They've also transformed the upstairs into a stunning, shabby chic B&B with enough accommodation for up to 7 people.
Toilet seat down or up? Toilet seat down.
Jo and Alice's business has been open for 5 months now.
It's been absolutely amazing. You have to book a week in advance, and we don't advertise. You know, that is literally just strictly word of mouth.
So far, they've hosted over 100 guests in their B&B and over 2,000 people in their restaurant. But it's been hard work.
The day's been absolutely bloody awful, but brilliant as well. But luckily, we've got an amazing team. Without them, it would have been bad.
It's September, time to decide if the business can work in the long term. But for now, there are more pressing matters. Jo and Alice are about to welcome some of their toughest guests.
My mum's coming with some friends first today. They booked in a few months ago. I've been kind of stressing. I think you always have that feeling of, is it going to be good enough? My mum and her friends are probably the most, properly immaculate people. In terms of when you go to their houses, you literally tiptoe into them because they're just so perfect.
So everything has to be immaculate.
One thing I really, really, really hate is showers.
Alice has got a phobia about people's hair in the showers. So that's my one job in the rooms is I come and remove the hair.
With today's guests arriving with such high expectations, Alice is feeling the pressure.
When most of our guests check in, you want it to be great and you want it to be perfect and people to have a lovely time. But when it's somebody that you know, you kind of stand by the door and go, please like it, please like it, please like it. I really hope you do. Quick check. I think we are good to go. Clean, clean, clean. I've already mopped the floor twice. Run your finger across the top of the board.
It's all right. She's not going to do that though, right?
Does anybody do that, do you think?
They do on the telly.
But clean rooms are not the only concern.
We had a power cut at one time when people had just checked in, and of course then, there's no hot water.
You know, these things happen. We live in the countryside.
But no time to worry now. Jo and Alice's guests have arrived.
How lovely it is to see you.
How old is this place then?
It's got a date on the door that says 1864, but it's that's the only reason I know is because someone's actually kind of carved it in.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, great.
Absolutely gorgeous, thank you.
Oh, I'm glad you like it.
I didn't really know what to expect, but it is absolutely beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
Yes.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's clean. It's lovely. The colours are very restful. We're here till Saturday, but I would like to be here for a couple of months. I'd be thoroughly chilled out.
So lovely to see them. And really nice that they like it. That's such a relief. They're quite well travelled. So I really respect their opinion as well, so it's really nice to get their view on the rooms and the views and all of that kind of thing. No, it's good.
The guests now have lunch and an overnight stay to enjoy. If this great feedback continues, Jo and Alice are well on their way to ending their summer season on a high.
Cheers, guys.
Duquesa, one of the most exclusive resorts on the Costa del Sol and a regular haunt for the rich and famous. It sits on one of Spain's most spectacular marinas, where luxury yachts and boats moor gracefully on the crystal blue waters. But despite its exclusivity, property prices in this area are incredible value for money. A luxury penthouse apartment can be snapped up for as little as €65,000. That's around £50,000. The area is now home to Jerry Ferguson and his girlfriend Heather Walker, who swapped Scotland for sunny Spain.
Well, the weather's conducive to being over here, but it's a lot cheaper to stay here. It's an awful lot cheaper. The electricity's cheaper, gas is cheaper for your car, and food is cheaper.
So far this season, Jerry's dream of launching his own fishing charter business has had its highs.
Good God! It's an octopus.
And its lows.
Starboard engine's not even clicking over. Generator's not working.
Fuel starvation somewhere along the lines, we don't know why.
Jerry has been working to fix up Fatam, the boat he hopes to run his business from. It's bigger than his previous boat and can carry up to 10 passengers, meaning a potential income of up to €2,000 per trip. But to carry that many passengers, Jerry has to upgrade his licence. Today is the final day of training.
Basically the assessment sort of day. So we're going to give them some little tasks to do. There is still a bit more training to do, but it's basically can they control and handle the vessel safely, really, and get from A to B and know where they are.
Jerry can't afford to put a foot wrong today. With repairs to Fatam almost complete, he needs to qualify so he can get his fishing charter business going before the end of the season.
So, Jerry, I'd like you to head off in a direction out there somewhere. You've got to keep you calm. Keep your wits about you.
For one of today's tasks, Jerry has to navigate the boat through an exclusive port.
The boat off her bow. That's beautiful. What a beautiful picture that is.
With boats costing up to £12 million and many of them owned by celebrities, any collision would be disastrous.
Now that's my idea of heaven, that. Chris Evans bought Eddie Jordan's last boat. It was called Snapper, and it was a Princess. What was it? 24 metres or something, Princess. Sunseeker, that's what it was. And then he got a custom-made, built one right from the factory. And it's in Soto Grande.
But there's no time for celebrity spotting. It's now the final and toughest test of the day.
The method which has been used for years is one called a Williamson turn.
With a float in the water to simulate a man overboard, Jerry must turn the boat around and retrace his exact course to pick it up.
Basically, you head off 50, 60 degrees in one direction, and then as soon as you reach that bearing, then you turn the boat back round the other way and drive back down your wake line.
Man overboard! Man overboard. Something indicate for me, please, where the guy is. Maybe second. Yep.
On which side of the boat?
He's on the port side of the boat. Port side. No. Slow down a bit. Don't want to run over the top of him.
Try and bring it nice and gently down the side.
Yeah.
Into neutral.
Yeah.
Really gently. Okay, bring him in then.
Jerry's shown he can pull off the manoeuvre.
Could you give him the kiss of life, please?
In a real life situation, whoever's going to be recovering needs to put a life jacket on and maybe a harness, clip themselves onto the boat, yeah? Because we don't want the chance of somebody else falling over.
Sure. Every day's a learning day.
But he'll also need to have passed all the other tests to gain the upgraded licence he so desperately needs. Charente in southwest France, a laid-back rural paradise that epitomises the phrase getting away from it all. Here, roads are free from traffic, meaning pollution is 10 times less than that of the UK, and crime rates here are amongst the lowest in the whole of France. All this persuaded Andrew and Sue Davis that this area was the ideal location to embark on a new adventure abroad.
That whole laid-back lifestyle is very much us. It's what we were like in the UK, but we didn't really fit perhaps as well in the UK. Here, it's the way everybody lives.
Sue and Andrew left Cheshire 4 months ago and headed to the town of Compilation with a dream of opening a rather unusual type of B&B.
It's somewhere where people can come and relax and enjoy the night sky.
It's based around Andrew's love for astronomy.
I started being interested in astronomy when I was about 11 and been hooked ever since.
They bought an old farmhouse with 2.5 acres of land for just under €60,000. They have now transformed an outbuilding into accommodation for 8 guests.
We've done this. This is us. Entirely us. Our graft. Our ideas, our vision.
But the centrepiece of the business will be its hand-built observatory, and the pair have been working around the clock to get it finished.
I have a roof that moves.
It's now October, and while most tourist businesses are winding down...
We want people to have a good time. So, it is important that it's right.
Dark nights mean that this is just the start of the stargazing season, and Sue and Andrew need bookings.
If we don't get the accommodation right, if we don't get the marketing right, if we don't get the people here, we have no income and we have nothing. We are down to our last couple of euro.
But at last there's been some good news. The first booking is in the diary for a few weeks' time. But these B&B novices want to make sure they've got it right, so I've asked Andrew's friend John and his sons to test run the place as guinea pig guests.
I mean, I know John will be very kind, but we don't really want him to be saying nice things. We want him to be telling us the truth.
Astronomy-obsessed John is exactly the type of customer they'll need to attract, so Sue and Andrew are desperate to impress.
I'm actually really nervous. It's worse than I thought it was going to be. I suppose it's because we want it to work, we want to get it right.
But with just a few hours to go before John's arrival, they're cutting things very fine.
The toilet went in today, hasn't been used. The shower went on the wall this morning, hasn't been used. It's all a little bit last minute.
That's the handle on.
I thought you were putting the silver ones on.
I thought we were putting red on to match the...
You're going to do the silver one.
I've put that one on now.
Andrew is picking up John and his sons from Limoges Airport.
See you in a bit.
He's not flown for 15 years because he has an absolute phobia of flying. Sorted. So, the big issue about him coming over this time is to get on that plane and realise this is something he can do. That's us done till they get here. Just the dinner to cook now.
Thankfully, all their efforts to be ready are not in vain.
Hello.
Their first guest has conquered his flying fear.
How brave are you?
Don't start. Absolutely fine.
Was it?
Yeah, it was absolutely fine.
And astronomy nut John is keen to get the guided tour.
Still a building site, so come and see.
John and his son's first impressions will provide vital feedback.
It's brilliant. I can't believe the difference.
Especially for you.
Fantastic. I'm going to have a look. I've been in an airplane today. I'm not worried about height. That's brilliant. Well done.
Very nice.
But forget the bunk room. There's one place John can't wait to see. The specially built observatory with computers and a roof that rolls on and off to reveal the night skies.
Quite happy to sleep in here. Splendid. It'd be nice to get this up and running. I can't believe how much work you've done in such a short space. It's amazing, really.
Coming in blind, I am incredibly impressed.
With what? What do you like?
All of it. I'm a fan of the roof.
Oh, are you?
From the point of view of people coming on holidays, yes, things need finishing. But from an astronomy point of view, you can see the potential. It's actually brimming.
Andrew and Sue can breathe a tentative sigh of relief.
I mean, first impressions, they seem very impressed.
good.
Yeah,
That's what we
very
want,
good.
isn't it?
Positive.
Yeah.
Yeah, really good.
Right, there's loads more of this, so make a start.
There's one thing they can't control, though, the night sky. And tonight, there's heavy cloud.
It's a shame, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the life of an astronomer, mate.
But Andrew's not about to panic.
It's clearing over here, and it's blowing that way. We'll give it about 10 minutes, and should be clear.
See gaps.
Yeah.
Because just a few minutes later...
The reflection's nice, isn't it, with the moon behind the cloud? You can see stars.
Yeah, you can see stars. Aha! Look at that. It's coming out. Yeah. Lovely. It's really nice to just have a look at the moon, isn't it?
Yep.
And it's really, really clear.
The next morning, John and his boys prepare to return home. After what was a long night of stargazing.
You know, he was up at 4 o'clock this morning, wandering around the garden in his underpants, looking at Orion, and he said it was just absolutely amazing. And I think it's really nice that John's seen that. I'm not sure about the neighbours seeing him walking around our garden in his underpants, but...
We've had so many hugs, have we? See, have a lovely time. Have we got it right?
Yeah.
What people would want?
Yeah, absolutely. The astronomers will come anyway because of the dark skies and because of you guys, but they'll bring their families as well because there's so much to do. Another kiss. All right.
Can you get the dogs?
See you soon. Everything is here. The most important thing is the dark skies, which it's got, and we've got an observatory that's going to be finished. We've got gear everywhere. It's got everything that you need as an astronomer.
John's visit has reassured Sue and Andrew that their business is on the right track.
You know, we can't kid ourselves that we haven't still got hard work, but maybe we've broken the back of it, most certainly.
See you in a bit. Bye, Sue.
And it's great to hear feedback from 3 people saying it works, it really does work, and this is what I want.
But the real test is still to come. In just over a month, the first paying guests will arrive. Then Sue and Andrew will find out if this business can fund their new life in the sun. Just outside the town of Vertiac, Joe and Alice have welcomed some very special guests.
When it's somebody that you know, there's something more... There is a little bit, tiny bit more pressure for some reason. I don't know why.
Alice's mum, Dawn, and her 2 good friends have come to stay. Now Joe is preparing lunch for their VIP guests.
I think it's always really difficult when you have people that actually know you and they come and stay. You do feel they're not just judging the place, they're judging you and what you've done and what you've done with the place. So I think that can be, yeah, it can be a little daunting, let's say.
Alice intended today's lunch to be a simple, informal picnic.
What I said to everybody when they were arriving today was like, yeah, I'll just put a little bit of cheese and patty on a plate.
But Joe doesn't do simple or informal.
I was an artist and graphic designer before I started doing this, and so for me, it's another medium. You eat with your eyes and as much as you eat with your mouth, in a sense that, you know, stuff has to look nice. But yeah, I could get in trouble for overcomplicating things.
And she also needs to make an extra special effort today.
Bonnie and Shubi are absolutely amazing cooks. Really love their food. They're really, but yeah, you know, Bonnie particularly is just an incredible cook. So no pressure.
Joe's serving up goat's curd and beetroot salad, deep-fried oysters, rustic terrine and home-smoked salmon, plus plenty of cheese.
Where do you want me to sit?
Wherever you like. Who wants a glass of wine?
Yes, please.
Most importantly.
Bon appetit.
Which one of you walked down to the bakery for the bread this morning, or did you make it yourself?
No,
You
I
went, didn't
went
you?
to the...
Yeah, we thought about making bread, but you're in France, the bakers are great.
We've had the most splendid lunch.
Thank you.
Absolutely wonderful.
So far, so good. But Joe and Alice regularly experience power cuts here. They're now hoping to make it through the night without a hitch.
But, you know, these things happen. We live in the countryside.
And overnight, it's happened again.
We had a power outage last night, so I was up most of the night trying to sort out the power.
But about 5 o'clock, we suddenly thought, well, actually, we really do need to get this back on again because nobody's going to have any hot water. And also, my guests are quite keen to blow dry their hair.
It's probably what set it off in the first place.
I don't know how they slept, but certainly in the middle of the night, they would not have had a light. Even if they wanted to get up and go to the bathroom, there's no electricity at all. So that means no heaters, no light in the loo.
It's 9 o'clock and the guests are awake and ready for breakfast.
Good morning.
How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Oh, fine, thank you. Oh, what a lovely evening.
Did you notice that the power went off?
No. Your beds are so comfy. And it's so warm. It was like sleeping under a soft cloud. The water was lovely this morning. Not very hot. Good. It is. It's so relaxing here.
Oblivious to the power cut, the special guests are still singing the B&B's praises.
It was absolutely beautiful mattress. It was so comfy. All the showers worked and what have you, and it was absolutely lovely.
Very comfortable, slept like a lamb.
Yes.
Spoiled.
Yes, absolutely. That lunch yesterday. Oh.
It's a perfect spot, isn't it? Quiet, beautiful. Yes, enjoy it very much. So I hope to come back again before too long.
We're definitely going to come back, yes.
As they prepare to take stock of their first year running the business, this feedback is great for Joe and Alice to hear. But there's no time to rest on their laurels. In a couple of hours, they have a Sunday lunch service to deal with, and the restaurant is fully booked. In southwest France, the big day for Andrew and Sue's B&B has finally arrived. After 5 months of relentless work, they're about to find out if their new observatory B&B can impress the paying public, who are looking to take advantage of this area's amazingly clear night skies.
Everybody else who's been, they're friends, so we know them really quite well. So this is a bit of a weird one, really, isn't it? This is someone we've got no idea how old he is. We don't know anything about him, do we?
Right.
Okay, have you got your keys?
Andrew is picking up stargazer Chris from the airport.
This is someone who's paying to be here. So we've got to get it right, because the last thing we want is for him to go back and say, waste of time. So it is important, because a lot of our business will come word of mouth. It's a small community, the UK astronomy community, so you can't really afford to upset anybody.
And now, after 5 months of hard graft, the moment of truth has finally arrived.
Hello, hi Chris.
Nice to meet you finally.
Yes, we have to do the French. You have to do that while you're here.
Keen astronomer Chris has high hopes after leaving cloudy Britain behind.
This last night, this last week, was our first clear night in about 2 months. That's awful, isn't it?
Well, one of the guys from the north, he did say that he'd had 2 nights in July when he could go out, and Andrew said we've had 2 nights in July when we couldn't go out. So what's your interest then?
My goal is to do the whole Orion area, like a mosaic, all in hydrogen alpha.
Yeah.
So that's the goal.
Andrew's hoping the hand-built observatory, complete with rolling roof, will be perfect for the night's stargazing.
That's your south. Orion comes up over there. Have a think about what you're wanting to image and how we can connect it up, and do what you want to do. Okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Cool.
So much.
It's really nice for Andrew to have someone who appreciates all his equipment, because of course it's completely wasted on me. I've got no idea whether it's good or not. think it's great to be able to show off this is what we've got. And our sky, look, it's fabulous.
As darkness descends, Chris and Andrew prepare for a long night.
I'm very, very excited. Living in London, you don't really get to see that many stars, so yeah, really excited to have some clear skies tonight.
Fingers crossed that the skies stay clear.
Looking good. Stars out already.
This is exactly what I was hoping for. Really good setup. Having the little observatory here and the roll-on, roll-off roof. Yeah, interested to see how it progresses.
The telescopes are fitted with a system, like a car sat-nav. They're linked to computers with software that can direct the telescope to particular stars at the click of a button.
So it's got GPS, so
yep.
it will automatically know where it should be. So click on menu, and then that's all your options.
Cool.
Chris is planning to be out all night in the observatory. Sue and Andrew are hoping he'll capture some great images and use these to spread the word back home.
So that's you ready?
Yep.
First night stargazing. Looking forward to it?
Let's do it.
Brilliant. Let's go for it. Cool.
In southern Spain, Glaswegian Jerry has just completed the final day of his captain's course.
We're going to try and bring it nice and gently down the side, into neutral, really gently.
If he passes, he'll be able to take up to 10 paying customers aboard his new boat, the Fatam. Now course leader Phil has the results.
You performed very well. You know, from day one, nothing really major. Well, I'm afraid to say I've got to let them know that there's 4 more hazards to major navigation. So congratulations.
Well done, young man.
Thank you.
Lady.
It's a huge relief for Jerry.
It's totally 100% when Phil was recommended to me. Now I know why. A lot of patience, especially with me.
And do you think your patience has calmed down a bit now?
Well, I have. You did say, Jerry, you've calmed down quite a bit. I loved every single bit of it. Every single bit of it.
Test passed. Now he needs to update his sailing licence.
And I need 2 pictures taken. And I want you to make me beautiful.
It's very, very difficult, Jerry.
Oh, good luck. Come on.
Back to your left.
Left.
Yeah, that's that way, right? The whole body.
All right.
That's a great one. We'll use that one.
That's what it looks like more often than not.
Yeah, that's shock. That's shock. You know what that face there says? How much?
I go on a boat with Heather, and that's not a problem, but with a captain looking like that,
No chance.
no.
It's the next day, and there's even more good news.
She's looking brilliant, isn't she?
Just about finished now.
She's looking brilliant.
So I've just got to check the battery. I'll need another battery for it.
Fatam's owner, Gary, has been overseeing extensive repairs and renovations, and now the boat is ready to go back into the water.
There's Fatam's berth there. No, Heather will spend a lot of time going round every nook and cranny in here, making sure it's complete and totally dust-free.
Right then, son, off we go.
Jerry and Gary are forming a good working relationship. And with Fatam now berthed, Jerry's wasting no time in producing some publicity material for his fishing charter business.
Lovely.
Yes, I'm very happy with that, yeah. Don't see why we couldn't put one in the window. Yeah. What do you charge for those? For the window display, or the window advertisement? Oh.
€10 a month.
10 a month? Maybe take 4. 100 for a year, mate. Sounds all right, doesn't it?
Jerry is ready to launch his new business.
One of the biggest fishing boats on the Costa del Sol. There isn't another 53-footer doing what we do. And what makes Fatam unique, it's only one of its type in the UK, in the world. That type of boat. So a lot of folk want to go on boats like that. It's a one-off.
But then, just a few days later, there's some devastating news from Gary. the official paperwork required to certify that Fatam is fit for purpose has been delayed, and it won't now arrive before the end of the season. Fatam won't be ready to charter until next summer.
I'm not panicking. I'm not panicking. I'm annoyed, but I'm not panicking. What I've discovered is mañana. I've discovered, let's not sweat the small stuff. Circumstances change, but no, it's still a beautiful country. It's fantastic people. I'd rather be skint with the sun in my back than skint with the rain in my face. And it's as simple as that. Simple as that.
But with Jerry now not being able to launch the business until next year, he needs an income.
Neil and I set up last night to the small hours, pondering what direction we could go now. I've got to stay on the water, especially since I've just spent €850 in a certificate.
But luckily, Spanish-speaking Heather has managed to land herself a job teaching the language to British expats.
How do you explain something is good, tasty, obviously?
Rico. If something is tasty, it's rico.
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 And it seems despite all the ups and downs, Jerry and Heather's dream of a new life in the sun is still very much alive.
You're more qualified than you actually need to be for anything.
Yeah, for anything in these waters.
And I've learned a lot about boats and knots and sonar, radar,
the safety aspects, yeah.
Things that I never ever knew before.
Whoa, tuna, did you see it there? Right out in front of us, it came right out of the water. No, it's not tuna at all, it's a bird. As I say, even when we're skint, we've not got any money, we're still happier than we would be back in the UK.
It doesn't matter where we are, as long as we're together, we don't care.
In Confalon, Sue and Andrew Davis are eagerly awaiting feedback from their first ever paying guest, Chris.
You have to do the French. You have to do that while you're here.
Feedback that will help them decide if their new business is on the right track. Chris and his host, Andrew, have spent the whole night stargazing and managed to capture some stunning photos of the crystal clear skies. It's the next morning, and Chris is still catching up on some much-needed sleep.
Morning.
Hello. Have you had some sleep?
A couple of hours.
So what did you think about last night, then? As a first person coming who we didn't know, what was your sort of impression?
I thought Chris had a really good time. I think the highlight of the evening was when we came back in at 6 o'clock this morning, and I said to Chris, "So what do you think? Are you happy?" And he looked at me and smiled and said, I just had such a great time. That was, that for me was the highlight. It just made it all worthwhile. That gives me a real boost. It's positive, very positive.
And just an hour later, it's time for the all-important verdict.
Good morning.
Hello. So did you have a good time?
I had an amazing time.
Did
last
you?
night. Yes.
Did you?
Yes. Really good night last night.
That's great.
Yeah, I got to see what I wanted to see, so I'm hoping for another clean night.
And you've got some good photos, haven't
Yes.
you?
Yeah, very, very good photos.
Great.
I'm very happy.
Good.
Sue and Andrew swapped a 1960s bungalow in the UK for a farm with 2.5 acres of land in the French countryside. And now their business has one very satisfied customer.
I had such a good night last night. Incredibly friendly hosts, super helpful, super friendly. When the first photo came in, Andrew and I were just looking at the computer screen like, wow, this is amazing. Can't believe the amount of detail coming through, and I'm so chuffed. They definitely have a successful future ahead of them. I'll be back, I guarantee.
So that's good to know that we've got it right, and the atmosphere and the culture and everything that we've got here is going to be is going to be right for people, yeah.
This venture has been a huge undertaking for Sue and Andrew. They used all their life savings and pushed themselves to the limit physically to get the observatory open in time for the dark winter nights. But now they know it's all been worth it.
How would I describe my life at the moment? I would probably say I am that child in that sweet shop and I've been given free range. So I was working last night, but no, it doesn't feel like work. No, it's not work.
With bookings coming in and confidence growing, Sue and Andrew have sold all their remaining assets in the UK. They've now bought a 2-bedroom farmhouse next door with 2.5 acres of land for €65,000. Because next year, their Astro farm is expanding.
This is our forever home, and I have no doubts about that. This is where I'm going to live for the rest of my life. So it was a no-brainer, really, to decide that we would sell up in the UK and absolutely cut our ties and invest the money here, where we're going to be.
It is quite a step for us, leaving all the things that you know, things that you take for granted, the familiar things, you're leaving them behind. Did we make a mistake? I don't think so. I certainly don't feel like it.
This is exactly what I've always yearned all my life. This is exactly it. If I could have drawn it in a book or bought it off a shelf, this would have been absolutely it. I don't feel like I've left anything at all. I feel absolutely that I've come to where I want to be.
In the French Dordogne, Alice and Joe are preparing for one of the last Sunday lunch services of their first summer season.
It's been absolutely fantastic, but there has been blood, sweat, tears, arguments, and so what we'd like to do next season is do the same thing again, but with less of that.
Joe and Alice have come a long way, running a successful B&B and restaurant throughout the summer. And they want to finish the season on a high.
Just some emergency creme brulees because I messed up the other ones.
I'm just going to stand here and try to look pretty, but I haven't washed my hair for about a week.
We are absolutely spent right now. I really have to say we couldn't be more tired or more happy about how it's gone, but we are absolutely exhausted now.
And it's no wonder, because Joe's Sunday roasts and immaculately presented dinners have been packing out the restaurant.
Right, we need to get this gravy out.
And this lunchtime is no different.
This year, I think, for our first year, without question, we feel like it's gone incredibly well, but we really have worked hard for that. But we've learnt a huge amount.
Today, just like at the end of every other service, the customers' reviews are glowing.
It's delicious.
Yeah. It's our first visit to here. Yep. Loved it.
Yep.
We'll definitely be back.
You're just so relaxed. You're not rushed. The people, brilliant. Just going down into the sunshine, but I must say thank you. That was absolutely good.
Oh, thank you. I'm so glad.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to have met you.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. Really, really gorgeous. Thank you so much. Really, really lovely. Thank you.
Opening a restaurant and B&B off the beaten track was a big gamble, but all their hard work has paid off. Joe and Alice have built up a business that they feel could set them up for life.
We've learned a lot from the first year. I mean, it's been a big learning curve, but it couldn't have gone better in the sense of reputation.
Oh, goodness.
It's been amazing.
We're really absolutely delighted that we put everything into this restaurant, absolutely everything.
The reviews are amazing. What we've done is amazing, and I think it shows with the repeat custom that we've had with the restaurant.
They can now look forward to their future.
We're really, really happy here, and I think based on the first season, it's going to go well. We're really excited to go into the second year.
Well done, everyone.
We had all our setup costs and all that kind of stuff, and it's, you know, no business runs at a massive profit in the first year of business. So we're looking forward to a massive profit next year. We live on site, we work on site, we live together, we're in a relationship together.
I think you really learn the strength of your relationship when you work together. There's no question.
We still love each other.
All these Brits have turned their dreams of a life in the sun into a reality. As well as renovating their own home, Sue and Andrew are beginning work on the farm next door, which they're turning into a high-end gîte for stargazing guests. After receiving his captain's licence, Jerry is confident of getting a new boat charter business out on the Med in time for the busy summer season. In the meantime, Heather continues to teach Spanish until the business is up and running. Joe and Alice are currently refurbishing rooms in their B&B, and bookings are already up by 100% from last year. They've also just received an award for excellence and are planning to extend the business to cater for weddings.